Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto was the forgotten sage of the Force, a god Bayo. ND Jedi and Sith Naruto x vs Marr x Bastila Shan, Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Awakening. The meditation had lasted centuries, or perhaps millennia. Time ceased to hold meaning when one existed between moments, suspended in the endless flow of energy that permeated all living things. The man who had once been known as Naruto Uzumaki floated in this liminal space, his consciousness spread across the stars, touching planets, asteroids. The vacuum between solar systems, all of it alive with what the beings of this galaxy called the Force. He had known it by another name once. Chakra, the fundamental energy that flowed through all things, connecting the physical and spiritual realms. In his original world, long gone to dust, they had refined its use to an art form, manipulating it to create effects that would seem miraculous to the current inhabitants of this galaxy. Here, they had divided it. Light, dark, Jedi, Sith. Simplistic categorizations that missed the fundamental truth of energy, that it simply was. A disturbance rippled through his expanded consciousness. Sharp, discordant, like a stone dropped into still water, the ripples expanded outward, disrupting the perfect harmony he had cultivated. Something ancient was awakening, something that shouldn't be, something he recognized. Naruto's awareness contracted, pulling back from the vastness of space, returning to the physical shell he had maintained through sheer force of will. His eyes, blue as the skies of his homeworld, opened for the first time in 300 years. The cave around him was exactly as he had left it, though stalactites had grown longer, reaching down toward him like grasping fingers. He inhaled deeply, feeling the unfamiliar sensation of air filling lungs that had been dormant for centuries. His body remembered its function quickly. Cellular regeneration had always been his specialty, a gift from his oldest companion. Kurama, he whispered, his voice cracking from disuse. They've found a fragment of you. No answer came. The ancient fox spirit had dispersed long ago, his energy scattered across the galaxy in 9 fragments when their original world had been destroyed. Naruto had spent lifetimes tracking those fragments, sealing them away to prevent their power from being misused. But someone had broken one of those seals. He rose to his feet in a single fluid motion, muscles responding perfectly despite their long dormancy. The simple white and red robes he wore, reminiscent of the Fire Shadow title he had once held, hung loosely on his frame. He would need nourishment soon, but first, he needed information. The cave entrance had long ago been sealed with both physical stone and techniques that combined his native chakra with what the locals called the Force. With a simple gesture and the barest exertion of will, the barriers dissipated. Bright sunlight streamed in, momentarily blinding him. The planet, he had chosen it for its isolation and strong connection to natural energies, remained largely as he remembered. Dense forest spread out below the mountain cave, vibrant green and teeming with life. Naruto stepped to the edge and reached out with his senses. Billions of lives pulsed across the galaxy, each a tiny flame in the cosmic darkness. He sifted through them, searching for the distinctive signature of his old friend's energy. There, on a world at the edge of what they now called Republic space. Faint, but unmistakable, the primal, chaotic energy of the 9-tailed fox, awakened after millennia of dormancy. And surrounding it, dark intentions. Hungry minds seeking power they couldn't possibly understand. Naruto sighed. He had hoped for at least another century of meditation before returning to the conflicts of sentient beings. But some threats couldn't be ignored, especially those connected to his past. I suppose it's time to introduce myself to this generation, he murmured to the wind. With practiced ease, he formed a series of hand seals, movements forgotten by this galaxy for eons, and vanished in a swirl of leaves. The planet Qatar had once been vibrant with life. Vs Marr remembered it vaguely, like a dream half forgotten upon waking. Now it was a dead world, stripped of all life force by her master, Darth Nihilus. She alone had been spared, kept as his shadow hand, his tool to sense what he could not. She knelt on the bridge of his vessel, the Ravager. A star destroyer that seemed more ghost than ship. Like her master, it existed in a state between life and death, held together by the Dark Lord's insatiable hunger and iron will. "You sense it," came his voice. Not so much heard as felt, a cold whisper that slithered through her mind, leaving frost in its wake. "Yes, my lord," she answered, keeping her head bowed, face hidden beneath her veil. "An awakening. A power unlike any I have encountered before. Even blind, she could see it. A brilliant nova in the Force, somehow both ancient and new, radiating power that defied categorization. Not light, not dark, something else entirely. Neither Jedi nor Sith," she continued, struggling to describe what her senses revealed. "It feels primordial, as though it predates our understanding of the Force itself." Her master moved closer, the void of his presence causing the air temperature to drop precipitously. His hunger was a tangible thing, a bottomless pit that could never be filled. She had felt it consume entire worlds. This new power had awakened his appetite once more. "Find it," he commanded, the words burning like ice in her mind. "Learn its nature. And then, my lord." The Dark Lord's answer was predictable in its simplicity. "Then I shall devour it." Visas bowed lower, pressing her forehead to the cold deck plating. "As you command." When she raised her head, her master had withdrawn to his meditation chamber. She rose gracefully to her feet, adjusting the maroon robes that marked her as Miraluka, a near-human species born without eyes but gifted with Force sight. The vessel they had detected, small, unmarked, and ancient in design, had set down on Telos, a world struggling to recover from near destruction during the Jedi Civil War. It was as good a place as any to begin her search. As she prepared her shuttle, Visas allowed herself a moment of curiosity. In all her years serving Nihilus, she had never encountered a presence that felt so complete. Jedi, for all their talk of balance, radiated a rigid control that denied half of existence. Sith burned with chaotic passions that consumed themselves as surely as their enemies. This new power felt whole in a way she had forgotten was possible. Curious, she whispered to herself, a small act of independence rarely permitted in her master's presence. "What manner of being are you?" Bastila Shan had built her career on discipline and adherence to the Jedi Code. Her rare gift of battle meditation had made her invaluable to the Republic during the Mandalorian Wars and later conflicts, allowing her to influence the outcome of entire fleet engagements through the Force. That same gift had earned her a place on the Jedi Council at an unusually young age, despite the whispers that she remained too rigid, too unbending in her interpretation of the code. Today, her legendary composure was being tested. "You're certain of these readings?" she asked the Republic technician, her crisp Coruscanti accent betraying her irritation. The young Twi'lek woman nodded nervously, Leku twitching. "Yes, Master Jedi. The energy signature doesn't match anything in our database. It's not consistent with any known Force technique or technology." Bastila studied the holographic display showing energy readings from the Telos Restoration Zone. Something had appeared there 6 hours ago, bypassing all Republic security measures and planetary shields. The few visual recordings showed only a brief distortion, like heat waves rising from sun-baked sand, before the anomaly disappeared from sensors. "And this is why Admiral Onasi requested Jedi assistance?" she asked, arching one eyebrow. "Partially," came a deep voice from behind her. "The other reason is that 3 of my scout teams haven't reported back." Quote, Bastila turned to face Admiral Karth Onasi, a decorated Republic officer whose history with the Jedi was complicated. His dark hair had gained silver at the temples since she'd last seen him, and new lines marked his face, but his eyes remained sharp and watchful. "Admiral," she acknowledged with a slight bow. "I was told this was a simple anomaly investigation." Karth's expression hardened. "Nothing's been simple on Telos since the Sith bombardment, Master Shan. We're still rebuilding, and now something is interfering with the restoration zones." The missing teams were monitoring the ecosystem in Restoration Zone 32. They reported unusual plant growth rates before communications cut out. Unusual how? Accelerated. We're talking years of growth in hours. Native plant species that were nearly extinct suddenly thriving. Animals returning to areas they'd abandoned. He paused. And energy readings unlike anything the technicians have seen before. Bastila frowned. Force abilities could enhance living things, accelerate healing, even promote growth to some extent. But what Karth described went well beyond that. How large is your security detail, Admiral? 2 squads of Republic commandos. Plus your Jedi team. Her team consisted of 2 Padawans barely past their trials. The Council could spare few experienced knights given the ongoing recovery efforts across Republic space. Still, Bastila had faced worse odds during the Starforge campaign. We'll depart for the restoration zone immediately, she decided. Have your men ready in 20 minutes. Karth nodded, then hesitated. Bastila, off the record. Do you think this could be related to Revan? The question caught her off guard. Revan, once Dark Lord of the Sith, then redeemed Jedi Knight, now missing. Gone into the unknown regions years ago, searching for something he refused to discuss. The pain of that departure remained fresh despite her Jedi training. No, she said firmly. Revan would have contacted us. This is something else, something ancient, a small voice whispered in her mind. Something beyond your understanding. Bastila silenced the thought. The Force often spoke in riddles and half-truths. What mattered was the here and now, a potential threat to a recovering world and missing Republic personnel. 20 minutes, Admiral, she repeated, turning away to prepare her equipment. Whatever waited in Restoration Zone 32, she would face it with the composure and clarity expected of a Jedi Master. The planet had changed dramatically since Naruto's last visit. What had once been pristine wilderness now showed signs of catastrophic damage, and recent attempts at restoration. The contradiction intrigued him as he moved silently through the forest, his footsteps leaving no trace on the soft ground. He had arrived hours earlier, using a transportation technique that combined the principles of his Flying Thunder God Jutsu the Force manipulation he had mastered over centuries. The journey had cost him more energy than expected, a sign of how long he had been in meditation, his powers dormant if not diminished. The forest around him hummed with life force, chakra, the Force. The energy had many names but remained fundamentally the same. Plants responded to his presence, growing more vibrantly as he passed. It was an unconscious effect of his nature. After so many centuries of communion with natural energy, his very existence nurtured life around him. Naruto paused, crouching to examine a monitoring device half hidden among the foliage. Technology had evolved significantly during his meditation. This device appeared to be measuring soil composition and plant growth. Interesting, but not his immediate concern. He expanded his senses outward, searching for the fragment of Kurama's energy that had drawn him here. It was closer now, perhaps 5 kilometers northeast, its chaotic signature unmistakable even after millennia. Also unmistakable was the approaching group of armed individuals heading directly toward his position. Their intentions broadcast clearly through the Force, caution, determination, and the particular brand of controlled fear that soldiers carried into unknown situations. Naruto straightened, considering his options. He could avoid them easily enough, continue his search unhindered. But something in their approach suggested they might have information he needed. Besides, he had been alone for centuries. Perhaps it was time to reacquaint himself with the galaxy's current inhabitants. He settled cross-legged on a fallen log, arranged his robes, and waited. The morning sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patterns of light and shadow. Birds resumed their calls around him, small animals venturing closer than natural instinct should allow. At peace in his presence, the first soldier emerged from the tree line 7 minutes later, weapon raised. Moving with the practiced stealth of a professional. 5 more followed, fanning out in standard search formation. Republic military, based on their uniforms. Their shock at finding him sitting calmly in the middle of their search grid was almost palpable. Hands where I can see them, ordered the lead soldier, a scarred human female whose caution Naruto respected. He raised his hands slowly, keeping his posture relaxed. Good morning, he greeted them, his voice warm and slightly amused. Beautiful day for a walk in the forest, isn't it? The soldiers exchanged confused glances. Clearly, a calm, unarmed human was not what they had expected to find. Identify yourself, the leader demanded, weapon still trained on his center mass. I've had many names, Naruto answered truthfully. But you can call me Naruto. And you are, Lieutenant Marr, Republic Special Forces. What are you doing in a restricted restoration zone? Naruto smiled, the expression transforming his Whisker-marked face from merely handsome to genuinely charismatic. Enjoying the resurgence of life. You've done remarkable work here, bringing back the ecosystem. We didn't. The lieutenant stopped herself. Sir, this area is restricted following unusual phenomena. You'll need to come with us for questioning. Of course, Naruto agreed easily, rising to his feet in one fluid motion that caused several soldiers to tense. I'd be happy to speak with your superiors. They might even be able to help me with what I'm seeking. And what would that be? Asked a new voice, cultured and commanding. The soldiers parted as a woman stepped into the clearing. Her brown hair was pulled back in a practical style, framing a face that combined classical beauty with unmistakable authority. She wore the simple robes of a Jedi master, a lightsaber hanging at her belt. 2 younger Jedi flanked her, their postures deferential. Naruto's eyes met hers, blue connecting with gray. Her force presence was impressive, disciplined, powerful, and remarkably centered. A leader, this one. Someone used to being listened to and obeyed. Something that was stolen from me long ago, he answered her question directly. Something dangerous in the wrong hands. The Jedi studied him intently, clearly stretching out with her senses to assess him through the Force. Her eyes widened slightly, the only indication of surprise she allowed herself. I am Jedi Master Bastila Shan, she introduced herself formally. And you are unlike any Force user I have encountered. Naruto inclined his head in acknowledgement. As I said, I've had many names. Sage, Hokage, Jinchuriki. Most recently, I suppose, Hermit would be most accurate. His smile returned, disarming in its genuineness. But Naruto will do fine. You, responsible for the accelerated growth in this sector, she stated rather than asked. A side effect of my presence, he confirmed. Life responds to life. The energy you call the Force seeks balance. This world was wounded deeply. It merely responds to the opportunity to heal. One of the younger Jedi whispered something to Bastila, who frowned slightly. Our sensors detected your arrival, she said. You bypassed planetary security measures. How? Naruto considered how to explain techniques that predated this civilization's understanding of energy manipulation. I have my own methods of travel, he said simply. Developed long before your republic existed. That caused a ripple of discomfort among the soldiers. The lieutenant's finger tensed on her trigger. Are you claiming to be immortal? Bastila asked, skepticism evident in her tone. Claiming implies I have something to prove, Naruto replied with a slight shrug. I've lived a very long time by your standards. Let's leave it at that for now. Bastila's patience was clearly wearing thin. Whatever you are, you've interfered with a planetary restoration project and potentially endangered Republic personnel. 3 teams are missing in this sector. Naruto's expression grew serious. I've encountered no one else since my arrival. But if they ventured northeast of here, toward the mountains, they may have found what I'm seeking. And it would not have welcomed them. Explain, Bastila demanded. A fragment of an ancient power, sealed away millennia ago. The seal has been broken. He met her gaze directly. Your missing people may have broken it. Intentionally or not. If so, they are in grave danger. The conviction in his voice seemed to reach her. Bastila turned to the lieutenant. Establish a paramet, and set up a communication relay to Admiral Onasi. Inform him that we're continuing to the northeast sector with. She glanced at Naruto, a person of interest. Is that really wise, Master Shan? Asked one of the younger Jedi. A Twi'lek female whose hand hovered near her lightsaber. We have limited options, Padawan Voss, Bastila replied. If there is a threat to the missing teams, we cannot delay. And our guest seems to have information we need. Naruto rose to his feet in a single fluid motion. I'll lead the way, he offered. And perhaps explain more as we travel. Bastila nodded curtly. Lieutenant, select 2 of your best to accompany us. The rest maintain position here. As they prepared to move out, Naruto sensed a new presence approaching, faint but distinct. A void in the Force, moving with purpose. Hunting. Not for him, not yet, but drawing closer. Interesting times ahead, he thought, as he fell into step beside the Jedi Master. The whispers of destiny, silent for centuries, had begun again. Visa's Mars shuttle touched down on the outskirts of Telos's Restoration Zone 32, far from official landing pads where Republic identification would be required. Her master had provided clearance codes that allowed her to bypass the orbital security grid, remnants of Sith influence still embedded in Republic systems. She moved silently through the reviving forest, her force sight revealing the landscape in ways physical eyes never could. Energy flowed through everything: trees, soil, insects, air, creating patterns unique to each living thing. What struck her immediately was the unusual vibrancy of these patterns. The restoration zone was healing far faster than technology alone could explain. And there, to the northeast, a roiling darkness that called to her Sith training. A wound in the Force, but different from those her master created. This was ancient, its edges calcified with time, recently torn open. But it was not the presence that had awakened Nihilus's hunger. That power was elsewhere, moving steadily toward the darkness. Accompanying it were several smaller lights, one particularly structured and disciplined. A Jedi, Visa surmised. Powerful, too. She changed direction, moving parallel to the group's path. Better to observe first, understand what she was confronting before revealing herself. Her master's hunger was insatiable, but he was not foolish. Knowledge before action. The forest thickened as she progressed, plants growing with unnatural speed and vigor. Vines reached toward her as she passed, not threateningly but with an almost sentient curiosity. The boundary between life and force was blurring here in ways she had never experienced. After an hour of careful movement, she positioned herself on a ridge overlooking a small valley. The group she had sensed would pass below soon. From here, she could observe without detection, her presence masked by techniques she had perfected under Nihilus's cruel tutelage. They emerged from the treeline minutes later, Republic soldiers in the lead, weapons ready, followed by Jedi. The Padawans she dismissed immediately, untested and unremarkable. The master, however, Bastila Shan, Visas whispered, recognizing the famous battle meditation master. But it was the figure walking beside her that captured Visas's full attention. Tall, with bright blonde hair and curious facial markings, he moved with a fluid grace that suggested both warrior training and profound peace. His presence in the Force was what had drawn Nihilus's attention, and now she understood why. He existed in perfect balance. Not light, not dark, both and neither simultaneously. His energy signature extended beyond him, interacting with the environment in ways she had never witnessed. Plants literally reached toward him as he passed, growing visibly in his wake. Most remarkable was what she couldn't sense: fear, anger, attachment, the emotions that drove both Jedi and Sith. Instead, there was a profound acceptance. A completeness that made her own fractured existence seem suddenly, painfully obvious. For the first time since Qatar's destruction, Visas felt something stir within that Nihilus had not been able to consume. A question, a possibility. What would it mean to exist in such balance? She remained motionless as they passed below, the blonde stranger suddenly pausing. And looking directly toward her hidden position. His blue eyes seemed to pierce through her concealment, seeing not just her physical form but the broken, hungry thing she had become. He smiled, not in threat or mockery, but with genuine warmth. Before continuing on his way, Visas released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. He had sensed her, acknowledged her, and chosen not to expose her presence to the others. Why? Curiosity, an emotion she had thought long dead, propelled her forward. She would continue to observe, to learn, and perhaps, for the first time since becoming Nihilus's shadow hand, consider options beyond obedience to her master's hunger. The journey through the forest continued for several hours, the landscape growing increasingly lush and vibrant as they proceeded. Bastila observed their unusual guide with carefully concealed fascination. He moved with effortless grace, sometimes seeming to barely touch the ground, his awareness extending to every living thing around them. Animals approached him without fear, plants seemed to reach toward him, and the very air felt charged in his presence. More disconcerting was his effect on the Force itself. Bastila had trained all her life to sense the currents and eddies of the Force, to understand its patterns and fluctuations. This man, Naruto, if that was truly his name, didn't just use the Force. He somehow existed within it differently, as though the normal boundaries between living being and cosmic energy didn't apply to him. You have questions, he said suddenly, dropping back to walk beside her while the Republic's scouts ranged ahead. Many of them, I sense. Bastila maintained her composed expression with effort. You claim to be ancient, yet appear no older than I am. You manipulate Fey energy in ways that contradict established force techniques. And you seek something dangerous enough to concern you, despite your obvious power. She met his gaze directly. Yes, I have questions. Naruto smiled, the expression transforming his face. Despite her Jedi discipline, Bastila couldn't help noticing his physical attractiveness, the bright blue eyes, the curious whisker-like markings on his cheeks. The way his presence seemed to radiate warmth and strength simultaneously. Fair enough, he replied. I am indeed very old by your reckoning. This body remains youthful through techniques developed in my original world, combining what you would call the Force with what my people named chakra. Another name for the same energy, Bastila suggested. Not exactly. He gestured to the forest around them. Your understanding of the Force divides it, light and dark, creation and destruction, peace and passion. My people understood that energy cannot be divided so simply. Chakra is he union of physical and spiritual energies, inseparable and complete. One of the Padawans had drifted closer, listening with undisguised interest. The Jedi do not divide the Force, Bastila corrected him. We recognize its wholeness but reject the corrupting influence of emotions that lead to the dark side. Naruto's expression remained kind but took on a hint of something older, wiser. With respect, Master Shan. That very statement reveals the division. By rejecting emotion, you reject a fundamental aspect of existence. True balance comes not from denial but from acceptance and understanding. The Padawan, Voss, the young Twi'lek, looked scandalized. That sounds like Sith philosophy, she said accusingly. The Sith make the opposite mistake, Naruto replied without taking offense. They embrace passion without discipline, power without wisdom. Two halves of the same whole, each claiming their fragment as the complete truth. Bastila found herself simultaneously irritated by his dismissal of Jedi teaching and intrigued by his perspective. It reminded her uncomfortably of conversations with Revan before he had departed for the unknown regions. This philosophical debate, while fascinating, doesn't explain what brought you here, she redirected the conversation. You mentioned something stolen, something dangerous. Naruto's expression grew serious. Long ago, I was Nded to a being of immense power, a spirit creature from my world called the Nine-Tailed Fox, or Kurama. When my world was destroyed, Kurama's essence was fragmented and scattered across this galaxy. They spent lifetimes locating and sealing those fragments to prevent their power from being misused. And one such fragment is here? Bastila asked, her tactical mind immediately assessing the potential threat. Yes, recently unsealed, its energy awakening. His blue eyes met hers directly. Your missing people likely encountered it. The fragment would have appeared as a crystalline formation, radiating energy unlike anything in your records. And what happens if someone attempts to harness this energy? At best, they die quickly, Naruto said grimly. At worst, the fragment's chaotic nature corrupts them, transforming them into something that exists only to destroy. A chill ran through Bastila despite her Jedi training. She had witnessed Force corruption before, seen its effects on even the strongest minds. If what Naruto described was worse, Lieutenant, she called to the Republic officer leading their small group. Signal a full alert to Admiral Onasi. Potential hazardous energy source ahead. Request immediate evacuation capability for survivors. Yes, Master Jedi, the woman responded, activating her comlink. You believe me, Naruto observed quietly. Bastila gave him a measured look. I sense no deception in you, which is remarkable in itself. Few beings can maintain perfect truth while shielding their thoughts from a Jedi Master. I'm not shielding, he replied with that same disarming smile. I simply exist differently in what you call the Force. My thoughts are my own not through resistance but through nature. Before she could respond, the lieutenant returned, her expression concerned. Communication is being blocked, Master Shan. Some kind of interference. At the same moment, Naruto's head snapped up, his gaze focusing on something distant. We're too late, he said, his voice tight. The fragment has found a host. The forest around them suddenly fell silent, the constant background noise of insects and birds vanishing in an instant. The air grew heavy, charged with a sickly energy that raised the hair on Bastila's arms. "What's happening?" she demanded, hand moving to her lightsaber. "The fragment's energy is spreading, corrupting the natural life force around it." Naruto's form seemed to shimmer slightly, power gathering around him like heat waves. "Stay behind me. This will be beyond your experience. Any other time, a command would have offended Bastila's pride. She was a Jedi Master, a veteran of the Star Forge campaign, wielder of battle meditation. But something in his voice, the absolute certainty born of experience, gave her pause. "Padawans, defensive formation," she ordered instead. "Lieutenant, have your men ready for ranged support." The tree line ahead began to waver, the once healthy plants withering and blackening as something approached. The corrupting influence spread visibly, a wave of decay advancing toward them. Then it appeared, a Republic officer, or what remained of one. The uniform was still recognizable, but the body had been grotesquely transformed. Red-black energy coursed across the skin, which had darkened to an unnatural charcoal gray. The eyes glowed with malevolent amber light, and 9 tendril-like appendages of pure energy writhed from its back. "Kurama," Naruto said softly, recognition and sorrow in his voice. Or rather, a shadow of him. The creature that had once been human tilted its head, studying them with predatory interest. When it spoke, the voice emerged as a guttural, multi-toned growl. "Freedom," it hissed. "After so long, so much life to consume." Naruto stepped forward, placing himself between the creature and the group. "You are not Kurama," he said firmly. "You are a fragment, a memory given form through corruption. Return to your seal willingly, and I will ensure you rest peacefully." The creature's mouth split in a too-wide grin, revealing sharpened teeth. "The jailer returns. Too late. This flesh is mine now. This world will be mine." "The others?" Bastila asked quietly, referring to the missing Republic personnel. The creature's grin widened. "Delicious." Their fear made the meat sweeter. Bastila ignited her lightsaber, the yellow blade humming to life. "Stand aside," she told Naruto. "This thing has committed murder against Republic citizens. Your weapon cannot harm it," Naruto warned. "Not permanently. The energy. Why animating that body can only be sealed, not destroyed." The creature launched itself forward with impossible speed, covering 20 meters in an eye blink. One of the Republic soldiers fired, the BL. Aster bolt striking center mass, and passing through with no effect. The energy tendrils whipped forward, aiming for the nearest life forms to drain. What happened next occurred so quickly that even Bastila's force-enhanced perception struggled to follow. Naruto simply moved, one moment beside her, the next intercepting the creature in midair. His hands formed unfamiliar patterns, precise gestures that seemed to shape the very energy around them. Where the creature's tendrils struck, they met a barrier of golden light that repelled them. "Impressive," the creature snarled. "The jailer remembers his chains." "And much more," Naruto replied, his voice taking on a resonant quality that seemed to vibrate through the force itself. Golden energy began to emanate from his body, forming a translucent shroud around him. The forest floor beneath his feet cracked from the pressure of the power he was channeling. When he opened his eyes, they had transformed, the blue irises replaced by horizontal bar-like pupils surrounded by golden-orange coloration. "Sage mode," he announced, though Bastila sensed he was speaking more to the creature than to them. "Something you should remember well." The creature hesitated for the first time, its confidence visibly shaken. Then it snarled and attacked again, its movements even faster, the corruption spreading from its footsteps to blacken the ground. What followed was unlike any combat Bastila had witnessed in her extensive experience. Both beings moved with impossible speed, exchanging blows that shattered trees when they missed. The creature fought with raw, chaotic power, its energy tendrils lashing out to drain life from anything they touched. Naruto countered with precision and technique, his movements flowing like water, each gesture precise and purposeful. Most remarkably, he never struck to kill. Every action seemed designed to contain, to limit, to prepare for something else. "What is he doing?" whispered Padawan Voss, awe evident in her voice. "Wearing it down," Bastila realized, her tactical mind analyzing the patterns. He's forcing it to expend energy while conserving his own. The creature seemed to realize this as well. It suddenly disengaged, leaping backward to create distance. Its corrupted face contorted with rage. If I cannot have you, I will have them. It howled, suddenly changing direction and unging toward the Republic soldiers and Padawans. Bastila moved to intercept, lightsaber ready, knowing even as she did that she might not be fast enough. She wasn't, but Naruto was. He appeared directly in the creature's path, hands forming a complex series of gestures too rapid to follow. Sealing technique. Phantom Dragon 9 consuming seals. The air itself seemed to crystallize around his words. Symbols appeared in glowing light, forming concentric circles that expanded outward from his palms. Where they touched the creature, they adhered like living things, wrapping around the thrashing form, constraining the malevolent energy. No, the creature screamed, its voice distorting as the seals tightened. I will not return to darkness. Not darkness, Naruto corrected, compassion evident despite the strain in his voice. Rest, peace, until you can be reunited with your whole self. The sealing symbols converged, compressing the creature's form until it collapsed inward with a final howl of rage. Where it had stood, only a small crystalline object remained, glowing with suppressed power. Naruto knelt, carefully lifting the crystal. Additional symbols appeared around his fingers, reinforcing the seal before he tucked the object inside his robes. The golden energy surrounding him faded, his eyes returning to their normal blue. He turned to face the stunned group, his expression somber. I apologize for your lost comrades, he said quietly. If I had awakened sooner. Bastila deactivated her lightsaber, struggling to process what she had just witnessed. In all her studies of force techniques, she had never seen anything remotely similar to what Naruto had demonstrated. Not Jedi, not Sith, something else entirely. What are you? She asked directly. Protocol. Forgotten in the aftermath of such a display. Naruto's expression softened. A very old man who has lived through the rise and fall of civilizations. A keeper of knowledge best forgotten. A protecto. R of balances you're only beginning to understand. He paused, and very tired, at the moment. That sealing technique requires considerable energy. Despite his claim of fatigue, he showed no physical signs of exertion. No heavy breathing, no trembling limbs, no sweat on his brow. Whatever power he had channeled, it had exacted no obvious toll. The threat is contained, she pressed, practical concerns taking precedence. This fragment, yes, his expression grew troubled, but there are others, and I sense that this seal was broken deliberately, not by accident. Someone is searching for Kurama's fragments. Someone with knowledge they shouldn't possess. The implications were disturbing. You believe all 9 fragments are being targeted. I do. Which means I can no longer remain in isolation. Naruto looked up at the sky. His expression unreadable. Times of change are coming to your galaxy, Bastila Shan. Ancient powers awakening, old boundaries dissolving. The Jedi Council needs to hear of this, Bastila decided. And Admiral Onasi will require a full report on his lost personnel. Naruto nodded. I will accompany you. There is much we can learn from each other. As the Y prepared to return to the Republic base, Bastila noticed Naruto glancing toward a ridge overlooking their position. His expression suggested recognition, perhaps even acknowledgement of an unseen presence. But when she extended her senses in that direction, she detected nothing. Is someone there? She asked quietly. A seeker, Naruto replied cryptically. Someone who will make her own choices when the time comes. He smiled slightly. The Force works in curious ways, Bastila Shan. It brings together those who need to meet, often in the most unexpected circumstances. With those enigmatic words, he fell into step beside her, leaving Bastila with the unsettling feeling that the galaxy she had thought she understood was about to change irrevocably. Visa's Marr remained motionless on the ridge long after the group had departed, her mind struggling to process what she had witnessed. The display of power had been extraordinary, not just the raw strength, which rivaled or exceeded her masters, but the nature of it. Controlled, precise, balanced, and the sealing technique, she had never conceived of such a thing. Not destruction or domination, but containment, preservation, even. The being called Naruto had faced a creature of pure chaotic energy and subdued it without hatred, without fear, without the emotional extremes that drove both Jedi and Sith. Most disturbing of all had been his acknowledgement of her presence. He had known she was watching, had looked directly at her hidden position, and chosen to let her observe unhindered. Why? What purpose did it serve? Now she faced a decision. Her mission had been clear. Locate the power's source, assess its nature, and report back to Nihilus. Her master would then come to devour it, as he had countless Force sensitives and entire worlds before. But for the first time since becoming his shadow hand, Visas hesitated. What she had witnessed was not merely power but something else, something her master's endless hunger would never understand. Balance, wholeness, a way of existing within the Force that transcended the rigid dichotomy of light and dark. There is another path, she whispered to herself, the forbidden thought taking form. Nihilus would sense her hesitation when she returned. He would tear through her mind, extract every detail of what she had witnessed, then discard her broken form and proceed with his consumption. Or worse, keep her alive to witness another world's destruction. Unless she did not return. The thought was treasonous, suicidal even. No one escaped Darth Nihilus. His hunger reached across star systems. Could track Force signatures across the galaxy. To defy him was to invite a fate worse than death. And yet, Visas rose from her hidden position, decision made. She would follow the one called Naruto. Learn more of his techniques, his understanding of the Force. Perhaps there lay a path to freedom, for herself, and for the galaxy from her master's insatiable appetite. If not, death would be a release from servitude. Either outcome was preferable to returning with knowledge that would only feed the void that wore the mask of a Sith Lord. She moved silently through the forest, following the group's trail at a distance that would keep her presence concealed from the Jedi, if not from the Ancient One. Whether he would acknowledge her again or expose her remained to be seen. For the first time since watching her world die, Visas Marr felt something like hope. Fragile, uncertain, but undeniably present. The future had possibilities beyond pain and consumption. And that, in itself, was a revelation worth any risk. The return to the Republic base proceeded without incident, though Naruto noted the increased security measures as they approached. News of the lost teams had clearly spread, and Admiral Onasi had responded accordingly. Perimeter guards, aerial surveillance, even what appeared to be energy shield generators being installed around the compound. Sensible precautions, though ultimately futile against the kind of power Naruto had just resealed. Still, he appreciated thoroughness. He also appreciated the persistent shadow that had followed them from the encounter site. The void-like presence in the Force had maintained a careful distance, but Naruto's senses, honed through centuries of meditation and combat, tracked her easily. A Miraluka, he surmised from brief glimpses, and one trained in Sith techniques but not fully consumed by them. Interesting. Her divided nature resonated with his own memories of internal conflict. Immediately relevant was the Jedi Master walking beside him. Bastila Shan radiated contained power and authority, her presence in the Force disciplined and focused. Yet beneath that control, he said complexity, deeply held convictions tested by experience, certainty tempered by loss, and most intriguingly, a capacity for passion carefully suppressed beneath Jedi doctrine. She reminded him of certain Hyuga clan members from his first lifetime, proud, capable, bound by tradition yet harboring deeper currents beneath the surface. Your council will have many questions, he commented as they passed through the final security checkpoint. Bastila's expression remained neutral. The Jedi have extensive records of Force traditions throughout the galaxy, yet nothing that describes abilities like yours. Your claim to have lived for millennia will be challenging for some to accept. Naruto smiled slightly. Truth often is, particularly when it contradicts established doctrine. EAK as though you've dealt with religious organizations before, she observed. Many times, across many worlds and eras. The names and specific beliefs change, but certain patterns remain constant. He glanced at her. Those who organize around cosmic truths eventually mistake their organization for the truth itself. One of the Padawans following behind made a small sound of disapproval. Bastila's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. The Jedi Order has maintained peace in the Republic for thousands of years, she stated firmly. And I honor that service, Naruto replied sincerely. But peace is not merely the absence of conflict, just as balance is not merely the suppression of emotion. True harmony comes from understanding and integration, not division and denial. Before Bastila could respond, they were approached by a man whose military bearing and command presence marked him as a senior officer even before Naruto noted the admiral's insignia. Master Shan, he greeted Bastila, his expression grave. I received the preliminary report. 3 teams lost. I'm afraid so, Admiral Onasi, she confirmed. They encountered something beyond their capability to handle. She gestured to Naruto. This is Naruto. He was able to contain the threat. The Admiral's sharp gaze assessed Naruto with the practiced efficiency of a veteran commander. You have my thanks for that, he said cautiously. Though I'd appreciate a more thorough explanation of what killed my people. A fragment of an ancient power, Naruto answered directly. One of 9 scattered across your galaxy millennia ago. It was sealed away, but someone deliberately broke that seal recently. Someone with expertise in ancient force techniques, Bastila added. Admiral, we may be dealing with a coordinated effort to locate and harness these power sources. Karth Onasi's expression darkened. The Republic is still recovering from the Jedi Civil War. If a new Sith threat is emerging. Not Sith, Naruto corrected gently. At least, not as you understand them. This power predates your concepts of Jedi and Sith. It comes from beyond your galaxy, from a civilization destroyed so long ago that not even dust remains. The Admiral and Jedi exchanged glances, the weight of this revelation settling between them. We should continue this discussion in a secure location, Onasi decided. My command center has communication links to both the Republic's Strategic Information Service and the Jedi Council on Coruscant. As they proceeded toward the base's central structure, Naruto sensed the Miraluka shadow hesitating at the perimeter. The security systems would make infiltration challenging even for one trained in Sith stealth techniques. On impulse, he reached out through the Force, not with words, but with impression and invitation. A simple message. There are other paths than the one you've been walking. When you're ready to discuss them, I will listen. He felt her surprise, the cautious acknowledgement before she withdrew further from the base. Not rejection, but consideration. A small victory, perhaps. The command center proved to be a model of Republic military efficiency, orderly, practical. With the latest technology arranged to maximize information flow and decision-making speed. Officers moved with purpose, though many cast curious glances at the unusual visitor. Accompanying their admiral and the Jedi Master, Naruto observed it all with interest. Each civilization he had encountered throughout his long existence developed different approaches to organization and technology. But certain fundamentals remained constant. This republic, for all its impressive reach, was still recognizably human in its structures and thinking. Admiral Onasi led them to a conference room separated from the main command floor. As the door sealed behind them, privacy fields activated automatically. Secure communication protocols engaged, announced a computerized voice. Quantum encryption active. We can speak freely now, Onasi said, taking a seat at the head of the table. Master Shan, perhaps you should contact the council while we wait for the full debrief team to arrive. Bastila nodded and moved to a communication terminal. As she established the connection, Naruto sensed her gathering herself, arranging her thoughts to present the situation in the most logical, least alarming manner possible. A diplomat as well as a warrior, then. You've seen much conflict, Naruto observed quietly to the admiral while Bastila was occupied. Karth studied him with guarded interest. Too much. The Mandalorian Wars, the Jedi Civil War, now these scattered Sith remnants. The Republic barely holds together. Yet you continue to serve. Someone has to rebuild. Hold the line. Karth's expression hardened slightly. I've seen what happens when protection fails. Naruto nodded, recognizing the particular pain in the man's eyes. You lost someone. To the Sith. Karth's surprise was quickly masked. My homeworld, Telos, was bombarded on Malach's orders during the Jedi Civil War. My wife died in the attack. My son. He paused. Dustil was taken by the Sith. Nearly lost him to their academy on Korriban. But you didn't, Naruto observed. He found his way back. With help, Karth acknowledged. From friends who believed in redemption when I'd almost given up hope. The conversation paused as Bastila returned from the communication terminal, her expression carefully neutral but tension evident in her posture. The council is concerned, she stated diplomatically. They're dispatching Master Atris and a research team. Until they arrive, we've been instructed to learn what we can about these power fragments and prevent any further unsealing. Atris, Karth repeated, his tone suggesting complicated history. She's not exactly known for her open-mindedness. Master Atris is a guardian of Jedi knowledge and tradition, Bastila replied. Though Naruto noted she didn't exactly disagree with the Admiral's assessment. She will find my existence challenging, Naruto said with a small smile. As will many who have built their understanding on partial truths. Bastila's composure slipped slightly. You speak as though the Jedi are mistaken in their understanding of the Force. Not mistaken, Naruto clarified gently. Limited. All beings are when they try to comprehend the infinite through finite minds. The Jedi have glimpsed one aspect of cosmic truth. The Sith have glimpsed another. Neither sees the whole, and you do, she challenged. I see more than I once did, less than I might eventually, he replied with genuine humility. Thousands of years provide perspective, not omniscience. The door chimed, interrupting their philosophical discussion. A Republic officer entered, carrying a data pad. Admiral, the preliminary analysis of the affected area is complete. We've detected unusual energy readings throughout the sector, centered on the location where Master Shan's team engaged the entity. May I? Naruto asked, extending a hand for the data pad. After a nod from the Admiral, the officer passed it over. Naruto studied the readings with interest. The technology was unfamiliar, but the energy patterns it recorded were not. Chakra residue, combined with what these people called the Force, creating a distinctive signature. These emanations will fade within days, he informed them, returning the pad. The sealing technique contains the fragment's power, but the environment will retain traces temporarily. I would recommend restricting access to the area until the readings return to normal. Already done, Karth confirmed. But that's not my only concern. If someone deliberately unsealed this fragment, they may try again with the others you mentioned. Almost certainly, Naruto agreed. Which is why I must locate and strengthen the remaining seals before they can be broken. Quote, the Jedi Council will want those fragments secured in the temple archives, Bastila stated, her tone making it clear this wasn't merely her personal opinion. Naruto regarded her with gentle amusement. With respect, Master Shan, your temple could not contain them safely. The sealing techniques required are unknown to your order and draw on principles that exist outside your understanding of the Force. Her pride was clearly pricked by this assessment. The Jedi have preserved knowledge for thousands of years, and yet know nothing of chakra, the energy system from which these fragments originate, he interrupted softly. Some powers are best left in their original containment, under the watch of those who understand them. Tension built in the room as Admiral and officers exchanged uncomfortable glances. Challenging Jedi authority so directly was rarely done in Republic space. Naruto sighed, his expression softening. I do not say this to diminish your order's wisdom or commitment. Only to protect you from dangers you are not equipped to handle. These fragments contain not just power but consciousness, ancient, chaotic, and far more cunning than you might expect. They would view your temple as simply another prison to escape. Then work with us, Bastila proposed, surprising him. Share your knowledge. If these fragments pose a threat to the Republic, the Jedi must be prepared. The offer was sincere, Naruto sensed. Despite her attachment to Jedi doctrine, Bastila Shan possessed a pragmatic streak and genuine concern for the beings under her protection. A reasonable suggestion, he acknowledged with a respectful nod. Though your council may not share your openness to outside perspectives, Master Atris will have reservations, she admitted. But the council, as a whole, is committed to preserving peace and life throughout the Republic. If these fragments threaten that mission, they will listen. Naruto considered the proposal. After so many centuries of solitude, the prospect of engaging with these Force users, sharing at least some of his knowledge, it was not unwelcome. Perhaps it was time to take a more active role in this galaxy's development once again. Very well, he decided. Until Master Atris arrives, I will work with you to locate the nearest fragment and secure it. In the process, I can demonstrate the sealing techniques and explain more about their nature. That should provide your council with the information needed to make informed decisions. Relief visibly washed through the room as the standoff resolved peacefully. Thank you, Bastila said formally. The Republic and the Jedi Order appreciate your cooperation. Naruto smiled, the expression warming his features. Cooperation serves us all better than conflict, Master Shan. A lesson I learned through many lifetimes of mistakes. As the meeting concluded and plans were made for the next day's expedition, Naruto's awareness briefly extended outward, beyond the base perimeter. The Miraluka presence remained, distant but attentive. Watching, considering. Another player in the unfolding game, he thought. One whose choices might prove significant in the times ahead. The wheel of destiny had begun turning again after centuries of stillness. Where it would lead, even one as old as Naruto could not predict with certainty. But for the first time in many years, he felt the stirring of genuine curiosity about the future. Change was coming to this galaxy. Perhaps, this time, he could help guide it toward balance rather than merely witnessing its struggles. It was, he decided, a worthy goal for his newest lifetime. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2, Echoes of the Past. Dawn broke over Telos with an uncertainty that matched the mood within the Republic base. Fracked, light spilled through gaps in the Restoration Zone's atmospheric shields, creating patterns of gold and shadow across the temporary structures. Naruto stood on the observation deck, watching the interplay of natural and artificial elements with quiet appreciation. In his long existence, he had witnessed countless civilizations attempt to heal the wounds they had inflicted upon their worlds. Few achieved true balance, but the effort itself always moved him. Beautiful, isn't it? Came Admiral Onasi's voice from behind him. Most visitors see only the damage that remains. They miss the rebirth. Naruto turned, offering a respectful nod to the military commander. Rebirth is often overlooked by those fixated on destruction. Yet it holds the greater power. Karth moved to stand beside him, his weathered face contemplative as he gazed out at the Restoration Zone. 3 years ago, this was a blackened wasteland. Orbital bombardment sterilized the soil to a depth of 30 meters. Nothing could grow. And yet, life returns, Naruto observed, gesturing to the emerging forest. It always does, given time and opportunity. And considerable technological assistance, Karth added with a hint of dry humor. These restoration zones don't come cheap. A comfortable silence settled between them as they watched technicians move through the distant tree line, adjusting environmental monitors. Naruto sensed the Admiral had more on his mind than casual conversation. You didn't seek me out to discuss ecological recovery, Admiral. Karth's expression tightened slightly. No, I've been reviewing the sensor logs from yesterday's encounter. That thing that killed my people. You called it a fragment. A fragment of an ancient consciousness, Naruto confirmed. Once part of a being named Kurama, what my people called a tailed beast. When my world was destroyed, Kurama's essence was split into 9 pieces and scattered across this galaxy. And you've been tracking them ever since, Karth surmised. For how long? Naruto smiled faintly. Longer than the Republic has existed, Admiral. The statement hung in the air, its implications clearly troubling to the military man. Karth ran a hand through his silver-streaked hair. Look, I've seen enough in my career not to dismiss extraordinary claims outright. Fought alongside Jedi, witnessed powers that defy explanation. But what you're suggesting challenges your understanding of history, Naruto finished for him. As it should. History is rarely what the records claim, particularly across millennia. The Ripu, Blick's historical archives date back over 20,000 years, Karth pointed out. And contain no mention of worlds beyond your galaxy, or energies beyond your understanding of the Force, Naruto replied without condescension. There are more things in existence, Admiral Onasi, than are documented in your archives. Before Karth could respond, the door to the observation deck slid open to admit Bastila Shan. The Jedi Master had exchanged her field robes for more formal attire, her lightsaber prominently displayed at her hip. Her expression was composed, but Naruto sensed tension beneath the surface. Master Atras's ship has entered the system, she announced. She'll be arriving within the hour, accompanied by a research team from the Jedi archives. So soon? Karth's surprise was evident. I thought it would take at least 3 days for her to reach us from Coruscant. She was already en route to Dantooine when the council contacted her, Bastila explained. Apparently, Eunice, UAL force disturbances have been detected throughout the Outer Rim. The Council believes they may be connected to our discovery. Her gaze shifted to Naruto, assessing. Master Atris has requested a full briefing immediately upon arrival. She's particularly interested in examining the sealed fragment. I'm sure she is, Naruto replied mildly. Though I should caution that attempting to study the fragment directly would be unwise. The seals are calibrated to my energy signature, tampering could destabilize them. A flicker of frustration crossed Bastila's face. The Jedi Council takes such warnings seriously. But verification will be expected. Master Atris is our foremost scholar on Force artifacts and ancient energy manifestations. I look forward to meeting her, Naruto said diplomatically. Though he had encountered enough dogmatic scholars throughout history to anticipate the likely challenges ahead. Perhaps the Admiral would join us. A Republic perspective would provide valuable balance to the discussion. Karth nodded, clearly appreciating the inclusion. I'll be there. My security teams have already prepared the main conference room. As the Admiral excused himself to make final arrangements, Bastila remained, her posture stiff with unasked questions. You have concerns, Naruto observed once they were alone. Several, she admitted. Master Atris adheres strictly to traditional Jedi teachings. Your perspective on the Force, this chakra you described, contradicts much of what she has dedicated her life to preserving. And this troubles you because you anticipate conflict, Naruto surmised. Or because you've begun questioning those teachings yourself. The directness of the question caught her off guard. For a moment, her carefully maintained Jedi composure slipped, revealing a complexity of thought that intrigued him. The Jedi Code has guided our order for millennia, she stated, though he noted it wasn't exactly an answer. It has been refined, through generations of wisdom and experience. As were the techniques of my people, Naruto replied gently. Yet both our civilizations discovered only fragments of a larger truth. The question is, whether we cling to our fragments or seek to combine them into something more complete. Bastila's gray eyes studied him with renewed intensity. You speak of balance, yet I sense there's something. You're not telling us about these fragments. Something beyond their power as energy sources. Perceptive, Naruto thought with appreciation. Despite her attachment to Jedi doctrine, Bastila Shan possessed an incisive mind. You're correct, he acknowledged. The fragments are not merely power sources but contain aspects of Kurama's consciousness, his memories, instincts, and personality. In the wrong hands, they could be used to resurrect something akin to the original being. Something with the power to destroy worlds. Then why not simply destroy them permanently? She asked, the practical question of a tactician. Because they are alive, Naruto answered simply. Sentient in their own way. And because destruction is rarely as permanent as it appears. Energy changes form, it doesn't truly disappear. The fragments, properly reunited under specific conditions, could be restored to their original benevolent nature. Benevolent. Skepticism colored her tone. The entity we encountered massacred 3 Republic teams. A shadow of Kurama, corrupted by improper awakening, Naruto clarified. The original being was my companion for decades, fierce and proud, certainly, but ultimately a protector. What you saw was like judging a person by their darkest impulses given form without conscience or restraint. The explanation seemed to resonate with her on some level. Naruto sensed a subtle shift in her Force presence, not acceptance, but openness to possibilities beyond her training. The Council will want to know how these fragments were scattered in the first place, she said after a thoughtful pause. And why you believe someone is deliberately seeking them now. A fair question, with a long answer. Naruto gazed out at the restoration zone, memories spanning millennia rising to the surface. Perhaps one best shared when Master Atris arrives, so I need not tell the tale twice. Bastila nodded in acknowledgement. Until then, is there anything you require? The base has limited amenities, but a quiet place to meditate would be welcome, Naruto replied with a warm smile. Reconnecting with these energies after centuries of isolation requires recalibration. I'll arrange it, she promised, turning to leave before hesitating at the doorway. One more question, if you'll permit it. Naruto inclined his head, encouraging her to continue. Yesterday, you mentioned sensing another presence watching us, a seeker, who would make her own choices. Was that presence connected to whoever broke the seal? Perceptive, Naruto acknowledged. But no, the NCE I sensed is someone caught between light and darkness, searching for her own path. A potential ally, I believe, when she's ready to choose. Bastila frowned slightly. That description could apply. Why do many force sensitives in these uncertain times? Indeed, the galaxy stands at a crossroads, Master Shan. More souls than you might realize are questioning the rigid dichotomies that have defined your understanding of the force for generations. His blue eyes met hers directly. Including, perhaps, yourself. Without waiting for her response, Naruto turned back to the observation window, silently dismissing her. He sensed her momentary indignation at the presumption, followed by reluctant contemplation as she departed. The game pieces were moving into position. Soon, more players would join the board. For now, meditation would serve him better than speculation. Closing his eyes, Naruto settled into the familiar posture that had served him through countless lifetimes, allowing his consciousness to expand beyond the confines of physical form, and far beyond the base perimeter, hidden among the twisted remnants of pre-bombardment ruins, a presence cloaked in shadow observed and waited. Visa's Marr knelt in the darkness of the abandoned structure, her force sight penetrating the physical walls to track the movements within the Republic base. Her master's training had this ability to extraordinary precision. She could distinguish individual life forces at considerable distance, reading their emotional states through fluctuations in their energy patterns. The Jedi Master, Bastila Shan, radiated disciplined power tempered by carefully suppressed inner conflict. The Republic Admiral carried the weight of authority and past tragedies like armor around his life force. Lesser presences moved throughout the compound, soldiers, technicians, support staff, each with their distinct signature. But it was the Ancient One, Naruto, who commanded her attention. His sense in the Force defied categorization. Where Jedi shone with controlled luminosity and Sith burned with chaotic intensity, he simply existed, at once more solid and more permeable than any Force user she had encountered. His energy neither pushed against the world nor pulled from it, instead flowing through everything around him like water through soil, nourishing rather than consuming. It was so unlike her master's hungry void that the contrast left her disoriented. Darth Nihilus would be expecting her report soon. The thought sent a familiar cold dread through her body. Already she had delayed longer than protocol allowed, her absence certain to provoke his displeasure. Yet she remained, drawn by the possibility that Naruto represented a path beyond the binary choice of Jedi denial or Sith consumption. "What are you?" she whispered into the darkness. To her shock, an answer came. "Someone who has walked many paths, including the one you now travel." The voice emerged from empty air, seemingly projected from nowhere. Visa's leapt to her feet, lightsaber igniting with a crimson flash that illuminated the decayed interior. Her force senses detected no presence, yet the voice had been unmistakable. "Your master cannot hear us," the voice continued, gentle but firm. "This communication exists between our minds alone, shielded by techniques older than the Sith Empire." "Naruto," she acknowledged, maintaining her defensive stance despite the logical futility. "How did you locate me?" A soft chuckle resonated in her mind. "I never lost track of you, Miraluka." From our first awareness of each other in the forest, a connection formed. Thin but persistent, like a strand of silk catching the light. A force bond. Alarm colored her tone. Such connections were dangerous, potentially exposing her thoughts to this unknown entity, and through her, perhaps to Nihilus himself. "Not as your traditions understand it," came the reassuring response. "More a recognition. One who has known darkness recognizing another seeking the light." Visa slowly deactivated her lightsaber, the oppressive darkness returning. "You were mistaken. I serve the darkness. You serve a master whose hunger has consumed your choices, but not your essence." The voice grew softer, somehow more intimate without becoming intrusive. "I can sense the fractures in your spirit, the wounds fought by witnessing your world's consumption. Yet beneath those scars, a core remains unbroken." The words struck with precision, finding vulnerabilities she thought hidden even from herself. Visa sank back to her knees, suddenly weary beyond measure. "What do you want from me?" she asked, genuine confusion replacing caution. "Nothing you are unwilling to give," came the simple answer. But I offer a choice. When you believed all choices had been taken from you, my master will find me, she stated flatly. His reach extends across the galaxy. His hunger is unending. No power is absolute, Naruto replied. Not his. Not the Jedi Council's. Not even mine. All existence exists in balance, however imperfect. A pause stretched between them, heavy with implication. The Jedi speak of redemption, Visas said eventually. The word foreign on her tongue. A return to the light. Is that what you offer? Another gentle laugh, this one holding ancient wisdom rather than amusement. I offer understanding, not conversion. The light needs shadow to have meaning, shadow needs light to have form. True balance comes not from eliminating either, but from finding harmony between them. The concept resonated through her being, stirring something long dormant. Before Qatar's destruction, before Nihilus's yoke, Visas had been a scholar among her people, a seeker of knowledge who found beauty in complexity rather than absolutism. My master approaches, she said suddenly, feeling the distant but unmistakable pull of Nihilus's attention turning toward Telos. He has grown impatient. Soon he will come himself. Then you must choose soon, Naruto acknowledged, his mental voice remaining calm despite the implicit threat. When you are ready, come to the northern boundary of Restoration Zone 32 at sunset. I will ensure you can pass the Republic perimeter undetected. The presence withdrew, leaving Visas alone in the darkness once more. Yet something had changed. A small flame kindled. Where only cold emptiness had existed before. Hope, she realized with shock. After years in Nihilus's service, she had forgotten its particular warmth. Rising to her feet, Visas began preparing the decision that would shape whatever remained of her future. By sunset, she would either embrace a new path or return to the void that had claimed her since Qatar's fall. For the first time in years, the choice was truly hers to make. Master Atris arrived with the precision and formality for which she was renowned throughout the Jedi Order. Her shuttle docked exactly on schedule, the boarding ramp descending to reveal the striking figure of the Jedi historian and council member. Clad in pure white robes that contrasted sharply with her silver-white hair, she projected an aura of pristine authority as she descended to the landing pad where Bastila and Admiral Onasi waited. Master Shan, Admiral, she greeted them, her voice crisp as winter air. The Council sends its regards ND appreciation for your swift action in containing this anomaly. Master Atris, Bastila responded with a formal bow. Your prompt arrival is most welcome. The situation has developments beyond what I could communicate via holotransmission. Atris's pale blue eyes narrowed slightly. So I gather, this individual you've encountered claims to be from beyond our galaxy, with knowledge predating the Republic itself. Claims supported by demonstrated abilities unlike any in our records, Bastila confirmed, choosing her words carefully. His command of energy manipulation extends beyond conventional force techniques. Fascinating, Atris replied, though her tone suggested skepticism rather than wonder. And where is this remarkable visitor now? Meditating in preparation for your meeting, Bastila answered. He's been fully cooperative and provided valuable insights into the nature of the entity that attacked our personnel. Admiral Onasi stepped forward. Whatever his origins, he saved lives yesterday. The power he contained could have devastated the entire restoration project. Atris acknowledged this with a slight nod before turning her attention to the small group of Obed figures descending the shuttle ramp behind her, 3 Jedi scholars carrying data pads and collection cases. My research team will require access to all sensor readings and material evidence, she stated. Particularly the sealed fragment you mentioned in your report. Regarding that, Bastila began cautiously, Naruto has advised against direct examination of the fragment. The sealing tech, HNIQUE, is apparently calibrated to his specific energy signature. Tampering could risk releasing the entity again. A flash of annoyance crossed Atris's refined features. The Jedi archives contain the most comprehensive collection of Force knowledge in the galaxy. Our scholars are trained to handle artifacts far more dangerous than. With respect, Master Atris, Bastila interrupted, a rare ACH of protocol that revealed her concern. This entity killed 3 Republic teams before Naruto contained it. It manifested abilities that neither lightsaber nor conventional Force techniques could counter. Atris's expression cooled further. I see it has already influenced your thinking, Master Shan. Curious, given your reputation for unwavering commitment to Jedi principle. The rebuke was subtle but unmistakable. Admiral Onasi shifted uncomfortably beside them. Perhaps we should continue this discussion in the conference room, he suggested diplomatically. My officers have prepared full holographic recreations of yesterday's events based on surveillance footage. Atris inclined her head in gracious acknowledgement. A sensible suggestion, Admiral. Lead the way. As they proceeded toward the central facility, Bastila found herself troubled by Atris's reaction. The historian's reputation for intellectual brilliance was matched only by her rigid adherence to traditional Jedi teachings. Anything that challenged established doctrine tended to meet with her immediate skepticism, if not outright rejection. Yet what they had witnessed in Restoration Zone 32 defied conventional explanation. Naruto's abilities, his very presence in the Force, represented something beyond the Jedi's established understanding. If Atris dismissed this knowledge outright, Bastila pushed the concern aside, centering herself in Jedi discipline. The code had guided the Order through millennia of challenges. It would provide wisdom in this situation as well. But as they entered the base's main structure, a small voice in the back of her mind whispered a question that had been growing since her first encounter with the ancient visitor. What if the code itself was incomplete? Naruto concluded his meditation as the sun reached its zenith, feeling the approaching presences through his expanded awareness. The Jedi historian radiated rigid certainty wrapped around a core of, not fear, precisely, but profound anxiety about disorder. A guardian of knowledge who feared the knowledge itself, or at least its implications for her worldview. Interesting. He rose fluidly from his cross-legged position, adjusting his simple robes, the same white and red garments he had worn for centuries, modeled after the ceremonial attire of his first lifetime's position as Hokage. Symbols of a civilization long vanished, yet part of his identity across countless years. The door chimed softly. Enter, he called, his voice warm and relaxed. Bastila appeared, her posture noticeably stiffer than during their earlier conversation. Master Atris has arrived and awaits in the conference room, she announced formally. You're concerned about this meeting, Naruto observed, moving toward her with unhurried grace. Master Atris is our foremost authority on Jedi history and artifacts, Bastila replied diplomatically. She can be particular about protocol. Naruto smiled, the expression crinkling the corners of his eyes. In my experience, those most insistent on protocol are often those most disturbed by exceptions to it. But don't worry, I've dealt with rigid hierarchies many times before. That's precisely what concerns me, Bastila admitted with surprising candor. Master Atris doesn't respond well to challenges, perceived or actual. Then we shall avoid unnecessary confrontation, Naruto assured her. Though truth itself sometimes presents the greatest challenge to established order. Together they walked through the base's corridors, Republic personnel pausing in their duties to observe the strange visitor with unconcealed curiosity. Naruto nodded politely to each person they passed, his manner friendly but dignified. You mentioned earlier that you would explain how these fragments came to be scattered across our galaxy, Bastila said as they approached the conference room. The full council will expect a detailed accounting. A reasonable expectation, Naruto acknowledged. Though the complete story spans more history than even your archive's record. Perhaps the abbreviated version, then, she suggested with the faintest hint of dry humor. Naruto chuckled. As you wish, Master Shan. Quote, the conference room doors slid open to reveal a formal gathering. Admiral Onasi stood near a holographic display table, reviewing data with a Republic intelligence officer. Seated at the main table was a striking woman in immaculate white robes, her silver-white hair and pale complexion creating an impression of living marble. 3 robed Jedi scholars occupied seats to her right. Data pads and recording devices arranged before them. All eyes turned to Naruto as he entered. Master Atris, Bastila began formally, may I present Naruto, the individual who contained the energy anomaly in Restoration Zone 32. Naruto offered a respectful bow, precisely calibrated to acknowledge authority without suggesting subordination. Master Atris, your reputation as a guardian of knowledge precedes you. The Jedi historian studied him with penetrating pale blue eyes, her force presence probing against his own. a technique likely meant to discern truth from deception. Naruto allowed the contact without resistance, though he knew she would find his presence in the Force unlike any she had previously encountered. Curious, she said finally, her culture. Voice revealing nothing of her thoughts. You appear human, yet your Force signature suggests otherwise. Appearances often reflect only partial truths, Naruto replied mildly. I am as you see me, yet also the accumulated experiences of many lifetimes. One of the Jedi scholars leaned forward. You claim actual immortality, physical continuity across millennia. I claim nothing, Naruto corrected gently. I simply am. My original physical form has been maintained and renewed through techniques combining what you call the Force with my native understanding of chakra, the fundamental energy of my homeworld. Convenient that this homeworld apparently exists beyond verification, Atris observed, a subtle challenge in her tone. Tragic, rather than convenient, Naruto countered without taking offense. My world was destroyed over 30,000 of your years ago. Nothing remains but scattered energy fragments, like the one recently unsealed here on Telos. Admiral Onasi gestured toward the holographic display. We've compiled all sensor data from yesterday's incident. Perhaps reviewing the evidence would provide context for this discussion. Atris inclined her head in agreement. A practical suggestion, Admiral. The lights dimmed as the holographic projector activated, displaying a three-dimensional recreation of the confrontation in Restoration Zone 32. The corrupted Republic officer, transformed by the fragment's energy, faced off against Naruto's golden-shrouded form. The recording captured the extraordinary speed and power of the exchange, though Naruto noted T.He technology failed to properly render the energy patterns involved. This technique, Atris said when the recording reached the sealing procedure, has no equivalent in our archives. The symbols you generated are similar to certain ancient Sith binding rituals, yet fundamentally different in application and apparent intent. The similarity is not coincidental, Naruto acknowledged. What you call Sith magic and Jedi techniques are both derived from much older practices, fragments of knowledge preserved across centuries, their origins forgotten. This statement clearly disturbed the Jedi scholars, who exchanged glances. You suggest the Force traditions developed independently on our worlds originated from your civilization. Atris's skepticism was palpable. Not exactly, Naruto clarified. Knowledge flows across civilizations in complex patterns. My people mastered chakra manipulation. When refugees from my world reached your galaxy, they brought elements of those techniques with them. Over generations, these techniques merged with your developing Force traditions, evolving into what eventually became Jedi and Sith practices. The implications hung in the air, challenging thousands of years of established Jedi history. This is speculation without evidence, one of the scholars protested. Actually, Bastila interjected unexpectedly, the earliest Jedi texts referring travelers from beyond the outer void, who brought wisdom of energy manipulation. These accounts have traditionally been interpreted as metaphorical. Atris shot Bastila a sharp look. Those texts are considered allegorical, not historical. Many allegories contain historical truths, viewed through the lens of their time, Naruto observed. But perhaps we should focus on the immediate concern, the fragment that was unsealed, and the likelihood that others are being sought. This redirection succeeded in shifting the conversation to more practical matters. Yes, Admiral Onasi agreed. Public intelligence is investigating how the research team encountered the fragment in the first place. Initial findings suggest they were following specific coordinates provided by an unknown source. Someone with knowledge they shouldn't possess, Naruto confirmed. The locations of the 9 fragments were hidden using techniques designed to conceal them from Force detection. For someone to locate even one suggests either extraordinary sensitivity or access to information from my original world. These fragments, Atris said carefully, what exactly are they? The energy readings are unlike anything in our records. Naruto considered how best to explain concepts that had no direct equivalent in their understanding. In my world, there existed 9-tailed beasts, entities of immense Akra formed from the division of an original cosmic energy. I was bonded to the 9-tailed fox, Kurama, serving as his Jinchuriki, his human vessel and partner. He paused, allowing them to process this information before continuing. When our world faced destruction, Kurama sacrificed himself to save me, using the last of his power to send me beyond our galaxy. The trauma of that transition, combined with the cataclysm itself, fragmented his consciousness into 9 parts that followed me across the void. Over centuries, I located and sealed each fragment to prevent their power from being misused. And these fragments retain sentience? Bastila asked, recalling their earlier conversation. Limited, but yes, Naruto confirmed. Each contains a portion of Kurama's original consciousness, along with tremendous raw power. Properly awakened and treated with respect, they can be communicated with. Improperly handled, they manifest as pure destructive force, as you witnessed yesterday. Atris leaned forward, her expression intensifying. And if all 9 fragments were gathered? What then? The question revealed her primary concern, not academic interest, but assessment of potential threat. Naruto met her gaze directly. Under specific conditions, with proper techniques, Kurama's full consciousness could be restored, he answered honestly. A being of immense power would return to this galaxy, neither malevolent nor benevolent by nature, but shaped by intention and treatment. Like a weapon, Atris concluded. Like any sentient being, Naruto corrected firmly. Capable of great destruction or great protection, depending on the choices made by those around it. Kurama was my friend and ally for decades before the cataclysm. His nature was fierce but ultimately noble. Admiral Onasi, ever the pragmatist, redirected the conversation. The immediate concern is preventing whoever broke the first seal from locating the others. Do you know where the remaining fragments are hidden? I know the general regions. Naruto confirmed, though the specific locations were chosen to shift slightly over time, making them difficult to pinpoint without my particular sensitivity to Kurama's energy. Then you must provide those coordinates to the Jedi Council, Atris stated with authority. We will dispatch teams to secure each fragment and transport them to the temple archives for safekeeping. Naruto shook his head gently. With respect, Master Atris, that would be unwise for several reasons. First, the fragments are securely sealed where they are, moving them would risk destabilizing those seals. Second, gathering them in one location would create precisely the opportunity our unknown adversary seeks. And third, the temple archives, while impressive, lack the IFIC protection needed to contain these energies long-term. Atris's expression cooled noticeably. The Jedi Temple has preserved artifacts of immense power for thousands of years. Your lack of faith in our capabilities is noted. It is not a question of capability but of specialized knowledge, Naruto replied calmly. The sealing techniques required draw on principles outside your Force tradition. Would you attempt to contain a plasma leak with techniques designed for solid matter? The analogy seemed to register with the scholars, if not with Atris herself. What do you propose instead? Bastila asked, diplomatically offering a middle path. A joint expedition to verify and reinforce the nearest fragment's seal, Naruto suggested. This would allow your scholars to document the techniques involved while ensuring the fragment remains secure. The knowledge gained could then inform approaches to the others. Admiral Onasi nodded approval. A reasonable compromise. Where is this nearest fragment located? Dantoin. Naruto answered. Hidden beneath the ancient ruins your Jedi once built their enclave upon. The fragment's presence is likely what drew your order to establish a base there originally. Though they wouldn't have recognized the specific nature of the energy they sensed. This revelation caused visible discomfort among the Jedi present. The Dantoin Enclave had been a significant Jedi installation for centuries before its destruction during the Jedi Civil War. The suggestion that its location had been influenced by an unknown power challenged their understanding of their own history. Dantoin is still recovering from Malach's bombardment, Bastila noted. The enclave ruins are unstable and partially collapsed. The fragment lies deeper, in caves beneath the foundation, Naruto explained. The damage to the surface structures wouldn't have affected it. Atris rose to her feet, her decision apparently made. We will investigate this claim. A joint expedition is suggested. With my research team and appropriate security. Master Shan will represent the council's authority. She fixed Naruto with a penetrating stare. But understand this, while we value cooperation, the Jedi Order's primary responsibility is to protect the Republic from Force-related threats. These fragments clearly qualify. Naruto inclined his head in acknowledgement. Our goals align in that regard. Master Atris. I have spent millennia protecting these fragments from misuse. I welcome allies in that endeavor, provided they understand the true nature of what they seek to protect. The meeting concluded with arrangements for departure to Dantooine the following morning. As the participants dispersed, Admiral Onasi approached Naruto privately. You handled that diplomatically, he observed. Atris isn't known for flexibility. Naruto smiled slightly. Rigidity often masks uncertainty, Admiral. The greater one's investment in a particular worldview, the greater T. He discomfort when that view is challenged. Karth considered this with a thoughtful expression. You remind me of someone, a friend who saw beyond established perspectives. Who questioned what others accepted without thought. This friend sounds wise, Naruto remarked. Revan, Karth said simply. Before he disappeared into the unknown regions. The name triggered a flicker of recognition in Naruto's ancient memories, a force presence of unusual complexity he had sensed distantly during his meditation years. Interesting that their paths might now intersect, if indirectly. The galaxy's paw, TTERNS often brings similar minds into proximity, Admiral. Perhaps our meeting is no coincidence. Karth's expression suggested he had considered this possibility already. Few things are, in my experience. Especially where the Force is concerned. As they parted ways, Naruto's awareness extended outward, confirming what he had sensed during the meeting. The Miraluka observer had moved closer to the base. Her internal conflict intensifying as the moment of decision approached. And beyond her, a darker presence had entered the system, distant but unmistakable, a void in the Force that consumed rather than interacted. The Miraluka's master had arrived. Events were accelerating faster than anticipated. The sunset rendezvous might need to occur sooner than planned. The Republic cruiser, Sojourn maintained standard patrol orbit around Telos, its sensors sweeping systematically for any unauthorized vessels entering the Restoration Zone's protected airspace. Commander Gen Torin Revi read the latest security reports with practiced efficiency, noting nothing unusual until an anomalous reading appeared at the edge of their scanning range. Lieutenant, analyze grid sector 47 Alpha, she ordered. Frowning at the intermittent signal. Something's trying very hard not to be detected. The sensor officer adjusted the scanning parameters. Unusual energy signature, Commander. Reading as negative space. That can't be right. Visual confirmation. Nothing on standard spectrum, attempting alternative bands. The viewscreen shifted to a false color representation of the sector in question. Where empty space should have appeared, a distortion warped the starfield, the outline of a vessel approximately the size of a heavy cruiser, but registering as a void rather than a solid object. What in blazes? Commander Torin muttered, unease prickling along her spine. Hail them, all frequencies. No response, Commander. It's as if the transmission is being absorbed. Inform Admiral Onasi immediately. Raise shields and bring weapons to standby. Do not target unless. The commander's orders died in her throat as a wave of cold, inexplicable terror washed through the bridge. Crew members clutched their heads, several dropping to their knees. The sensation wasn't physical pain but something worse, a psychic pressure that felt like the universe itself was being devoured around them. Report. She managed through gritted teeth, fighting to maintain consciousness as darkness crept along the edges of her vision. No one answered. The bridge crew slumped at their stations. Life force draining visibly from their bodies. Commander Torin reached for the emergency alert control with trembling fingers, managing to activate it moments before collapsing across the console. Throughout the sojourn, alarms blared as crew members fell where they stood, victims of an attack they couldn't see or defend against. Within minutes, the mighty Republic vessel drifted lifelessly in orbit, a ghost ship whose crew had been consumed by a hunger beyond comprehension. On the mysterious vessel, a figure in black robes and a bone-white mask contemplated the ease of his first harvest. Telos offered much more substantial prey below. Visa's Marr felt her master's arrival like a blade of ice piercing her consciousness. The familiar agony of his attention focused across space, searching for his wayward servant. She strengthened her mental shields, techniques developed in desperate self-preservation during years of servitude, but knew they would provide only temporary concealment. The decision point had arrived sooner than expected. Sunset was still hours away, the rendezvous with Naruto not yet possible. But remaining hidden while Nihilus hunted would soon become impossible. She reached out tentatively through the force, seeking the unique signature she had observed in the forest. To her surprise, an immediate response came. Not words, but a clear impression. Come now. Northern perimeter. A path will open. Asterisk. Without hesitation, Visas abandoned her hiding place, moving with preternatural speed through the ruined landscape surrounding the restoration zone. Her Miraluka senses extended before her, mapping obstacles and identifying Republic security measures with practiced ease. Years serving the hunger of Darth Nihilus had honed her ability to move unseen. A skill now serving her potential liberation rather than her enslavement. The Republic perimeter loomed ahead, motion sensors, automated turrets, and regular patrol patterns creating an interlocking defense grid. Under normal circumstances, infiltration would require careful timing and forced concealment. But as she approached, something extraordinary happened. The security system simply overlooked her. Not deactivated or disabled, but functioning in a pattern that perpetually excluded her precise location. It was as though the defensive grid had been reprogrammed at a fundamental level. To consider her authorized despite all evidence to the contrary. Remarkable, she thought, recognizing power that manipulated underlying patterns rather than merely overriding them. The technique displayed subtlety beyond typical force applications, altering perception itself rather than the physical mechanisms. Beyond the perimeter, she sensed him waiting, the ancient presence standing calmly beside a small stream that marked a boundary between recovered ecosystem and devastated landscape. As she approached, Visas noted that he had exchanged his formal robes for simpler attire better suited to potential combat. Though his manner remained perfectly relaxed. Your master works quickly, Naruto observed as she emerged from the tree line. I felt the deaths in orbit. A Republic vessel. Visas nodded grimly. The Sojourn. A patrol cruiser with approximately 300 crew. He consumed them to replenish his strength before arriving. She hesitated. It is how he sustains himself, by devouring the force presence of living beings. I've encountered similar entities throughout the ages, Naruto replied, his expression solemn. Beings who feed on the life energy of others, creating wounds in the fabric of existence itself. Then you understand why I sought you out, Visas said, her normally controlled voice betraying urgency. My master sensed your presence, a power unlike any he has encountered. He comes to consume you, as he has countless worlds and force sensitives before. And you choose to warn me rather than serve his hunger, Naruto noted, a gentle smile warming his features. An act of courage that confirms what I sensed in you from the beginning. The simple acknowledgement of her choice, perhaps the first truly independent decision she had made since Qatar's destruction, affected Visas more deeply than she had anticipated. Something tight and painful in her chest seemed to loosen fractionally. He will know I have betrayed him, she stated flatly. There is no returning now. No, Naruto agreed, but there are new paths forward. Tell me of your master, Visas Marr. Help me understand what we face. She took a deep breath, organizing thoughts long suppressed under Nihilus's domination. He was once a man, I believe. During the Mandalorian Wars, he experienced something that transformed him. The mass death at Malachor V created a wound in the Force, and he became a wound himself. Now he exists as hunger incarnate, an emptiness that can never be filled. A wound attempting to heal itself by consuming what it cannot replace, Naruto observed thoughtfully. The pattern is familiar, if extreme in this manifestation. He destroyed my homeworld, Qatar, consuming every living being except me, Visas continued, her voice dropping to near whisper. He kept me as his eyes. Through our bond, I see for him, find new sources to feed his hunger. Naruto's expression reflected compassion without pity, a distinction Visas appreciated. And this bond remains. Yes, though I have learned to shield my thoughts partially, he can locate me anywhere in the galaxy given sufficient focus. And when he arrives, she gestured toward the sky. What happened to the Sojourn will occur here, on a larger scale. He will consume everything within range of his hunger. Including the fragment of Kurama I resealed yesterday, Naruto concluded grimly. Which would destabilize the containment in unpredictable ways. The fragment is what drew him initially, Visas confirmed. But your presence now supersedes that interest. He sensed you as a feast unlike any before. Naruto was silent for a moment, his gaze turning toward the distant stars already visible in the late afternoon sky. This confrontation was inevitable, he said finally. Bay, NGS of his nature cannot permit the existence of powers beyond their understanding. You cannot face him directly, Visas warned. His hunger negates conventional force attacks, they simply fuel him further. A smile touched Naruto's lips, containing knowledge accumulated across millennia. Fortunately, I possess techniques beyond conventional force application. But first, we must warn the Repug. Lick base and evacuate as many as possible. There isn't time, Visas protested. His ship will enter atmosphere within the hour. Time is more flexible than most realize, Naruto replied enigmatically. And I have an advantage your master cannot anticipate. I don't need to defeat him, merely delay him long enough to secure the fragment and key personnel. He turned to face her fully, his blue eyes seeming to perceive beyond her veil to the eyeless face beneath. But I would ask something of you first, Visas Marr. She tensed slightly, conditioned by years of servitude to expect demands. What do you require? Your trust, he said simply, extending his hand palm upward. The bond your master forced upon you can be modified, though not broken entirely without dangerous consequences to your mind. With your permission, I can alter its nature, not to control you, but to shield you from his awareness temporarily. The offer was so unexpected that Visas found herself momentarily speechless. Her master had never sought permission for anything, he simply took, consumed, dominated. The concept of consent was foreign to Darth Nihilus's understanding of power. This modification, she asked carefully, what would it entail? A temporary overlay of my energy signature onto our existing connection, Naruto explained. Like covering one sound with another, louder tone. He would still sense something, but not recognize it as you. The technique requires physical contact and your conscious acceptance. Visas considered the implications. To allow another being access to the psychic pathways Nihilus had violated was terrifying, and yet, remaining accessible to her master's hunger was untenable. The choice, framed as an actual choice rather than an ultimatum, paradoxically made the decision easier. I accept your offer, she said, reaching out to take his extended hand. The moment their fingers touched, Visas gasped. Unlike the cold, draining sensation of Nihilus's presence, Naruto's energy felt warm and substantive, not invasive but supportive, like stepping from shadow into gentle sunlight. She sensed his consciousness approach the darkened pathways her master had carved through her mind. Not forcing entry but waiting at the threshold. May I? The question came not as words but as pure intention, unmistakable in its sincerity. Yes, she answered in kind, lowering defenses maintained through years of psychic survival. What followed defied description in conventional terms. Where Nihilus had torn and devoured, Naruto's presence flowed like healing water, not raising the damage but soothing its jagged edges. The bond to her master remained, too deeply integrated with her force sensitivity to remove safely, but its nature transformed. The channel that had served Ed as a conduit for pain and domination became overlaid with a different frequency, like a harmonic note masking a discordant one beneath. When the process completed moments later, Visas swayed slightly, disoriented by the unfamiliar sensation of mental autonomy. Naruto's hand steadied her, his touch grounding rather than restraining. It is done, he said quietly. He will sense something different but not recognize the change immediately. It should provide the time we need. I feel. Visas struggled to articulate the sensation. Lighter, as though a weight has shifted, if not lifted entirely. The burden remains, but is distributed differently, Naruto confirmed. Now, we must return to the base quickly. Your knowledge of Nihilus will be crucial in preparing defenses, limited though they may be against such an entity. Quote, as they moved swiftly toward the Republic compound, Visas felt an unfamiliar emotion stirring beneath her usual stoicism. Not quite hope. She had witnessed too much destruction to embrace that fully, but perhaps its precursor, the recognition that change, even against overwhelming odds, remained possible. Behind them, the sun dipped toward the horizon, painting the sky in colors Visas could sense if not see in conventional terms. A sunset that, against all expectation, she had lived to experience as something approaching a free being. Bastila Shan. was reviewing transport arrangements for the planned Dantooine expedition when the base alarms activated, their urgent wailing cutting through the administrative quiet. Years of combat experience had her moving before conscious thought engaged, lightsaber in hand as she rushed toward the command center. She arrived to find Admiral Onasi already coordinating emergency responses, his expression I am as he issued rapid instructions to his officers. Status report, she demanded, taking position beside him. We've lost contact with the Sojourn, Karth replied tersely. Last automated transmi. Sajan indicated massive life support failure ship-wide. Then nothing. Mechanical failure. Unlikely. The emergency beacon activated briefly before going silent, indicating deliberate intervention rather than system malfunction. He gestured to a tactical display showing orbital positions. More concerning, we're detecting an unknown vessel approaching from the Sojourn's last position. It's not registering properly on our sensors. Quote, Bastila extended her force awareness upward, searching for impressions of the situation in orbit. What she encountered sent a cold shock through her system, a void, an absence. A hunger that defied conventional force sensitivity. It's a Sith vessel, she stated with certainty. But unlike any I've encountered before. There's something wrong about its force signature. As though it's consuming the energy around it rather than existing within it. The command center doors slid open to admit two unexpected figures, Naruto, moving with purposeful grace. And beside him a slender woman in maroon robes that marked her as Miraluka. The veil covering her eyeless face couldn't conceal her tension as they approached. Admiral Onasi, Master Shan, Naruto greeted them with urgent formality. The vessel approaching is the Ravager, commanded by the Sith Lord Darth Nihilus. He's sensed both my presence and the sealed fragment, and comes to consume them, along with every living being in this facility. Karth's expression hardened. And how exactly do you know this? Because I was his servant, the Miraluka woman answered, her accented voice steady despite the admission. I am Visa's Marr, former shadow hand to the Lord of Hunger. I have chosen to warn you instead of facilitating his feeding. This declaration caused an immediate security reaction. Republic officers reached for weapons. And Bastila's hand moved to her lightsaber. Naruto raised a placating hand. She speaks truth, and takes enormous risk in doing so. Her knowledge represents her best chance of preparing adequate defenses. Defenses against what, precisely? Bastila asked, not yet relaxing her vigilance. A wound in the Force-given form, Visas explained. My master no longer exists as a conventional being, but as hunger incarnate. He sustains himself by consuming Force energy, from individuals, from locations, from entire worlds when his need grows sufficient. The Sojourn's crew. Karth realized with horror. He killed them all. Worse than killed, Visas confirmed grimly. He absorbed their life force completely. It is his nature. Bastila exchanged a troubled glance with Karth. If this description was accurate, they faced a threat beyond conventional military response. How much time do we have? She asked. Less than an hour before he enters atmosphere, Naruto answered. Insufficient for full evacuation, but enough to implement limited countermeasures if we act immediately. Admiral Onasi didn't waste time on further questions. Recommendations. 3 priorities, Naruto stated concisely. First, evacuate as many non-essential personnel as possible, focusing on those with minimal force sensitivity. Second, secure the sealed fragment. NT in a shielded transport prepared for immediate departure. Third, assemble your most capable force users and combat specialists to create a delaying action while the first 2 objectives are completed. Karth nodded sharply. Lieutenant, initiate emergency evacuation protocol ORC 7. Priority transport for civilian personnel and support staff. He turned to a communications officer. Kanta, court the Republic fleet at Citadel Station. Request immediate combat support. Bastila activated her comlink. Master Atris, we have an emergency situation. Please bring your research team to the command center immediately. As the command center erupted into organized activity, Naruto drew Bastila and Karth slightly aside, Visas remaining close. There's something you should understand about this enemy, he said quietly. Conventional weapons will have minimal effect. Even lightsabers and standard force techniques may prove ineffective against his particular nature. He exists partially outside normal physical laws. Then how do we fight him? Karth demanded. With specialized techniques I can implement, but they require preparation and precise timing. Naruto's expression was serious but not despairing. I've encountered similar entities throughout my existence, wounds in reality that consume rather than interact. They have weaknesses, though not obvious ones. What do you need from us? Bastila asked practically. Time and trust, Naruto replied. I need 20 minutes of uninterrupted meditation to prepare specific sealing techniques. Meanwhile, Visas can provide tactical information about her former master's capabilities and limitations. Visas stepped forward. My master's primary vulnerability lies in his connection to his vessel, the Ravager. It serves as an extension of his being, a physical anchor for his consciousness. Damaging it weakens him temporarily. Then we target the ship with orbital defenses, Karth concluded. It won't be sufficient alone, she cautioned. But it may create an opening for more direct countermeasures. The command center doors opened again as Master Atris arrived with her research team, her normally composed features showing rare alarm. The archives mentioned rumors of a Lord of Hunger among Sith splinter factions, she stated without preamble, apparently having already been briefed on the situation. A being who destroyed the Miraluka colony on Qatar several years ago. Not rumors, Visas confirmed, her voice tightening. I witnessed Qatar's consumption. Every living being, from the smallest insect to the Jedi masters who had gathered there, devoured in a single moment of hunger. Atris's gaze sharpened as she truly noticed the Miraluka for the first time. You survived Qatar. How? He kept me as his servant. His eyes. Visas's tone conveyed the horror of that existence without embellishment. I have chosen to break that service, regardless of the consequences. Something in this simple statement of defiance seemed to resonate with Atris, whose rigid posture softened fractionally. The fragment must be our priority, she declared, turning to Naruto. If this Sith Lord seeks it, we cannot allow him to acquire such power. Agreed, Naruto said. The fragment should be moved to your shuttle immediately, with preparations for emergency departure. Your research team should accompany it. Their knowledge may prove vital if the seal requires reinforcement during transport. For once, Atris accepted his assessment without challenge. My vessel has enhanced shielding designed for transporting sensitive artifacts. I'll oversee the transfer personally. As she departed with 2 of her scholars, Naruto turned to Bastila. I must begin my preparations immediately. Will you assist Visas in coordinating the defensive strategy? Her insights combined with your battle meditation could create a significant advantage. Bastila nodded, professional duty overriding any lingering suspicion of the Miraluka defector. Of course, Admiral, we'll need your best tactical officers and any Jedi presently on base. And I'll need a secure location, Naruto added. Preferably underground, with minimal electronic equipment nearby. The techniques I'm preparing can disrupt technology. The old command bunker, Karth suggested. Level 3, Section 7. Hardened against electronic warfare, minimal current use. Perfect. I'll return in 20 minutes. Naruto turned to leave, then paused, meeting each of their gazes in turn. This enemy is formidable, but not invincible. Together, we have capabilities he cannot anticipate. Remember that when his presence attempts to instill despair. With that enigmatic encouragement, he departed, leaving the military and Jedi leadership to implement the defensive preparations. As the door closed behind him, Bastila found herself struck by realization. Despite the crisis, Naruto had shown neither fear nor doubt. Not bravado or false confidence, but the calm certainty of someone who had faced apocalyptic threats before and emerged to witness the rebuilding that followed. It was, she reflected, a perspective that came only with the kind of lifespan he claimed. For the first time, she found herself truly believing his assertion of ancient origin. Master Shan, Visas's voice drew her from these thoughts. There are specific force techniques that can temporarily disrupt my former master's feeding process. If you would permit me to demonstrate. Bastila refocused on the immediate crisis. Philosophical considerations could wait. Survival came first. Please proceed, she instructed, gesturing toward the tactical display. Show us everything you know about this Lord of Hunger. In the deserted command bunker, Naruto settled into a cross-legged position on the floor, hands resting on his knees in a meditative posture developed millennia ago in the hidden village of his birth. The air around him grew still as his conscio. USNESS expanded beyond conventional boundaries, accessing layers of energy that existed beyond the Force as understood by the Jedi and Sith of this era. What he intended required precision, perfect chakra control, and techniques he hadn't needed to employ for centuries. The entity approaching, this Darth Nihilus, represented a familiar pattern Naruto had encountered throughout his long existence. A wound in reality attempting to heal itself through consumption, unaware that its hunger perpetuated rather than resolved its fundamental brokenness. Such beings could not be destroyed through conventional means. Attempting to do so typically caused catastrophic collateral damage as the wound expanded in its death throes. Instead, they required reintegration, a healing process that acknowledged their nature while transforming it. Naruto's hands formed a series of precise seals, movements so practiced they required no conscious thought. As his fingers shifted through the patterns, golden energy began to manifest around him. Visible even to non-force sensitive observers had any been present. Sage mode, he whispered, activating the ancient technique that allowed him to gather natural energy and blend it perfectly with his own chakra. His appearance shifted subtly, the skin around his eyes taking on orange pigmentation, his pupils transforming to horizontal bars rather than circles. In this state, his awareness extended far beyond normal limitations, perceiving energy patterns across vast distances. He could sense the approaching vessel clearly now, a twisted aberration in the fabric of reality, held together by the same hunger that threatened to tear it apart. At its core sat the being called Nihilus, less a person than a concept given form, a hunger that had consumed the identity of whatever individual had originally manifested it. Yet within that roiling void, Naruto detected something unexpected, a flicker of genuine consciousness, buried beneath layers of insatiable appetite and instinctive consumption. Not quite a soul, but the memory of one. A fragment of the person who had existed before the transformation. This changed the approach slightly. Rather than simply containing the threat, there might be an opportunity for something more profound, a true healing rather than merely a sealing. Naruto adjusted his technique accordingly, drawing on memories of his Saint challenging confrontations across millennia. His hands shifted to new patterns, golden energy coalescing around him in increasingly complex arrays of symbols and sigils that transcended language, representing concepts rather than words. Six-path sage technique. Dimensional boundary seal, he intoned, the words themselves forming part of the pattern being established. The technique wouldn't destroy Nihilus. No conventional force could achieve that, but it could establish boundaries the entity couldn't cross, creating a contained space in which more permanent solutions might be implemented. Combined with the fragment of Kurama's power Naruto had recently resealed, it might even be possible to use one form of ancient energy to counterbalance another. As the preparations neared completion, Naruto extended his awareness toward the Republic base above, checking on the evacuation progress. Transport vessels were departing in organized waves, carrying non-essential personnel to safety. Master Atras's shuttle had been prepared, the sealed fragment secured aboard with appropriate precautions. Bastila and Visas had established a defensive perimeter, Republic soldiers and the few available. La Jedi positioned according to the Miraluka's knowledge of her former master's tactical approaches. Good. They had implemented the plan efficiently despite limited time. Naruto completed the final seal configuration. The prepared technique now held in perfect balance, ready for activation when the moment arrived. Rising to his feet with fluid grace, he made his way back toward the surface levels. Energy still flowing visibly around his transformed form. The confrontation would begin soon. The Lord of Hunger versus the Sage of Six Paths, a clash of fundamental forces that would shape this region of space for centuries to come. As he emerged into the main command center, conversations halted abruptly as all eyes turned to his transformed appearance. The golden energy surrounding him cast rippling patterns across consoles and tactical displays, the horizontal bar pupils of his eyes reflecting light in unsettling ways. He has entered the atmosphere, Naruto announced without preamble. We have approximately 12 minutes before he arrives within range to begin feeding. Admiral Onasi recovered first from the shock of Naruto's transformed appearance. Orbital defenses are engaging his vessel now, but reporting minimal effectiveness. Energy weapons seem to be absorbed somehow. As expected, Visas confirmed grimly. Conventional attacks merely feed him. Physical projectiles have limited effect but can damage the vessel's structural integrity. Then we switch to kinetic weapons, Karth ordered. All batteries, convert to solid projectile ammunition. Target engine systems and external hull structures. Bastila approached Naruto, her force senses clearly registering the extraordinary energy he now channeled. What have you prepared? She asked directly. A sealing technique designed specifically for entities that exist as wounds in reality, he explained. It won't destroy him, that would cause more harm than good, but it can contain him temporarily, creating an opportunity for a more permanent solution. Which is? Naruto's transformed gaze met hers directly. Healing, if possible, true destruction if necessary, but either requires direct contact under specific conditions. Before Bastila could inquire further, the tactical display flashed urgent warnings. The Ravager had broken through the orbital defense grid, its impossible configuration, a street AR destroyer that by all physical laws should have disintegrated long ago, descending toward their position with implacable purpose. All personnel to designated positions, Karth ordered. Master Atris, prepare for emergency departure on my signal. The Jedi historian's voice came through the communication system. Shuttle prepared. Fragment secured. Awaiting final clearance. Visas, Naruto said quietly, turning to the Miraluka. Your knowledge of his patterns is crucial now. Where will he focus his initial feeding? The highest concentration of force sensitivity, she answered without hesitation. He will attempt to establish a focal point, likely targeting Master Shan or Master Atris first, then expanding outward in concentric circles. Naruto nodded, decision made. Then we must present a more tempting target. Admiral, have your remaining forces fall back to secondary positions. Master Shan, please inform Master Atris to depart immediately, regardless of what occurs here. And you? Bastila asked, already suspecting his intention. I will draw his attention, Naruto stated simply. The technique I've prepared requires his full focus on me rather than dispersed across multiple targets. Before anyone could object, the base's structural integrity alarms activated. The air grew suddenly, inexplicably cold, frost forming on metal surfaces despite environmental controls operating at maximum capacity. Electronic systems fluctuated, holographic displays dissolving into static before reforming. He comes, Visas whispered, genuine fear threading through her controlled voice. Naruto placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Remember what I showed you. The bond has been modified. He cannot reclaim you without your consent. She straightened slightly at this reminder, nodding once in determination. Admiral, begin final evacuation sequence, Naruto instructed. Master Shan, your battle meditation would be most effective from Atris's departing shuttle, coordinating our forces from beyond his immediate range. Bastila frowned. You want me to leave? My abilities are most needed here. Your abilities are most needed ensuring the fragment reaches safety, Naruto corrected gently. This confrontation is merely the opening move in a longer game. The knowledge you've gained about these fragments must reach the Jedi Council, regardless of what occurs here. Strategic logic warred with immediate tactical considerations in Bastila's expression. Finally, she nodded sharply. Very well, but we will return with reinforcements once the fragment is secure. I would expect nothing less. Naruto replied with a small smile. As Bastila departed for the landing bay, Naruto turned to Visas. You should go with them. Your insight regarding the fragments would prove valuable to their research. The Miraluka shook her head firmly. My place is here. I have unique knowledge of his feeding patterns that may prove crucial in the direct confrontation. Naruto studied her for a moment, sensing the complex emotions beneath her composed exterior, determination, fear, and something more personal, the need to face what had enslaved her, regardless of the outcome. Very well, he acknowledged. But remain behind me when he manifests. The technique I'll employ creates energies dangerous to those unprepared for them. Outside, the sky darkened unnaturally. As the Ravager descended through cloud layers, its impossible configuration seeming to bend reality around it. Portions of the vessel's hull had been torn away, exposing internal structures that have resulted in catastrophic decompression, yet somehow the ship maintained integrity, held together by forces beyond conventional physics. All non-essential personnel have been evacuated, Admiral Onasi reported. His voice steady despite the mounting tension. Master Atras's shuttle is departing now, with fighter escort. Excellent. Naruto moved toward the command center's exit. I must face him outside, where the technique can be properly implemented. Admiral, I suggest you complete your evacuation. What follows will likely destroy this facility regardless of the outcome. Karth's expression hardened with familiar resolve. My place is with my command. I've faced Sith Lords before. Not like this one, Visas warned. Nevertheless, the Admiral replied firmly. Naruto recogni. The determination of a commander unwilling to abandon his post, a mindset he had encountered in leaders across countless civilizations throughout history. He respected the choice, even while recognizing its potential consequences. Then let us proceed, he said simply, leading the way toward the facility's exterior platform, a landing pad now cleared of vessels, offering an unobstructed view of the approaching threat. As they emerged onto the platform, the full impact of Nihilus's approach became apparent. The atmosphere itself seemed to warp around the descending vessel, colors leaching from the surrounding landscape as though reality itself was being drained of vitality. Plant life in the restoration zone visibly withered, the carefully nurtured ecosystem dying in expanding circles beneath the Ravager's shadow. He's beginning to feed, Visas observed, tension evident in her posture. Even before direct manifestation, Naruto nodded, golden energy flaring more intensely around his form as he prepared to implement the sealing technique. Admiral, maintain your position behind the shield generators. They won't stop him, but may deflect some of the peripheral effects. As Karth moved to comply, a distortion appeared at the Ravager's lower hull, not a conventional shuttle or landing craft, but a twist in space itself that extended downward like a tendril of pure darkness. From this unnatural projection emerged a figure that defied conventional description, humanoid in basic form, but wrapped in tattered robes that moved against the wind, a bone-white mask concealing whatever face might exist beneath. Where the figure passed, reality itself seemed to dim, as though existence was being consumed by its mere presence. Darth Nihilus, Visas identified unnecessarily, her voice barely audible. The Sith Lord descended without conventional movement, simply existing in sequential positions closer to the platform. His masked face turned toward them, empty eye socket, somehow focusing on Naruto's golden form with palpable hunger. When he spoke, the sound bypassed conventional hearing, manifesting directly in the minds of all present, not words but concepts, impressions of insatiable emptiness seeking fulfillment. Ancient One, power beyond consumption, fulfill the hunger. Naruto stepped forward, placing himself between Nihilus and the others. His hands formed a complex seal pattern, golden energy crystallizing around him in geometric configurations. Lord of Hunger, he addressed the entity directly. You seek what cannot satisfy. Consumption perpetuates your wound rather than healing it. The mask tilted slightly, the void behind it radiating something akin to cruel amusement. All feeds the hunger, even resistance. Not all energies can be consumed, Naruto countered, the golden light around him intensifying. Some must be understood, integrated, healed. Without warning, Nihilus extended a hand wrapped in darkness. The air between them compressed, reality itself seeming to fold as he initiated his feeding process. Where the technique touched Naruto's golden aura, an extraordinary reaction occurred. Rather than being consumed, the sage energy actively repelled the void, creating a visible boundary between opposing forces. Nihilus paused, the mask's empty sockets somehow conveying surprise. Resistance. Unknown pattern. Interesting. More than resistance, Naruto replied, his voice resonating with power accumulated across millennia. Balance. The fundamental nature of existence that your hunger has forgotten. With precise movements, Naruto expanded the sealing technique, golden symbols spinning outward to encircle the Sith Lord. Where they touched the darkness surrounding Nihilus, neither force immediately dominated, instead. They engaged in complex interaction, golden light and consuming void testing boundaries like opponents in an ancient dance. Nihilus responded by intensifying his feeding attempt, the void expanding outward to engulf not just Naruto but the entire platform. Republic officers unlucky enough to be caught in its periphery collapsed instantly, life force drained in moments. Even Admiral Onasi, protected by the shield generators, staggered under the psychic assault. Yet Naruto remained standing, his sage energy creating a pocket of stability within the consuming darkness. The sealing symbols continued their complex rotation, gradually tightening around the Sith Lord despite his resistance. The vessel carries what is mine, Nihilus projected suddenly, his attention shifting toward the departing shuttle now visible only as a distant point of light ascending toward orbit. The fragment. The power. Your perception is flawed, Naruto countered, adjusting his technique to recapture the entity's attention. The fragment was never yours to claim. Its nature exists beyond your comprehension. The Sith Lord's focus returned to Naruto, the hunger intensifying to unprecedented levels. The platform beneath them began to disintegrate, molecular bonds breaking down as the very substance of reality was consumed to fuel Nihilus's assault. Naruto recognized the escalation pattern. The entity was committing fully to consumption, abandoning tactical restraint in favor of raw power. It created both danger and opportunity. Visas, he called without turning, now. The Miraluka stepped forward, her hands forming a unique gesture as she implemented the technique Naruto had shown her. Not a conventional force ability, but a hybrid approach combining her Sith training with principles of chakra manipulation. Where her energy touched the bond connecting her to Nihilus, a disruption occurred, not severing the connection, but creating interference that momentarily disoriented the Sith Lord. In that crucial moment of distraction, Naruto completed his sealing technique. The rotating symbols contracted suddenly, converging on Nihilus from all directions simultaneously. Where they touched his darkness, they did not attempt to overpower it, instead, they established boundaries, creating a structured framework around the chaotic void. 6 Paths Sage Technique. Dimensional Boundary Seal, activate. The golden symbols flared with blinding intensity, transforming from 2-dimensional patterns into a 3-dimensional lattice that encapsulated the Sith Lord. Within this construct, Nihilus's form distorted, the void comprising his existence forced into a defined shape rather than allowed to expand without limitation. This changes nothing, the entity projected, anger now evident beneath the hunger. The seal merely delays. The hunger remains eternal. No existence is eternal, Naruto countered, maintaining the technique through sheer force of will as sweat beaded on his brow. All things transform. Even hunger can become satiation, given the proper understanding. With a final surge of sage energy, Naruto completed the sealing process. The golden lattice contracted to a perfect sphere containing Nihilus's essence, then compressed further until it resembled a crystalline object similar to the one containing Kurama's fragment, though this crystal radiated darkness rather than chaotic energy. As the technique concluded, Naruto dropped to one knee, the golden aura surrounding him flickering as he maintained just enough power to secure the seal. The platform around them had been largely destroyed, only the section where they stood remaining intact amid structural devastation. Admiral Onasi emerged from behind the partially melted shield generators, his expression combining awe and strategic assessment as he surveyed the crystalline object now hovering above Naruto's outstretched palm. "Is he dead?" he asked cautiously. "No," Naruto answered, his ice reflecting the strain of the technique. "Contained, but not destroyed. His consciousness remains intact within the seal, though his ability to affect the external world has been neutralized temporarily." Visas approached slowly, her force perception studying the crystal with evident caution. "I can still sense him. The hunger remains, but constrained. Structured. The first step toward potential healing," Naruto confirmed, carefully rising to his feet. "But maintaining this seal requires constant attention. We must secure it properly before my energy reserves diminish further." "The Ravager?" Karth asked, glancing upward where the impossible vessel remained suspended in low atmosphere, now seemingly inert without its master's animating presence. "An extension of himself," Visas explained. "Without his direct control, it should begin to deteriorate according to natural laws. I would recommend maintaining safe distance when that process accelerates." As if in response to her assessment, groaning sounds echoed from above as the massive vessel's structure began failing in multiple sections simultaneously. Portions of hull plating detached, falling toward the surface as the fundamental impossibility of the ship's condition reasserted itself without Nihilus's power to maintain the contradiction. "We need to evacuate immediately," Karth decided, activating his comlink. "Command to all points. Emergency extraction required at primary command platform. Structural collapse imminent. Naruto carefully secured the sealed crystal inside his robes, the sage energy still rounding him, diminishing to a more sustainable level. The shuttle bay on level 2 should remain intact based on the collapse pattern. We can reach it through the auxiliary corridors. As they made their way through the disintegrating facility, emergency lighting flickering as power systems failed, Visas moved closer to Naruto. What happens now? She asked quietly. With him. She nodded toward the concealed crystal. A more permanent solution must be implemented, Naruto replied, his voice equally low. One that addresses the root of his condition rather than merely containing its symptoms. But that requires preparation and specific circumstances that cannot be achieved here. You speak of healing, she observed. Is that truly possible for one so consumed by hunger? Naruto's expression reflected ancient wisdom tempered by compassion. In my experience, few beings are beyond healing entirely. The question is whether enough of his original consciousness remains beneath the hunger to respond to the process. And if not, then more permanent containment becomes necessary. His blue eyes, now returned to their normal appearance as the sage mode receded, met her veiled face directly. But that decision need not be made immediately. For now, securing both fragments and reaching safety takes priority. They reached the shuttle bay to find a Republic transport waiting. Engines already cycling for emergency departure. As they boarded, the facility's structural integrity alarms reached critical pitch, warning of imminent collapse. All personnel accounted for, Admiral, reported the pilot as Karth took the command seat. Lifting off now. The transport rose swiftly, accelerating away from the facility as sections began collapsing behind them. Above, the Ravager was disintegrating spectacularly. Reality reasserting itself against the impossible configuration that Nihilus's power had maintained. The atmospheric disturbances created by this process buffeted their vessel, requiring the pilot's full attention to maintain control. As they achieved stable altitude, a communication came through from orbit. Admiral Onasi, this is Master Shan, Bastila's voice reported. We've secured the fragment aboard Master Atras's vessel and are maintaining position at safe distance. What is your status? Extraction successful, Karth replied. Base facility compromised but all surviving personnel evacuated. And we have a second containment situation. A pause followed this cryptic statement. Understood, Bastila finally responded. Rendezvous at coordinates being transmitted now. Republic reinforcements from Citadel Station are en route. As the transport adjusted course toward the designated coordinates, Naruto gazed out the viewport at the destruction below. The restoration zone that had been showing such promise now displayed a massive dead area where Nihilus's feeding had drained all life energy. Beyond that perimeter, however, the ecosystem remained intact, damaged but not destroyed. Life would return, he knew. It always did, given time and opportunity. The pattern had repeated countless times throughout his long existence, destruction followed by renewal. Darkness yielding eventually to light, though never without cost. Beside him, Visas observed the same landscape, her force perception likely registering the patterns of death and of evil in ways beyond conventional sight. You've faced entities like my former master before, she said, not quite a question. Many times, across many worlds and eras, Naruto confirmed. The specific manifestations differ, but the underlying pattern remains consistent. Wounds in reality that attempt to heal themselves through consumption, unaware that their hunger perpetuates rather than resolves their condition. And you've healed such wounds. Some, he acknowledged, others could only be contained. The difference lies not in my techniques but in what remains of the original consciousness beneath the wound. Some retain enough of themselves to participate in healing, others have been consumed entirely by their own hunger. Visas considered this, her posture reflecting deep thought. And me, my bond with him, what remains of it? Can it be fully severed without the damage you mentioned earlier? With time and proper technique, yes, Naruto assured her. The modification I implemented is temporary. Designed for immediate protection rather than permanent separation. A complete healing would require more extensive work. Work you would be willing to perform. Of course, he replied simply. All beings deserve freedom from bonds they did not choose. Something in his straightforward answer seemed to affect her deeply. Visas turned away slightly, her composure momentary. Ailey wavering before she regained control. "Thank you," she said finally, the words carrying weight beyond their simplicity. As their transport continued its ascent toward the rendezvous point, Naruto sensed the complex emotions flowing through his companions. Admiral Onisi's strategic mind already planning recovery operations, Visa's processing her unexpected liberation and uncertain future, the R.E. public crew balancing relief at survival with grief for lost comrades. And beyond them all, the sealed fragments of two profoundly different entities, Kurama's chaotic energy and Nihilus's consuming void, now brought into proximity by circumstances spanning millennia and galaxies. Their interaction, even contained within their respective seals, created patterns Naruto would need to monitor carefully. The wheel of destiny continued turning, pieces moving into position for a game whose scope extended beyond what even the Jedi Council could comprehend. But for now, immediate survival had been heaved, a victory worth acknowledging before the next challenge arose. "Admiral," Naruto said quietly, "your people performed admirably under extraordinary circumstances. When we reach safety, they deserve recognition for their courage." Karth nodded, momentary gratitude breaking through his tactical focus. "They'll receive it, though explaining this situation to Republic High Command will be challenging." "I suspect," Naruto replied with a small smile, "that explanations will be the least of our challenges in the days ahead." As their vessel broke through the upper atmosphere into the star-filled darkness of space. The truth of that statement hung between them, an acknowledgement that today's confrontation, however dramatic, represented merely the opening moves in a far more complex game. A game whose rules and players were only beginning to reveal themselves. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Sealed Knowledge. The Jedi Council chamber on Coruscant gleamed in the early morning light. Its circular design symbolizing the unity and balance central to Jedi philosophy. 12 seats arranged in perfect symmetry, occupied by the most powerful and wise Force users in the Republic, yet today. The chamber's carefully cultivated serenity felt forced, a veneer covering growing unease. Naruto stood at the center of the circle, hands relaxed at his sides, his posture neither submissive nor challenging as the masters studied him. 3 days had passed since the confrontation with Nihilus on Telos. 3 days of debriefings, examinations, and carefully worded questions as the Jedi lead. Our ship attempted to categorize a being who defied their understanding. "These crystals," Master Vrook Lamar spoke, his weathered face set in its habitual frown, "you claim they contain sentient entities. Sealed through techniques unknown to our order." "Not unknown," Naruto corrected gently. "Forgotten. The principles exist within your most ancient texts, though the specific applications have been lost through generations of reinterpretation." This statement sent a ripple of discomfort through several masters. Challenging the Jedi's understanding of their own history rarely endeared one to the council. Master Atris, seated directly opposite Master Vrook, leaned forward slightly. "Our historians have examined every archive reference you suggested. While certain symbolic similarities exist between your sealing techniques and ancient force containment methods, the fundamental approach differs significantly." "Form often masks substance," Naruto replied. "The symbols themselves matter less than the understanding behind them. What your archives record are shadows of techniques practiced by those who came before your order was formalized." Master Kavar, his military bearing evident even while seated, joined the discussion. "These fragments you've secured, you claim they predate the Republic itself. That stretches credibility, even with the evidence we've witnessed." "Time is relative when discussing cosmic energies," Naruto answered. "The physical crystals themselves were created during my sealing process over the centuries, but the consciousness they contain originated in my homeworld approximately 30,000 years ago by your calendar." The chamber fell silent as the masters processed this claim. 30,000 years exceeded even the oldest confirmed Jedi records. If true, it would rewrite their understanding of Force history. "And this, Darth Nihilus," continued Master Zez Kael, the gentlest voice among them. "You've contained him using similar techniques. Yet you suggest his condition might be reversible. How?" Naruto appreciated the question's focus on healing rather than power. "Nihilus exists as a wound in the Force, a consciousness that transformed itself into hunger incarnate following trauma. Unlike Kurama's fragment, which is a portion of a naturally occurring energy being, Nihilus began as a conventional Force user who became something else through catastrophic circumstances. Malachor v. supplied Master Atris, her tone hardening at the reference. The mass death at the end of the Mandalorian Wars created wounds in the Force that remain unhealed. Precisely. Naruto acknowledged. Nihilus is both victim and perpetrator, a wound that seeks healing through consumption, unaware that its hunger perpetuates rather than resolves its condition. With specific techniques combining chakra principles with your Force healing methods, restoration might be possible. Might, emphasized Master Vrook skeptically. And if it fails, if this entity cannot be healed, as you suggest, then more permanent containment becomes necessary, Naruto replied, his voice holding the weight of similar decisions made across millennia. But in my experience, few beings are beyond redemption entirely if the approach acknowledges their fundamental nature rather than merely opposing it. The Grand Master, Nomi Sunrider, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, finally spoke. Her voice carried the quiet authority of one who had witnessed both the light and dark extremes of Force potential. You speak of balance differently than our traditions teach, she observed. Not as resistance against darkness, but as integration of opposing forces. This perspective aligns with certain minority interpretations within our history, but contradicts our current understanding. Naruto inclined his head respectfully. Different paths can lead to similar destinations, Grand Master. Your order has preserved peace and wisdom through challenging times. I do not dismiss that achievement. I merely suggest that expanded perspective might reveal additional possibilities. A diplomatic answer that nonetheless contained implicit challenge. Several masters shifted uncomfortably, but Sunrider merely nodded thoughtfully. What do you propose regarding these sealed entities? She asked directly. Our immediate concern must be security, prevent whoever sought the first fragment from obtaining others. The remaining fragments are hidden in locations scattered across your galaxy, Naruto explained. I can identify their general regions, though pinpointing exact positions requires closer proximity due to the nature of the sealing techniques. I propose a joint expedition to locate and reinforce each seal systematically, beginning with the fragment on Dantooine. Under Jedi supervision, Master Vrook added firmly. Of course, Naruto agreed easily. Combined knowledge serves us better than division. I have much to share with your order, and perhaps much to learn from your perspectives as well. This conciliatory approach seemed to ease some of the tension in the chamber, though skepticism remained evident on several faces. And the Miraluka? Asked Master Kavar. This former Sith apprentice who has accompanied you, what role do you envision for her? Visas Marr possesses unique insights into both Nihilus's nature and the fragments we seek, Naruto answered. Her experience bridges multiple Force traditions. Moreover, she has demonstrated remarkable courage in breaking free from her former master's influence. I believe she has earned the opportunity to determine her own path forward. Master Atris's expression hardened slightly. She served a Sith Lord who consumed an entire world. Redemption requires more than simply changing allegiance when convenient. With respect, Naruto countered, his tone firming slightly. She did not choose her servitude. She was the sole survivor of Qatar's destruction, kept to live against her will to serve as Nihilus's tool. Her defection saved countless lives on Telos, at tremendous personal risk. If that doesn't demonstrate commitment to a different path, I'm uncertain what would. A subtle but unmistakable shift occurred in the chamber's atmosphere, the first time Naruto had directly challenged a council member's assessment. Master Sunrider raised a hand slightly, forestalling Atris's response. Visas Marr's situation will be evaluated separately, the Grand Master decided. For now, our priority must be securing these fragments and understanding their nature more fully. Master Shan has recommended a research team accompany you to Dantooine, led by herself and including historians familiar with the Enclave ruins. Naruto nodded agreement. A sensible approach. When do we depart? Tomorrow. Sunrider replied. The necessary preparations are already underway. Until then, our archives remain open to you should you wish to consult any materials. A clear dismissal, delivered with impeccable courtesy. Naruto bowed respectfully to the assembled masters before departing the chamber, his acute senses detecting the conversations that immediately began once the doors closed behind him. The council was divided on how to proceed, some advocating caution bordering on suspicion, others recognizing the opportunity his knowledge represented. predictable, and, in many ways reminiscent of similar governing bodies he had encountered throughout his long existence. Organizations created to preserve wisdom often became more focused on preserving themselves, by wing outside perspective as threat rather than opportunity. In the antechamber, he found Bastila Shan waiting, her formal Jedi robes and carefully controlled expression providing little indication of her thoughts. Yet beneath that composed exterior, Naruto sensed genuine curiosity warring with ingrained caution. "The Council has agreed to the joint expedition," he informed her. "We depart for Dantooine tomorrow." "So I was informed," she replied, falling into step beside him as they traversed the temple's grand hallway. "They've assigned me to lead the research team, with additional security provided by Republic Special Forces." "An efficient arrangement," Naruto commented. "Though I sense you have reservations." Bastila's pace faltered slightly before resuming. "The Council remains concerned about potential risks. Some members advocated for containing both crystals in the temple vault rather than undertaking further expeditions. A perspective based on incomplete understanding," Naruto observed without judgment. "The seals require specific maintenance that would be difficult to implement without my direct involvement. Moving them unnecessarily increases the risk of destabilization." They passed a training room where young Padawans practiced lightsaber forms under a master's watchful eye. Naruto paused briefly, observing the disciplined movements with appreciation. Despite his philosophical differences with certain Jedi approaches, he respected their commitment to developing both skill and character in their students. "The forms have changed," he noted. "More structured than in earlier generations, emphasizing control over adaptability." Bastila glanced at him sharply. "You're familiar with Jedi lightsaber techniques." "I've observed their evolution over centuries," Naruto replied simply. "Each generation adapts the forms to reflect their understanding of the Force. The current emphasis on structured patterns reveals much about your order's present philosophy." This casual reference to observations spanning centuries clearly unsettled Bastila, despite the evidence she had already witnessed of his unusual nature. Theoretical immortality was one thing. Direct references to historical events he had personally witnessed was quite another. "The Council has arranged quarters for you in the diplomatic wing," she said, redirecting the conversation to practical matters. "Visas Marr has been provided accommodation in the adjacent section, under observation." The slight hesitation revealed the compromise reached, not quite detention, but certainly not free access to the temple. "And the sealed crystals?" "Secured in a specialized containment chamber beneath the temple," Bastila answered. "With environmental controls modified according to your specifications." Naruto nodded, satisfied with this arrangement. "I would like to examine them before our departure tomorrow, to ensure the seals remain stable after transport." "I can arrange access this afternoon," Bastila offered. "The Council would appreciate your insights into the containment systems they've implemented." They had reached the diplomatic wing, where visiting dignitaries and allies of the Jedi Order were traditionally housed. The accommodations were comfortable without being lavish, reflecting Jedi values of simplicity and function. "Before you go," Naruto said as they reached his assigned quarters, "may I ask what convinced you to advocate for this expedition?" "I sensed significant reservation among several council members." Bastila considered the question carefully before answering. "What I witnessed on Telos defied conventional explanation within our understanding of the Force. Your containment of Nihilus, an entity that had destroyed an entire world and countless Force users, demonstrated both power and restraint that merit further investigation." She paused. "And perhaps more importantly, your approach focuses on healing rather than merely opposition. That resonates with questions I've considered regarding our traditional teachings." An honest answer that revealed more than perhaps she had intended. Naruto smiled slightly, appreciating her candor. "Questions often lead to deeper understanding than certainties," he observed. "I look forward to working with you on Dantooine, Master Shan." With a respectful nod, Bastila departed to make the arrangements for his examination of the sealed crystals. Naruto entered his temporary quarters, finding them austere but adequate, a sleeping area, meditation space, and basic amenities. After centuries of solitary existence, even these simple accommodations felt almost excessive. He settled into a cross-legged position on the meditation mat, closing his eyes to extend his awareness throughout the temple. The massive structure hummed with force energy accumulated over millennia of Jedi presence, layers upon layers of meditation, training, and connection to the cosmic energy they had only partially understood. Within that greater pattern, individual presences moved like bright nodes of consciousness, each with their distinctive signature. And somewhere below, the sealed fragments of Karama and Nihilus pulsed with very different energies, one chaotic but fundamentally creative, the other a void seeking to fill itself through consumption. Even contained, they created ripples in the force that sensitive individuals throughout the temple would be detecting, whether consciously or not. The coming expedition would reveal much about both the fragments and the Jedi themselves. How they respond, to knowledge that challenge their fundamental understanding would determine much about the path forward. After centuries of solitude, Naruto found himself once again at the center of events that might shape a civilization's development. The responsibility was familiar, if not always welcome. But balance required engagement as well as detachment, a lesson he had learned through many lifetimes of both triumph and error. For now, meditation would restore his energies while providing insight into the currents flowing through this ancient center of force tradition. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and potential opportunities to bridge understandings separated by millennia of divergent development. The wheel of destiny continued turning, patterns emerging from seeming chaos for those with perspective to perceive them. Visa's Marr sat motionless in her assigned quarters, outwardly a picture of serenity despite the subtle monitoring she detected in the room's design. The Jedi had been courteous but cautious in their arrangements. The space was comfortable, even pleasant by conventional standards, but unmistakably designed to observe and, if necessary, contain a potential threat. She did not resent this precaution. After years serving a Sith Lord, she understood the logic of such measures. Trust required demonstration, not merely declaration. What occupied her meditation was not her temporary circumstances but the profound shift in her internal landscape. For the first time since Qatar's destruction, she existed as herself, her thoughts and perceptions no longer filtered through the dominating presence of Nihilus's hunger. The bond remained, attenuated but present, yet Naruto's modification had transformed it from conduit of control to mere connection, incapable of exerting influence in either direction. The relief was so profound it bordered on disorienting. Like a prisoner suddenly freed after years in darkness, she found herself unaccustomed to the simple autonomy of unmonitored thought. A gentle knock at the door interrupted her reflection. Her force perception immediately identified the visitor, Master Bastila Shan, her presence in the force structured and disciplined, yet carrying undercurrents of curiosity and something close to concern. "Enter," Visas called, rising gracefully to her feet. The door slid open to reveal the Jedi Master, her formal robes exchanged for more practical attire suggesting recent training or preparation for the coming expedition. "I hope I'm not disturbing your meditation," Bastila began, remaining near the door way rather than intruding further without invitation. "Not at all," Visas replied, gesturing to the simple seating area. "Please, join me if you wish." Bastila entered, the door closing automatically behind her. She took the offered seat, studying the Miraluka with evident curiosity. Without physical eyes, Visas was accustomed to such examination. Beings often wondered how she perceived the world, and what lay beneath the veil covering the eyeless face that many found disconcerting. "The council has approved the expedition to Dantooine," Bastila informed her. "We depart tomorrow morning. They've also approved your participation. Given your unique insights into both the sealed fragments and the potential threat Nihilus's followers might pose." Visas inclined her head in acknowledgement. "I am grateful for their consideration, though I sensed significant reservation from several members during my interview." "Understandable reservation," Bastila noted, neither accusatory nor apologetic. "Your connection to Nihilus raises natural security concerns." "As it should," Visas agreed without defensiveness. "I would question the council's wisdom if they did not exercise caution regarding G1 who served the destroyer of Qatar." This frank acknowledgement seemed to ease something in Bastila's manner. "May I ask you something directly, Visas?" "Of course. Why did you choose to break from your master?" "Not when Naruto arrived. You could have warned Nihilus immediately upon detecting him. Instead, you observed, considered, and ultimately chose to warn us instead." "What prompted that decision?" A profound question that cut to the heart of Vizs's transformation. She considered her answer carefully. When I first sensed Naruto's presence in the Force, I experienced something I had forgotten existed: balance. Not light opposing darkness, or darkness consuming light, but a state where both existed in harmony. Her voice softened slightly. After years surrounded by hunger that recognized only consumption or denial, witnessing such balance reminded me of possibilities I had abandoned. Balance, Bastila repeated thoughtfully. The Jedi speak of balance, yet define it primarily as resistance against the dark side's influence. A definition that itself reveals imbalance, Vizs observed. One cannot balance opposing forces by acknowledging only half their nature. Bastila's expression suggested this perspective resonated with questions she had been considering privately. And Naruto, you trust his intentions despite having just met him? I trust what I sense, Vizs replied simply. Through force perception more comprehensive than physical sight, I observed him contain rather than destroy an entity of pure consumption. I witnessed him offer healing rather Han domination when he modified my bond to Nihilus. These actions reveal fundamental nature more clearly than any declaration could. The Jedi Master absorbed this assessment, her own force senses clearly evaluating Vizs's sincerity. After a moment, she nodded slightly. The expedition team will include Republic security personnel as well as Jedi researchers, she informed Vizs, apparently satisfied with what she had perceived. Your knowledge of both Sith techniques and the fragments we seek will be valuable, particularly given the damaged state of the Dantooine enclave. I will assist however I can, Vizs assured her. Though I should note that my training under Nihilus focused more on detection and assessment than historical knowledge. My understanding of ancient Sith techniques is limited to what directly served his purposes. Even that perspective offers insights our scholars might lack, Bastila noted pragmatically. The Jedi archives contain extensive information on Sith methodology, but mostly from historical documentation rather than direct experience. The conversation paused as both women sensed a new presence approaching. Naruto, his distinctive force signature unmistakable even at a distance. Moments later, a knock sounded at the door. Please come in, Vizs called, unable to prevent a subtle shift in her posture, not tension, but heightened awareness. Naruto entered, his simple white and red robes a stark contrast to the predominantly earth-toned garments favored by the Jedi. He offered a respectful nod to both women. Master Shan, Vizs, I hope I am not interrupting important discussions. Not at all, Bastila replied. We were discussing tomorrow's expedition arrangements. Excellent. I've just completed my examination of the sealed crystals. Both remain stable, though Nihilus's containment shows subtle harmonics that will require monitoring during transport. Vizs's force perception detected the significance behind this seemingly technical observation. The fragments are interacting with each other, despite their containment. At a fundamental level, yes, Naruto confirmed, his expression thoughtful. Kurama's fragment represents creative chaos. Nihilus embodies consuming void. Opposing forces naturally respond to each other's presence, even through multiple layers of sealing. Is this dangerous? Bastila asked practically. Not immediately, but worth monitoring, Naruto answered. The interaction actually provides valuable data regarding the nature of both entities. Given proper study, it might even suggest aproac. He's for Nihilus's potential rehabilitation. This reference to rehabilitation rather than destruction clearly surprised Bastila, though she controlled her reaction quickly. The council remains skeptical about that possibility. Understandably so, Naruto acknowledged. Healing wounds in the Force requires techniques beyond conventional training. But possibility exists, particularly given what I observed within his containment. Vizs leaned forward slightly, her interest piqued. You found something unexpected. A remnant of his original consciousness persists beneath the hunger, Naruto explained. Faint but distinct, a memory of the being that existed before Malachor's trauma transformed him. That persistence suggests potential for restoration, however challenging. The implications hung in the air between them. If Nihilus, destroyer of worlds, consumer of life force, could potentially be healed rather than merely contained or destroyed, what did that suggest about the Jedi and Sith understanding of irredeemable darkness? A discussion for another time, perhaps, Bastila suggested, rising from her seat. For now, we should focus on tomorrow's expedition. The transport depart. TS at dawn from the temple's primary landing pad. A Republic cruiser will take us to Dantooine, with appropriate security measures in place for the sealed crystals. Will both fragments accompany us? Visas asked. Yes, Naruto confirmed. Studying their interaction provides valuable insights, and keeping them together simplifies security considerations rather than dividing our attention between multiple locations. Bastila moved toward the door, pausing briefly. I should inform you both that the Council has assigned Master Atris to accompany us as their official representative. As our foe, remost historian on ancient force techniques, her expertise is considered valuable to the mission. The subtle tension in her tone suggested personal reservation about this arrangement. Naruto merely nodded acknowledgement, while Visas maintained her composed expression, though internally she noted the complication this presented. Atris had been particularly skeptical during Visas's interview, her questioning bordering on hostile regarding her service to Nihilus. Until tomorrow, then, Bastila concluded, departing with the efficient grace characteristic of her movements. When the door closed, Visas turned her perception fully toward Naruto. You omitted something in your assessment of the crystals, she observed directly. A smile touched his features, appreciative rather than defensive. At being caught in the selective disclosure. Perceptive. Yes, there's more occurring between the sealed entities than I explained to Master Shan. Nihilus's consciousness is responding to Kurama's fra. G meant in a pattern suggesting recognition of similar nature, despite their apparent opposition. Recognition. They've encountered each other before. Not directly, Naruto clarified, but both resent fundamental cosmic principles that exist in relationship regardless of physical proximity. Chaos and void, creation and consumption, opposing forces that define each other through their contrast. Visas considered this with the scholarly mindset that had characterized her life before Qatar's destruction. You suggest a more fundamental connection than the Jedi or Sith traditions acknowledge. In their understanding of opposing force aspects. Precisely, Naruto confirmed, settling onto the meditation mat across from her. The division between light and dark is understood by your force. Traditions represents a simplified model of more complex interactions. True balance comes not from opposition but from integration, understanding how seemingly contrary forces actually define and support each other. This perspective resonated deeply with Visas's experiences. Having served darkness incarnate while retaining some inner core that resisted complete corruption, she understood intimately how opposition created definition rather than absolute separation. The Jedi Council will find this perspective challenging, she noted, as do all organizations built around particular interpretations of cosmic principles. Naruto replied with the calm acceptance of one who had witnessed countless such institutions rise and fall. Yet within their tradition exist seeds of this understanding. Teachings preserved but often interpreted through limiting perspectives. Visas hesitated before asking her next question, uncertain whether it crossed boundaries of appropriate inquiry. The bond modification you implemented, it continues to hold despite Nihilus's containment. Is this temporary, or? The modification itself is stable, Naruto assured her. Though complete healing of the PSYC Hick pathways Nihilus created would require more extensive work over time. The bond can be fully dissolved eventually, if you wish it. And if I don't? The question emerged before she could reconsider its implications. Naruto studied her thoughtfully, his perception clearly sensing the complexity behind her inquiry. You wonder if the connection, properly transformed, might provide insights valuable to understanding his nature and potential rehabilitation. Yes, she acknowledged, appreciating his direct recognition of her thinking. Not from obligation or lingering loyalty, but from recognition that knowledge, even painful knowledge, has value when properly understood. A perspective that demonstrates wisdom rather than attachment, Naruto observed with approval. The bond could indeed be transformed rather than severed, becoming a channel for understanding rather than control. But such transformation should never come at the expense of your autonomy or healing. His concern for her well-being rather than merely the tactical advantage her connection might provide touched Visas unexpectedly. After years where her value had been measured solely by utility to Nihilus's hunger, being seen as a person whose welfare mattered represented a profound shift. Thank you, she said simply. Naruto inclined his head in acknowledgement before rising gracefully to his feet. I should prepare for tomorrow's journey. Dantooine's enclave holds significant history, and accessing the fragment beneath it will require navigating both physical ruins and lingering Force impressions from past events. Events including the enclave's destruction during the Jedi Civil War, Visas noted. Such sites often retain echoes of trauma in ways that influence Force perception. Indeed, Naruto confirmed, your sensitivity to such impressions may prove particularly valuable, given your experience navigating similarly damaged locations. As he moved toward the door, Visas found herself reluctant to end the conversation, the first truly open exchange she had experienced in years without underlying threat or agenda. Naruto, she said as he reached the threshold, one last question, if I may. He turned, waiting attentively. The fragments of your companion, Kurama. You speak of eventually reuniting them. What would that mean for you personally? Was there a connection beyond merely containing the entity? A smile touched his features, holding both warmth and ancient sadness. Kurama was my friend for decades before our world's destruction. More than friend, a partner whose consciousness shared my own for much of my first lifetime. His fragmentation was not merely the loss of power, but the loss of a companion who had shaped my understanding of existence itself. The simple honesty of this answer, and the depth of relationship it implied between human and cosmic entity, offered Visas a glimpse of possibilities beyond the rigid categories of her training. Neither master and servant, nor merely allies of convenience, but genuine symbiosis between fundamentally different forms of consciousness. Thank you for your candor, she said quietly. I look forward to tomorrow's expedition. With a respectful nod, Naruto departed, leaving Visas to contemplate the implications of their conversation. For the first time since her world's destruction, she found herself considering a future defined by discovery rather than mere survival, a shift so profound it seemed almost unreal after years of existing within Nihilus's shadow. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but also new possibilities. The thought brought not anxiety but a cautious anticipation she had nearly forgotten how to experience. Dawn broke over Coruscant in layers of artificial light competing with natural sunrise. The planet-wide cityscape creating a horizon of geometric precision rather than natural contours. On the temple's primary landing pad, final preparations for the Dantooine expedition proceeded with practiced efficiency. The Republic cruiser Harbinger waited with engines at standby, its military lines softened somewhat by the diplomatic markings indicating Jedi affiliation. Security. Personnel performed final equipment checks while Jedi researchers conferred over data pads containing historical information about the Dantooine enclave and surrounding ruins. Master Atris stood slightly apart, her pristine white robes immaculate despite the early hour, overseeing the loading of specialized containment equipment for the sealed crystals. Her expression remained carefully neutral, though her Force presence radiated focused intensity bordering on tension. Naruto observed these preparations from the temple entrance, noting the professionalism of the Republic personnel and the scholarly focus of the Jedi researchers. Despite philosophical differences with certain aspects of Jedi tradition, he respected their methodical approach to knowledge preservation and practical problem solving. Beside him, Visas Marr waited in composed silence, her maroon robes replaced with more practical traveling attire in muted colors, though she retained the veil covering her eyeless face. Rough their shared experiences on Telos and subsequent conversations, Naruto had come to appreciate her particular combination of scholarly insight and hard-won wisdom, a perspective shaped by both academic training and survival under the most extreme conditions imaginable. Master Atris remains concerned about your participation, he noted quietly, sensing the historian's carefully shielded but unmistakable vigilance regarding the Miraluka. With justification, Visas acknowledged without defensiveness. From her perspective, my service to a Sith Lord represents either corruption or weakness. Neither quality desirable in an expedition involving powerful artifacts. Yet the Council approved your inclusion despite her reservations. At your recommendation and Master Shan's support, Visas pointed out. A political compromise rather than full acceptance. Naruto smiled slightly. Political compromises often create space for understanding to develop where direct confrontation would fail. Master Atris's perspective may evolve through direct experience working together. Or confirm her initial assessment, Visas replied with pragmatic realism. Not all minds remain open to evidence that challenges established beliefs. Quote, "This observation, delivered without bitterness but as simple statement of fact, revealed much about Visas's approach to her current circumstances, neither expecting immediate acceptance nor rejecting the possibility of eventual understanding. A balanced perspective that Naruto found admirable given her experiences." Their conversation paused as Bastila Shan approached, her practical expedition attire complemented by the lightsaber prominently displayed at her belt. Despite the early hour, she projected alert readiness, though Naruto sensed underlying rents of anticipation beneath her composed exterior. "Final preparations are nearly complete," she informed them. "The containment unit for the sealed crystals has been installed in a specialized compartment aboard the Harbinger, with continuous monitoring systems active." "Excellent," Naruto replied. "Have the crystals themselves been transferred yet?" "That's our next step. Master Atris insisted on overseeing the transfer personally, with your assistance given the sensitive nature of the seals." This diplomatic phrasing masked what Naruto recognized as continued caution regarding his access to the fragments, reasonable, if somewhat redundant given that he had created the seals in the first place. Rather than comment on this implied distrust, he simply nodded agreement. "Of course, the transition from temple containment to transport systems should be monitored to ensure seal stability." Together they proceeded toward the specialized hover transport where the containment unit waited, its seamless metallic surface inscribed with both technological monitoring displays and more esoteric force-sensitive symbols. Master Atris turned as they approached, her pale eyes assessing them with scholarly precision. "Naruto," she acknowledged with formal courtesy. "The containment unit has been prepared according to your specifications, with additional safeguards implemented by our artifact preservation specialists." "I appreciate the thoroughness," he replied sincerely. Combining traditional Jedi containment methods with the specific requirements of these seals provides optimal security during transport. If Atris noted the subtle implication that Jedi methods alone would be insufficient, she gave no indication. "The crystals will be brought up momentarily. Given their interaction that you reported, we've implemented separate sub-containment fields within the main unit." "A sensible precaution," Naruto agreed, "though I should note that their interaction, while worth monitoring, also provides valuable data regarding their fundamental nature." Before Atris could respond, the temple doors opened to admit two Jedi Masters Naruto hadn't previously met, each carrying one of the sealed crystals in specialized force fields projected from handheld devices. The crystals themselves presented striking contrasts. Kurama's fragment glowed with swirling reddish energy had occasionally formed pattern-like suggestions of the nine-tailed fox's form, while Nihilus's containment crystal radiated darkness that seemed to absorb rather than emit light, the only visible feature being occasional ripples like shadows moving across shadow. As the crystals were brought into proximity, both visibly reacted, Kurama's energy patterns becoming more defined and active, Nihilus's darkness developing more pronounced ripple patterns. The Jedi Masters maintaining the force fields exchanged concerned glances. "The reaction intensifies when they're brought closer," observed one. A Twi'lek whose leku twitched with evident tension. "Expected and manageable," Naruto assured them, stepping forward with hands extended. "If you'll permit me." After receiving a nod from Atris, Masters carefully transferred the handheld projectors to Naruto. The moment he took control of the force fields, a visible change occurred. The erratic interactions between the crystals stabilized, settling into more rhythmic patterns as his energy signature influenced both containments simultaneously. "Fascinating," murmured Bastila, watching the transformation. "They respond to your presence specifically. They recognize the energy signature of their seals, creator," Naruto explained, moving the crystals toward the waiting containment unit. "The patterns you're observing represent a form of communication, not conscious in the way we understand it, but fundamental energy interaction seeking equilibrium." With precise movements, he positioned each crystal in its designated compartment within the larger containment unit. As they settled into place, the unit's systems activated automatically, layers of both technological and force-based containment fields establishing around each crystal individually and then the unit as a whole. "Containment stable," reported a Republic technician monitoring the unit's displays. "All parameters within established guidelines." The interaction continues, but in more structured form. Naruto noted, observing subtle patterns visible only to those sensitive to specific energy frequencies. This provides an excellent baseline for monitoring any changes during transport or at the Dantoin site. Master Atris studied the containment readings with scholarly focus. These energy signatures defy conventional classification within our understanding of force manifestations. Neither light nor dark, but something else. Precisely, Naruto confirmed, pleased by her accurate observation despite her evident discomfort with its implications. They exist beyond the dichotomy your traditions have established, representing more fundamental cosmic principles. This philosophical direction clearly made Atris uneasy, as it challenged categories central to Jedi doctrine. Rather than pursue it further in the present context, she redirected to practical matters. The containment unit is ready for transport, she declared, signaling to the public personnel to proceed with loading. As the unit was carefully moved aboard the Harbinger, the remainder of the expedition team began boarding, Jedi researchers carrying data pads and specialized scanning equipment. Republic security officers with military efficiency, and support personnel managing logistics. The mission had been classified at the highest levels, with only the Council and K.E.Y. Republic officials aware of its true purpose. Master Shan, called a voice from the temple entrance, drawing their attention. A Jedi Knight approached rapidly, his expression suggesting urgency despite his controlled pace. He bowed respectfully before addressing Bastila directly. Forgive the interruption, Master, but the Council has received information that may be relevant to your mission. A Republic archaeological team on Dantoin reported unusual energy readings near the Enclave ruins yesterday, followed by communications disruption. Efforts to re-establish contact have been unsuccessful. Bastila's expression sharpened with concern. What kind of energy readings? Details weren't specified in the initial report, but the pattern apparently matches anomalies detected on Telos. Before the incident in Restoration Zone 32, the implication was unmistakable. Someone else was searching for the fragments, and might have already located the one on Dantoin. Thank you for the information. Bastila replied with calm authority. Please inform the Council we'll investigate immediately upon arrival. As the messenger departed, she turned to Naruto and the others. This complicates our mission parameters. If someone is actively attempting to access the fragment, then our timeline has compressed significantly. Naruto finished, his expression thoughtful rather than alarmed. Though reaching the fragment beneath the enclave requires specific knowledge of both location and access methods, it's unlikely they could retrieve it without considerable time and resources, even if they've identified the general location. Unless they possessed information from the same source that led them to Telos, Visas pointed out quietly. A concerning possibility, Atris acknowledged, momentarily setting aside her reservations about the Miraluka in light of this more immediate concern. We should depart immediately. Naruto nodded agreement, though his mind was already analyzing the implications. The pattern suggested someone with access to information about his original sealing work, knowledge that should have been impossible to obtain given the precautions he had taken centuries ago. The mystery source troubled him more than the immediate threat to the Dantoin fragment, as it suggested a broader vulnerability he hadn't anticipated. As they boarded the Harbinger, final preparations accelerated in response to the new urgency. Within minutes, the cruiser's engines transitioned from standby to active status, repulsor lifts engaging to raise the vessel from the landing pad. Naruto took a final glance at the Jedi Temple as they ascended, the massive structure representing both impressive achievement and, from his perspective, certain limitations in understanding that might soon be challenged by events beyond their anticipation. The journey to Dantoin would take approximately 12 hours through hyperspace, time he would use to prepare for whatever awaited them at the ancient enclave. Something told him this expedition would reveal far more than just the nature of the sealed fragment. It would begin answering questions about who else sought this knowledge, and why. The wheel of destiny continued turning, patterns emerging that even one as old as Naruto couldn't fully predict. The Harbinger sliced through hyperspace with military precision, its Republic design emphasizing function over aesthetics. In the ship's conference room, the expedition team had gathered for final briefing before their anticipated arrival at Dantoin. Holographic displays showed detailed schematics of the damaged enclave and surrounding terrain, with particular focus on the cave systems extending beneath the ancient Jedi structure. Based on Naruto's information and our historical records, Bastila explained, indicating specific areas on the display, the fragment appears to be located in a natural chamber approximately 200 meters beneath the enclave's central courtyard. Access would originally have been through this meditation chamber, though the bombardment during the Jedi Civil War likely altered the physical pathways significantly. The records indicate the enclave was specifically built at that location due to unusual force concentrations detected by the original Jedi settlers, added one of the research team, a Serene whose Enlarg. Ed Cranium marked his species-enhanced cognitive capabilities. Those concentrations were attributed to natural crystal formations, but given what we now know, the fragment's presence likely created the force nexus that attracted the Jedi initially, Naruto confirmed. A common pattern I've observed throughout history, significant force traditions often develop around locations where fragments or similar energy concentrations exist, though the practitioners rarely understand the true source of the power they sense. Master Atris studied the schematics with scholarly focus. The Council A archives mention an ancient meditation chamber beneath the enclave, accessible only to masters. References describe unusual force phenomena experienced there, including visions spanning time periods beyond the meditator's lifetime. Proximity to the fragment would create such effects, Naruto explained. Kurama's energy exists partially outside conventional temporal limitations, allowing sensitive individuals to perceive echoes from both past and potential futures. This information clearly intrigued the researchers, though Atris's expression revealed the scholarly discomfort of one discovering that long-held explanations might require significant revision. These Republic archaeologists, Visas inquired, redirecting the conversation to more immediate concerns. When did they begin their work at the enclave ruins? Approximately 3 months ago, Bastila answered. A standard historical preservation project focused on documenting the site before implementing structural stabilization. Nothing in their mission parameters suggested awareness of anything beyond architectural and cultural significance. Yet they reported energy readings similar to those on Telos, Visas noted thoughtfully, suggesting either coincidental discovery or purpose disguised as archaeological research. The team was thoroughly vetted, asserted a Republic security officer, a weathered human woman with captain's insignia. Standard background checks showed no suspicious affiliations or activities. Standard checks might miss connections to organizations operating outside conventional political structures. Naruto observed without accusation, particularly those with knowledge of ancient force traditions predating current classifications. This possibility created visible unease among both Republic personnel and Jedi researchers. The implication that unknown groups might possess knowledge beyond their awareness challenged fundamental security assumptions. Do you have specific concerns about particular organizations? Bastila asked directly. Naruto considered his response carefully. Throughout history, knowledge fragments and reforms in patterns often invisible to contemporary observers. What appears as new discovery frequently represents rediscovery of wisdom lost through time. The seals I placed on these fragments were designed to be undetectable through conventional force techniques. Yet someone has located at least 2 of them. This suggests either extraordinary sensitivity or access to information from my original world. Information that should have been lost completely when that world was destroyed. Atris noted skeptically. Should have been, yes, Naruto acknowledged. Yet patterns survive in unexpected ways. Symbols, techniques, philosophical approaches, all might be preserved through generations of practitioners who no longer recognize their origins. The ship's communication system interrupted this line of discussion. Bridge to Master Shan. We're approaching Dantoin space. Estimated arrival in 30 minutes. Acknowledged, Bastila responded. Prepare shuttlecraft for planetary descent once we've established orbit and completed preliminary scans. As the briefing concluded and team members departed to make final preparations, Naruto remained studying the holographic display of the enclave ruins. His extended senses detected Visa's lingering similarly. Her force perception likely perceiving details beyond the visual representation. You anticipate complications beyond what you've shared with the others, she observed quietly when they were alone. Naruto smiled slightly at her perceptiveness. The fragment's proximity to the surface has likely created energy patterns more accessible than the others I sealed. If someone is actively seeking these fragments with knowledge of their nature, they may have developed techniques to interact with them without breaking the physical seals entirely. Partial awakening rather than complete release, Visas surmised. Potentially extracting power or information while avoiding the catastrophic consequences of full unsealing. Precisely. A dangerous approach, but possible with sufficient understanding of the fundamental energies involved. Visas moved closer to the display, her head tilting slightly as she studied the cave system representations. These passages show evidence of deliberate modification beyond natural formation. The patterns resemble certain Sith temple designs I observed during my training, specifically those designed to channel and amplify force energies. This observation aligned with Naruto's own assessment. The Jedi who established the enclave likely modified the natural cave system according to their understanding of force harmonics, unwitting Why creating conduits that interact with the fragment's energy in specific ways. Creating a form of unintentional amplification, Visas concluded. If someone with knowledge of both traditional force techniques and your sealing methods accessed this system, they could potentially establish connection with the fragment without fully releasing it, Naruto confirmed. A dangerous procedure, but one that might extract significant power or knowledge. Their discussion paused as the door reopened to admit Bastila, who had changed into more practical field attire while maintaining the dignified presentation expected of a Jedi Master. We've established orbit and completed initial scans, she informed them. No signs of unusual activity visible from space, though we're detecting ion disruption consistent with the reported anomalies. The archaeological team's base camp appears intact, but we're receiving no response to hails. Not unexpected if they encountered the fragment's energy directly, Naruto noted. Proximity to partially awakened fragments can disrupt both technology and force-based communication. The shuttle will be ready in 10 minutes, Bastila continued. Master Atris has requested that you supervise the transfer of the containment unit personally. Of course, Naruto agreed, moving toward the door before pausing briefly. Master Shan, I should mention that Visas has identified potentially significant modifications to the cave system beneath the enclave. Structural elements that might influence how the fragment's energy manifests. Bastila glanced between them, clearly noting their continued collaboration. I'd appreciate a full briefing on these observations during the descent. Any information that helps us anticipate what we're facing would be valuable. As they proceeded toward the shuttle bay, Naruto observed the subtle but meaningful shift in Bastila's approach, her initial caution regarding Visas gradually yielding to professional recognition of the Miraluka's expertise. Such evolution represented the kind of balanced assessment he had hoped for, acknowledging past associations while remaining open to present evidence. The shuttle bay hummed with pre-launch activity as Republic personnel secured equipment and Jedi researchers organized specialized scanning devices. The containment unit holding the sealed crystals had been positioned on a hover transport near the shuttle's loading ramp, with Master Atris personally verifying the security measures. All readings remain within parameters, she reported as they approached. Though the interaction between the crystals intensified briefly as we entered orbit, suggesting possible resonance with the fragment below. Expected and manageable, Naruto assured her, examining the monitoring displays. The containment fields are compensating appropriately. Together they supervised the loading of the unit into a specially prepared compartment aboard the shuttle, with redundant stabilization systems to minimize disruption during planetary descent. Throughout the procedure, Naruto noted Atris's scholarly attention to the technical details while maintaining careful emotional distance from the philosophical implications, a compartmentalization characteristic of those whose intellectual frameworks were being challenged by new information. Within minutes, the expedition team had boarded and secured for departure. The shuttle detached from the Harbinger with practiced precision, its descent toward Dantooine's surface smooth despite the pilot's evident tension regarding their potentially compromised landing zone. Through the viewport, the planet's surface came into view, predominantly agricultural, with vast golden plains interspersed with scattered settlements and the occasional crystalline blue of natural lakes. Despite millennia of habitation, Dantooine remained largely undeveloped, its population concentrated in small communities rather than major urban centers. The Jedi enclave ruins appeared on the horizon as they approached, once an elegant complex of domed structures and contemplative courtyards, now partially collapsed from orbital bombardment during the Jedi Civil War. Adjacent to the ruins, the archaeological team's base camp formed a neat arrangement of temporary structures, research equipment, and small vehicles for local transportation. "No movement visible in the camp," reported the shuttle's co-pilot, monitoring sensor readings. "Life signs detected but stationary. Possibly unconscious or in some form of stasis. Set down in the designated clearing 50 meters from the camp perimeter," Bastila instructed. "Security team will establish a defensive position before we proceed with investigation." The shuttle touched down with minimal disturbance. Repulsor lift stirring the golden grasses that had reclaimed much of the area surrounding the ruins. Through the viewport, the enclave's remaining structures created a haunting, beautiful tableau against Dantooine's clear sky, broken elegance that spoke to both achievement and hubris. "Security team, deploy and secure the perimeter," ordered Captain Telia, the Republic officer who had participated in the briefing. "Standard formation, full sensor sweep before advancing." As the team prepared to disembark, Naruto closed his eyes briefly, extending his senses beyond conventional boundaries to assess the energy patterns surrounding them. What he detected confirmed his earlier concerns. The fragment beneath the enclave had been partially awakened, its energy signature pulsing in irregular patterns that suggested external interference rather than natural fluctuation. "The fragment has been accessed," he informed the others quietly. "Not fully unsealed, but bed in a deliberate pattern consistent with attempted energy extraction." This announcement created immediate tension among the expedition members. Bastila's expression sharpened with strategic focus, while Atras's normally composed features betrayed momentary alarm before regaining control. "Is it stable?" the historian asked directly. "Currently, yes," Naruto replied. "But the interference pattern suggests whoever accessed it may still be present, possibly within the cave system beneath the enclave." Proceeding with elevated caution, then, Bastila decided. "Captain Telia, adjust security protocols accordingly. Full biometric and energy weapons ready." As the shuttle ramp descended, Dantooine's distinctive atmosphere greeted them, clean, slightly sweet-scented air carrying undertones of the native grasses and distant flowering plants. Under different circumstances, the setting would have invited contemplative appreciation. Now, it merely formed the backdrop for potential confrontation. The security team deployed with military precision, establishing a defensive perimeter around the shuttle while scanning for immediate threats. Finding none, they signaled for the research team to disembark, with the containment unit carefully monitored during transfer to a ground-based hover transport. "The archaeological camp first," Bastila directed. "We need to determine what happened." To the Republic team before proceeding to the enclave proper. As they approached the silent camp, the absence of normal activity became increasingly conspicuous. Equipment remained in position, data terminals still active, even personal items visible through habitat doorways, all suggesting sudden interruption rather than planned departure. "No signs of struggle or violence," observed Captain Telia, examining the main research tent. "Whatever happened, they didn't fight or attempt to flee." Inside the central command module, active monitors displayed archaeological data, site mapping, and ongoing analysis, all continuing to function normally despite their operators' absence. Visas moved methodically through the space, her force perception examining aspects beyond visible evidence. He experienced something approximately 36 hours ago, she reported, sensing residual energy patterns. A wave of force energy emanated from the enclave ruins, affecting everyone simultaneously. Not attack or defense, but invitation. Atras questioned skeptically. An impression rather than precise definition, Visas clarified. The energy signature suggests drawing rather than repelling, not hostile, but compelling beyond normal consciousness. Naruto nodded confirmation as his own senses detected the same pattern. The fragment's energy, when partially awakened, can manifest as a psychic beacon to sensitive individuals. Not mind control precisely, but a call that bypasses conventional thought processes. Where would it have drawn them? Bastila asked practically. To the source, Naruto answered. Likely the meditation chamber beneath the enclave that served as access point to the fragment's location. A Republic officer approached from one of the peripheral tents, data pad in hand. Master Shan, we've accessed their research logs. 3 days ago, they discovered an entrance to previously unmapped sections beneath the enclave, apparently revealed by recent structural collapse in the Eastern Meditation Chamber. That would be consistent with the original access point I established, Naruto confirmed. The bombardment damage likely revealed jets that had been deliberately concealed when the fragment was initially sealed. The logs also mention unusual energy readings beginning immediately after discovery, the officer continued. Descri. Bedas. Harmonic resonance patterns unlike standard force nexus measurements. Their last entry indicates a team of 5 researchers plan to investigate the new passages with specialized scanning equipment. And likely encountered whoever was already attempting to access the fragment, Visas concluded. Bastila considered this information with the tactical assessment of an experienced commander. Captain Telia, establish a secure base at this location with half your team. The rest will accompany us to the enclave. Maintain constant communication. Any disruption should be treated as immediate threat indication. What about the containment unit? Atris asked, gesturing toward the hover transport where the sealed crystals remained under guard. It comes with us, Naruto stated firmly. Proximity to the third fragment will provide crucial data about their interaction, potentially revealing the nature of the interference pattern. Though clearly uncomfortable with this approach, Atris didn't object outright. Then we should implement maximum containment protocols during transport. The interaction you predicted will likely intensify as we approach the fragment's location. With assignments clarified, the expedition reorganized for their approach to the enclave ruins. Republic security formed a protective formation around the researchers and containment unit, weapons ready but not yet activated. The Jedi, including Bastila and Atris, positioned themselves strategically throughout the group, lightsabers accessible but not drawn. Naruto and Visas moved slightly ahead, the IR unique sensitivities providing advance awareness of energy fluctuations that might indicate danger. As they approached the enclave's broken perimeter wall, Naruto noted how the Miraluka's movements had gradually synchronized with his own, not through conscious imitation but natural alignment of complementary awareness patterns. The enclave ruins emerged fully as they passed through what had once been the main entrance arch. Now partially collapsed into elegant devastation. Sunlight filtered through broken domes, creating patterns of light and shadow across cracked stone floors where Generate ions of Jedi had once walked in contemplative silence. Despite the destruction, a sense of serene purpose lingered in the very stones, the accumulated meditation of countless Force users having imprinted on the physical structure itself. The Eastern Meditation Chamber would be through that corridor, Bastila indicated, referring to architectural plans she had studied during preparation. Though given the structural damage, we may need to find alternative pathways. As they proceeded deeper into the ruins, Naruto sensed subtle changes in the ambient force energy, not merely the expected residue. Impressions from the enclave's history, but active currents flowing in patterns that suggested deliberate manipulation. Someone was indeed working with the fragment's energy, though with more sophistication than he had initially anticipated. The patterns are structured, he murmured to Visas, who nodded silent confirmation of her own detection. Whoever is accessing the fragment has considerable knowledge of how to modulate its output without triggering catastrophic release. Concerning, she replied quietly. Such knowledge should be extremely rare, if not unique to you. Before Naruto could respond, a faint sound echoed through the damaged corridors, not mechanical or natural, but something between whisper and song, barely audible yet somehow penetrating consciousness directly. Several expedition members paused, expressions suggesting they were trying to identify the source. "What is that?" asked one of the younger researchers, his hand unconsciously moving toward his temple. "The fragment's resonance pattern," Naruto explained, his voice deliberately calm to counteract the unsettling effect. "As we approach, its energy interacts with consciousness in ways that translate to sensory impressions. Different individuals perceive it according to their particular force sensitivity. It's getting stronger," Bastila observed, her disciplined mind clearly noting the effect. While maintaining focus on their surroundings, the Eastern Meditation Chamber appeared ahead, once a perfect dome designed to enhance contemplative states through specific acoustic and force-resonant properties. Now, Half the dome had collapsed, allowing Dantooine's sunlight to illuminate what had previously been a carefully controlled environment of filtered illumination. At the chamber's center, where meditation mats had once been arranged in concentric circles, a new opening had formed, a roughly circular descent into darkness, surrounding stonework bearing scorch marks consistent with Reese. NT energy discharge rather than ancient battle damage. This passage wasn't created by natural collapse, Captain Telia observed, examining the perimeter with professional assessment. Precision cutting tools, possibly lightsaber work as well. The archaeological team wouldn't have had authorization for such modifications, Bastila noted with concern. No, agreed Atris, studying the markings with scholarly focus. These cuts show methodology consistent with certain ancient Sith excavation techniques, designed to minimize disruption to force-sensitive surroundings while accessing concealed areas. This assessment drew surprised glances from several expedition members. Atris noted their reaction with slight defensiveness. The Jedi archives contain comprehensive documentation of such techniques, preserved for historical understanding rather than implementation. Knowledge preserved often finds unexpected application, Naruto observed without judgment. The passage appears recently used. The fragment's energy signature flows more strongly from below, suggesting the sealing chamber has been at least partially accessed. Bastila activated a small light attached to her belt, illuminating the descending passage. Security team, standard exploration formation. Researchers remain topside until we've confirmed safe conditions. The containment unit should proceed with initial team, Naruto countered. The sealed crystal's proximity to the fragment will provide immediate data regarding the nature of the interference. Though clearly preferring caution, Bastila recognized the logic of this approach. Very well, Captain Telia, assign your best people to escort the containment unit. The rest establish defensive positions here to secure our exit route. As the advance team prepared to descend, Visas approached the passage in trance, her force perception examining aspects invisible to conventional sight. The energy flow has been deliberately modified, she reported, channeled in patterns consistent with extraction rather than release. Whoever created this passage understood the fragment's nature well enough to establish controlled interaction. Which should have been impossible without direct knowledge of my original sealing techniques, Naruto added, his concern deepening. The implications are troubling. With final preparations complete, the advance team began their descent. Bastila and 2 Republic security officers in lead position, followed by Naruto and Visas flanking the containment unit, with Atris and additional security forming the rear guard. The passage descended at a steep angle, roughly hewn steps carved into what had once been natural cave formation, now modified with structural reinforcements that combined ancient and modern techniques in distinctive hybrid approach. As they progressed deeper, the ambient light from above gradually faded, replaced by the team's portable illumination devices. The air grew noticeably cooler, carrying mineral undertones from the surrounding stone along with something less definable, a subtle vibration that registered as much through force sensitivity as physical sensation. The fragment's resonance increases, Visas noted, her perception uniquely attuned to such fluctuations. Deliberate modulation rather than natural emanation. Within the containment unit, the sealed crystals had begun responding to the approaching fragment, Kurama's crystal pulsing with more defined energy patterns, while Nihilus's containment exhibited rippling shadows of increasing complexity. The monitoring systems registered these changes without indicating immediate danger, though several warning indicators had shifted from green to amber. After descending approximately 100 meters, the passage opened into a larger chamber that clearly combined natural cave formation with deliberate modification. Ancient stone columns, carved with symbols that predated standard Jedi iconography, supported a domed ceiling where crystalline formations caught and amplified their light sources in prismatic patterns. The floor had been polished to mirror-like smoothness, inscribed with concentric circles of symbols that combined mathematical precision with artistic fluidity. These markings, Atris whispered, scholarly interest momentarily overriding caution, they resemble certain patterns from the earliest Jedi texts, but with significant variations of never encountered in the archives. Because they predate your archives, Naruto confirmed. These are adaptations of sealing techniques from my original world, modified to work within this galaxy's specific force properties. At the chamber's center stood a raised dais of dark stone, upon which rested an object that immediately captured Yon's attention. A crystalline formation similar to the sealed fragments they carried, but larger and partially embedded in the stone itself. Unlike the contained crystals, this one pulsed with visible energy that flowed in complex patterns throughout the chamber, interacting with the inscribed symbols to create constantly shifting illumination. Most concerning, however, was what surrounded the ice. 5 figures in archaeological expedition uniforms, arranged in perfect equidistant positions, kneeling as if in meditation but unnaturally still. Their eyes remained open, vacant expressions suggesting consciousness directed elsewhere despite physical presence. And behind them, partially concealed by the crystal's pulsing light, stood another figure, tall, clad in robes that combined scholarly design with subtle armor elements. Face obscured by a hood that cast deep shadows despite the chamber's illumination. Republic Archaeological Team located, Captain Telia reported quietly into her communicator. Appears alive but unresponsive, unknown subject present at primary objective. The hooded figure made no move to acknowledge their arrival, attention seemingly focused entirely on the crystal. Hands extended in precise geometric positions, manipulating energy flows visible only to force-sensitive observers. Fascinating approach, the figure finally spoke, voice carrying distinct, feminine tones with an accent Naruto found hauntingly familiar, rhythms and inflections that echoed his original world's linguistic patterns despite using this galaxy's common language. Bringing the other fragments directly to me saves considerable effort in collection. Step away from the crystal, Bastila commanded, her lightsaber activating with characteristic yellow glow that cast new shadows throughout the chamber. Release the archaeological team immediately. A soft laugh emerged from beneath the hood. They're perfectly safe, merely experiencing perspectives beyond their normal limitations. Quite educational for them, actually. The figure turned slowly, hood falling back to reveal features that combined elegant refinement with scholarly intensity, a woman of indeterminate age. Her skin bearing subtle markings that resembled tattoos but shifted position slightly when viewed directly, as though existing partially outside conventional physical properties. Naruto Uzumaki, she greeted him directly, ignoring the others entirely. The Sage of 6 Paths. Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. Last survivor of a world long forgotten by all except those who preserved the knowledge. The use of titles from his original world, pronounced with perfect intonation, confirmed Naruto's growing suspicion. This was no random discovery or coincidental interest in the fragments. This presented direct connection to knowledge that should have been inaccessible in this galaxy. You have me at a disadvantage, he replied calmly, assessing her force signature, powerful but strangely fragmented. As though assembled from disparate sources rather than developing naturally. You know my history, yet I don't recall our meeting. We haven't met, she acknowledged, though I've studied you extensively through records preserved by those who came before. My name is Mitra Surik, though some call me the Exile. Her attention shifted briefly to the others. Master Atris and I are already acquainted. Though our last meeting ended rather contentiously. Atris's composure faltered momentarily, genuine shock breaking through her scholarly detachment. Impossible. The Exile left known space years ago, following Revan beyond the Outer Rim, and returned with knowledge that recontextualizes everything the Jedi believe about the Force, Mitra replied, her focus returning to Naruto. Including the true origins of both Jedi and Sith traditions in techniques brought from another galaxy entirely. The implications hung in the chamber like physical weight. If true, this woman had somehow accessed information about Naruto's original world, knowledge he had believed lost completely when that civilization was destroyed. You're interfering with a sealed fragment containing dangerous energy, he stated. Redirecting to immediate concerns rather than historical implications. However you obtained your information, the techniques you're employing risk destabilizing containment that has held for millennia. Destabilizing, Mitra echoed with evident amusement. No, I'm refining what you began. Your sealing techniques were masterful but designed with limited understanding of how chakra would interact with this galaxy's force properties over extended time periods. I'm merely optimizing the integration. Within the containment unit, both sealed crystals had begun reacting more strongly to the partially awakened fragment, energy patterns synchronizing in ways the monitoring system struggled to categorize. Warning indicators shifted from amber to red, though no immediate breach appeared imminent. The Republic team, Bastila insisted, maintaining focus on immediate humanitarian concerns. Release them now. Mitra sighed lightly, making a subtle gesture that I am. Immediately affected the kneeling archaeologists. They blinked simultaneously, expressions transitioning from vacancy to confusion as awareness returned. They're satisfied. They're perfectly fine, Mir. Li temporarily connected to experience memories stored within the crystal. Her attention remained fixed on Naruto. Memories of your world, sage. Knowledge preserved when everything else was lost. One of the archaeologists attempted to stand, disorientation evident in his movements. What happened? There was light, and then, images. A village hidden among massive trees. People moving faster than possible, manipulating elements. Konoha, Naruto whispered, the name of his original home emerging unbidden after centuries of careful non-reference. You've accessed memories stored within Kurama's fragment. Precisely. Mitra confirmed. Each fragment contains not merely power but knowledge, experiences, techniques, historical records. Information presumed lost that could transform our understanding of both force and civilization development. The strategic implications were profound. If each fragment contained such information, accessing all 9 would provide comprehensive knowledge of a civilization with energy manipulation capabilities beyond current galactic understanding. In the wrong hands, such knowledge could create catastrophic power imbalance. Your methodology, Naruto observed, studying the energy manipulation patterns she had established, combines traditional force techniques with principles that shouldn't be accessible in this galaxy. Where did you obtain this knowledge? Mitra's expression suggested she had anticipated this question. Beyond the Outer Rim exists evidence of civilizations that predate both Republic and Sith Empire, refugees from our galaxy who brought fragmentary knowledge when they fled the cataclysm. Over centuries, that knowledge was preserved, reinterpreted, eventually forming the basis for what would become Jedi philosophy. But the original sources remained hidden on worlds long forgotten. Impossible, Atris declared, scholarly certainty momentarily overriding diplomatic caution. The Jedi Order's foundations are well documented through thousands of years of meticulous record-keeping. Records that begin after the traditions were already established, Mitra countered. The earliest texts reference travel, RS from beyond the outer void, who brought wisdom of energy manipulation. Your historians interpreted these as allegorical rather than literal, a convenient simplification that preserved institutional authority while dismissing inconvenient origins. This assessment echoed Naruto's own observations regarding Jedi historical interpretation, though he remained cautious about accepting Mitra's claims without verification. Her knowledge was too precise to dismiss entirely, yet her methodology suggested concerning applications beyond mere historical interest. The fragment's seal exists for specific purpose, he stated firmly. Partial activation creates instability that endangers everyone present. Whatever knowledge you seek, this approach risks catastrophic release. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Mitra's expression. The patterns are stable within parameters of established. The energy responds to calibrated resonance without threatening containment integrity. Currently, Naruto acknowledged, but you're creating harmonics that interact with the other fragments. He gestured toward the containment unit, where warning indicators continued flashing. The system becomes exponentially more complex with each additional fragment brought into proximity. This information seemed to genuinely surprise her, a limitation in her understanding despite her impressive knowledge base. Bastila seized the opening with diplomatic precision. We share interest in preserving this knowledge safely, she offered, deactivating her lightsaber as gesture of good faith. The Council has authorized a research expedition specifically to understand these fragments without risking release. Your expertise could contribute significantly to that effort. Mitra's gaze shifted between them, calculating complex probabilities visible in her focused expression. An interesting proposal, though I question whether the Council truly seeks understanding or merely containment of knowledge that challenges their authority. Quote, a fair concern, Naruto acknowledged with unexpected candor. Institutions often resist information that recontextualizes their foundations. But dangerous implementation helps no one. These fragments contain not just knowledge but consciousness, partial awareness that responds to interaction in ways difficult to predict without comprehensive understanding of their nature. Something in this explanation resonated with Mitra. Her hands lowered slightly, modifying the energy manipulation pattern she had established around the fragment. The pulsing light stabilized, shifting from erratic flares to more rhythmic illumination. "You speak from direct experience," she observed. "The fragments contain aspects of Kurama's consciousness, your partner's were. Ines preserved despite physical dissolution. The personal recognition, acknowledging Kurama as partner rather than merely power source, suggested deeper understanding than Naruto had anticipated. It hinted at genuine appreciation for the relationship rather than merely technical knowledge of the sealing process. "Yes," he confirmed simply. "Which is why proper handling matters beyond mere power considerations. These aren't tools or weapons, but fragments of sentient consciousness deserving respect despite their current limitations." This perspective clearly hadn't featured prominently in whatever sources Mitra had accessed. She studied him with renewed interest, reassessing assumptions against direct evidence. "The archaeological team requires medical attention," Captain Telia interjected, examining one of the disoriented researchers. "Extended exposure to these energies has created significant neural stress patterns. They'll recover fully within hours," Mitra stated with confidence born of precise knowledge. "The experience overwhelms unaccustomed neural pathways temporarily but causes no permanent damage. I calibrated the exposure specifically to prevent harm." Despite the tension of the situation, Naruto found himself impressed by her technical precision. Whatever her sources, Mitra had implemented complex energy manipulation with remarkable skill considering her presumed lack of direct training in chakra principles. "I propose cooperation rather than confrontation," he suggested, sensing opportunity in her evident intellectual curiosity. "Your knowledge combined with mine could advance understanding significantly while minimizing risks. The fragment remains secured while we exchange information regarding its nature and potential." Visas, who had remained observant throughout the exchange, added unexpected support. "The patterns you've established show sophisticated understanding of energy flow principles. Combined with Naruto's direct experience with the fragment's origin, collaborative approach offers optimal outcomes for knowledge preservation." Mitra studied the Miraluka with evident curiosity. "Interesting. A former Sith apprentice advocate. Ting knowledge sharing rather than power acquisition. Your perspective has evolved considerably since serving Nihilus." This casual reference to Visas's past suggested information sources extending beyond merely ancient history. Mitra somehow possessed current intelligence regarding recent events on Telos. "My experience serving Hunger Incarnate provided valuable perspective on destructive potential when power supersedes understanding," Visas replied with dignified composure. "A lesson applicable to all energy manipulation, regardless of philosophical framework." This exchange seemed to influence Mitra's assessment more than the official Jedi position had. After a moment's consideration, she nodded slightly. "A conditional agreement, then. I'll share my research and methodology regarding the fragments, collaborating with your expedition to stabilize this particular seal properly. In exchange, I require full access to your findings and unfiltered information about the fragments' true nature." Bastila and Atris exchanged glances, clearly recognizing that such agreement exceeded their authorized negotiating parameters. Yet the practical reality, Mitra's established position and demonstrated knowledge, created leverage that couldn't be easily dismissed. Subject to council approval regarding classified information, Bastila specified diplomatically, collaboration seems the optimal approach given shared objectives of knowledge preservation and public safety. "Acceptable," Mitra agreed, though her slight smile suggested she anticipated the council's likely resistance and had already calculated contingency approaches. With tentative agreement established, attention returned to immediate practical concerns, stabilizing the fragment's partially activated state, securing the archaeological team for medical evaluation, and establishing appropriate protocols for the delicate knowledge exchange process. As Republic personnel assisted the disoriented researchers toward the exit passage, Naruto approached the dais where the fragment pulsed with gradually stabilizing energy. Up close, the crystalline formation revealed more complex patterns than visible from distance. Subtle variations in color and density that recorded millennia of energy fluctuations since his original sealing. You modified the containment parameters with remarkable precision, he observed to Mitra, who had stepped aside to allow his examination. Especially considering you worked from theoretical knowledge rather than direct experience with chakra manipulation. Theory informed by extensive historical documentation, she clarified, professional interest momentarily superseding political positioning. Records preserved by those who witnessed your world's final days and carried null DGE fragments to safety across the void between galaxies. This claim warranted extensive verification, yet Naruto sensed fundamental truth beneath potentially exaggerated details. Someone had indeed preserved information about his original world, limited and distorted through generations of reinterpretation, perhaps, but containing core principles that explained Mitra's technical capabilities. The fragment responds differently to your presence than to mine, she noted, observing how the crystal's energy patterns shifted subtly as Naruto examined it. Direct resonance with your specific sig. Nature rather than merely responding to manipulation techniques. Expected, given my connection to Kurama, Naruto explained, hands forming precise gestures that modified the energy flow without direct contact. The fragments retain memory of our bond despite separation and time. Within the containment unit nearby, the sealed crystals had begun synchronizing with the stabilizing fragment, warning indicators gradually transitioning from red back to amber as harmonic patterns established between all three. This interaction created data that would prove invaluable for understanding their fundamental nature more comprehensively. Master Atris approached cautiously, scholarly interest temporarily overriding her evident distrust of Mitra. These symbols surrounding the dais, they match nothing in our archives, yet clearly function as part of the containment system. Fuinjutsu, Naruto identified, using the original terminology from his world. Sealing techniques developed over generations in my homeland, combining mathematical precision with artistic expression to manipulate energy flow patterns. Applied mathematics as artistic practice, Mitra elaborated, her knowledge again suggesting detailed historical sources. A framework that treats energy manipulation as both science and art form rather than merely technical application. This perspective, energy work as creative expression rather than merely functional technique, visibly intrigued several of the Jedi researchers who had remained to document the chamber. It represented philosophical approach distinctly different from traditional Jedi methodology, which emphasized disciplined application within established parameters rather than creative innovation. The fragment is stabilizing, Visas reported, her force perk. Epsion tracking energy fluctuations invisible to conventional observation. The interference pattern has resolved into rhythmic oscillation rather than chaotic disruption. Sufficient for safe transport? Bastila asked practically. Not yet, Naruto cautioned. The partial activation requires controlled deactivation sequence rather than abrupt containment. Attempting physical relocation during this transitional state risks destabilizing the harmonics we've established. How long? Captain Telia inquired, security concerns evident in her tone. Approximately 6 hours, Mitra answered before Naruto could respond, her estimate precisely matching his own assessment. The crystal requires full harmonic cycle completion before returning to dormant states suitable for transport. This convergence of technical evaluation, despite their disparate knowledge sources, created momentary connection that transcended the political tensions surrounding their encounter. Both recognized the author's expertise regarding these specific energies, professional respect establishing foundation for potential collaboration despite significant philosophical differences. We should establish monitoring rotation, Bastila decided, adapting tactically to the situation's requirements. Teams of 3, combining technical expertise with security presence throughout the stabilization process. As practical arrangements proceeded, Naruto found opportunity for more direct conversation with Mitra, their shared technical focus providing context for deeper exchange without the immediate audience of others. Your knowledge of these sealing techniques is impressive, he acknowledged, genuinely curious about her sources. Yet contains specific gaps that suggest fragmentary transmission rather than comprehensive understanding. An accurate assessment, she confirmed without defensiveness. The records I accessed preserved principles and certain methodologies, but lacked contextual framework data. She apparently informed your original approach, particularly regarding the consciousness aspects you emphasized, which explains your focus on knowledge extraction rather than preservation of sentient integrity. Naruto observed without accusation. The fragments contain both information and awareness, inseparably integrated. Treating them merely as data repositories risks damage to the consciousness elements. This perspective clearly provided new context for Mitra's understanding. The records mentioned consciousness transfer but described it primarily as metaphorical rather than literal sentience preservation. This changes certain assumptions underlying my research approach. As intended information exchange should, Naruto replied with gentle humor that momentarily bridged their different perspectives. Knowledge benefits from multiple viewpoints, particularly when dealing with concepts that transcend conventional categorization. For the first time, Mitra's carefully maintained scholarly composure softened slightly, revealing genuine intellectual curiosity beneath political positioning. The records describe you differently than you present yourself. More formal, distant, the legendary sage rather than the pragmatic individual before me. Naruto smiled, recognizing how historical records inevitably simplified complex personalities into archetypal representations. Legends rarely capture the mundane aspects of those they immortalize. I've lived many lifetimes since the events your records likely describe. Experience tends to soften certainty while expanding perspective. This philosophical observation seemed to resonate with something in Mitra's personal experience. A brief shadow crossing her expression suggested complex history with her own legendary status as the exile. Before their conversation could continue, Visas approached with update regarding the containment unit. The sealed crystals have established stable harmonic relationship with the fragment. The monitoring systems show synchronized energy patterns without concerning interference. Excellent, Naruto acknowledged. This provides valuable baseline data for understanding how proximity affects their interaction. Such information will prove crucial when addressing the remaining fragments. As the chamber settled into organized research activity, Jedi documenting symbols, public personnel establishing security protocols, technical specialists monitoring energy fluctuations, Naruto observed the unexpected coalition their circumstances had created. Individuals from disparate backgrounds and philosophical traditions, temporarily united by shared technical challenge that transcended their differences. Such moments, he had learned through countless lifetimes, often contain seeds of more profound transformation than dramatic confrontations or formal agreements. When beings work together on practical problems requiring their combined expertise, artificial boundaries frequently dissolved in ways formal diplomacy rarely achieved. Whether this particular collaboration would yield lasting change remained uncertain. The political complexities surrounding knowledge that challenged institutional foundations rarely resolved easily. Yet the wheel of destiny had brought these specific individuals together at this precise moment, a convergence pattern that suggested significance beyond immediate circumstances. For now, stabilizing the fragment and establishing functional working relationships took priority over longer-term implications. The knowledge exchange process had begun, already yielding insights that none possessed individually. Whatever paths diverged from this junction, the combined understanding developing through their interaction would influence them all. The ancient chamber, with its symbols from a lost world illuminated by energy patterns spanning galaxies and millennia, seemed an appropriately symbolic setting for such convergence. Past and present, different traditions and perspectives, all temporarily united in pursuit of understanding that transcended their individual limitations. Balance in practice rather than merely theory, AF. Itting embodiment of the principles Naruto had spent lifetimes attempting to preserve. 6 hours of careful monitoring and gradually decreasing energy manipulation had produced the desired Rasul. The fragment's activation had been systematically reversed, returning it to stable dormant state suitable for secure transport. Throughout this process, Naruto and Mitra had worked in unexpected harmony. Their complementary knowledge creating efficiency that impressed even the skeptical observers. The energy signature has returned to baseline parameters, Visas confirmed, her specialized perception providing verification beyond technological monitoring. The resonance pattern shows stability consistent with properly sealed state. Confirmed, agreed one of the Jedi researchers, reviewing sensor data with scholarly precision. All readings match historical records from previous examinations of the site, allowing for equipment variation. The archaeological team members had been transported to the Harbinger for medical evaluation, their condition stable but requiring monitoring as their minds processed the unusual experience of directly accessing memories stored within the fragment. Initial reports suggested no permanent damage, though several exhibited expanded force sensitivity that would warrant follow-up assessment. Within the chamber, preparations for the fragment's secure removal proceeded with methodical care. Unlike the previously secured crystals, this fragment had been partially embedded in the chamber's structure, requiring specialized extraction techniques. To maintain containment integrity during relocation, the integration with surrounding stone wasn't coincidental, Naruto explained as they worked. The natural crystalline formations in this cave's eastem possess harmonic properties that reinforce the sealing technique. Separation requires compensating for that lost resonance, which explains your original choice of location, Mitra noted, as easting with the complex energy adjustments necessary during extraction. The Jedi who later established the enclave above likely sensed the harmonic properties without understanding their source or purpose. A common pattern throughout history, Naruto acknowledged. Significant locations often attract successive generations of inhabitants who perceive effects without recognizing causes. Master Atris, who had been documenting the chamber's symbolic elements with scholarly thoroughness, joined their discussion with characteristic academic focus. The earliest records regarding the Dantuan enclave mention unusual force concentrations that facilitated meditation and learning, she confirmed, referencing historical knowledge with precise citation. The founders described experiencing visions spanning time when meditating in this specific location. Proximity to the fragment created temporal perception expansion, Naruto explained. Kurama's energy exists partially outside conventional time limitations, a property that allows sensitive individuals to perceive echoes from both past and potential futures. This information clearly challenged Atris's understanding of force properties, though her scholarly training provided framework for integrating new perspectives without immediate rejection. Such temporal effects have been documented in certain unique force nexus locations throughout the galaxy. Though conventional explanation attributes this to concentrated force energy rather than specific qualities of the energy itself. Different explanatory models for the same observed phenomena, Mitra noted diplomatically, though understanding the underlying mechanism offers potential for more precise application rather than merely documenting effects. This reference to application rather than merely theoretical understanding revealed fundamental difference in approach between traditional Jedi scholarship and Mitra's more pragmatic methodology. Where Atris emphasized preservation and documentation, Mitra clearly prioritized practical implementation, a distinction that explained much about their evidently contentious history. The fragment is ready for transfer to containment, Naruto announced, completing the final adjustments to the extraction process. The specialized unit prepared aboard the shuttle should maintain stability during transport to the Harbinger. With careful coordination, the crystalline fragment was separated from its stone housing, multiple force techniques simultaneously supporting its energetic integrity during the delicate transition. Unlike conventional objects, the fragment existed as much as energy pattern as physical form, requiring multidimensional support during relocation. The containment unit designed for this purpose incorporated both technological and force-based protection layers, with monitoring systems calibrated to detect the slightest fluctuation in stability. As the fragment settled into its new housing, indicator lights transitioned through cautionary amber to reassuring green, confirming successful transfer without integrity compromise. Containment stable, reported the technical specialist monitoring the systems. All parameters within established guidelines. Bastila, who had maintained overall mission coordination throughout the stabilization process, nodded with professional satisfaction. Excellent work. Security team, prepare for transport to the shuttle. Standard protective formation, maximum alert status until we're aboard the Harbinger. As the expedition prepared for departure, Naruto noted Mitra's subtle examination of the chamber's now empty central dais. Her expression suggested calculations extending beyond their immediate circumstances, strategic assessment of implications rather than merely technical completion. You're welcome to accompany us to Coruscant, he offered directly, recognizing the value her unique knowledge might provide despite the political complications her presence would create. The Council would benefit from your perspective, regardless of past disagreements. Mitra's smile held knowing amusement. An optimistic assessment of the Council's receptiveness to challenging information. But perhaps worth attempting, given the significance of these fragments to galactic security. You anticipate others seeking similar knowledge, Naruto observed, recognizing the concern beneath her casual tone. With justification, she confirmed more seriously. My sources weren't unique, merely better preserved than most. Others have access. Defragmentary information about your world and the energy techniques it developed. Without comprehensive understanding, their implementation attempts create significant risks. This aligned with Naruto's own concerns regarding whoever had broken the seal on Telos. The pattern suggested multiple parties with partial knowledge acting independently, a dangerous combination when dealing with energies of this magnitude. All the more reason for collaborative approach despite philosophical differences, he suggested. Combined knowledge provides better protection than fragmentary understanding dispersed among competing interests. Mitra considered this perspective with evident calculation of political realities versus practical necessities. A compelling argument, though implementation involves navigating institutional resistance to external expertise, particularly from sources with complicated history regarding Jedi authority. This diplomatic reference to her own contentious relationship with the Council suggested willingness to attempt cooperation despite anticipated difficulties. Before their discussion could continue, Bastila approached with final departure coordination. The shuttle is prepared for immediate return to the Harbinger, she informed them. Captain Telia reports all security measures in place for transport. Her attention shifted to Mitra, professional courtesy masking whatever personal assessment she had formed during their interaction. The Council would welcome your participation in the research initiative, given your demonstrated expertise regarding these artifacts. Formal invitation can be extended through appropriate diplomatic channels. This carefully worded offer, acknowledging Mitra's value while maintaining institutional protocols, presented skilled diplomacy that honored both practical necessities and political realities. Mitra's slight smile suggested appreciation for the diplomatic navigation involved. I accept the invitation, she replied with matching formality. My vessel is currently in orbit around Dantoin's outer moon. With your permission, I'll dock with the Harbinger before departure for Coruscant. This arrangement established appropriate diplomatic framework while addressing practical logistics. Bastila nodded agreement, though Naruto sensed her mental calculation of security implications and communication protocols such docking would require. I'll inform Admiral Onasi of the arrangements, she confirmed. We depart in 30 minutes. As final preparations continued around them, Visas approached the small group. Her force perception having apparently detected subtle energy fluctuations others had missed. The chamber retains resonance patterns despite the fragment's removal, she reported. Harmonic echoes that will gradually dissipate but currently provide information about how the fragment interacted with this specific location over millennia. An excellent observation, Naruto acknowledged, impressed by her perception's sensitivity. Such residual patterns often reveal long-term effects not evident during active examination. The Miraluka perception offers unique advantages for energy pattern analysis, Mitra noted with scholarly interest, particularly regarding frequencies that exist partially outside conventional force sensitivity ranges. Visas inclined her head in acknowledgement of this assessment. My training under Nihilus, while undertaken under duress, provided exposure to energy patterns beyond standard classification. That experience, though traumatic, expanded my perceptual range in ways that prove useful in these circumstances. This calm reference to her difficult past while focusing on its current practical application demonstrated psychology. Integration that Naruto found remarkable given the relatively short time since her liberation from Nihilus's influence. Where many would remain defined by such trauma, Visas had begun incorporating it into broader understanding without allowing it to dominate her identity. The expedition has yielded more comprehensive results than anticipated, Bastila observed as they prepared to depart the chamber. 3 fragments secured, new expertise incorporated, and significant historical information documented. The Council will find the mission outcomes valuable despite procedural adaptations required by circumstances. This diplomatic characterization of their unplanned collaboration with Mitra suggested Bastila's own pragmatic flexibility despite her formal Jedi training. Her willingness To incorporate unexpected elements when they served mission objectives indicated adaptive leadership that transcended rigid adherence to predetermined protocols. As they ascended the passage toward the enclave ruins above, Naruto reflected on the unexpected developments this expedition had revealed. Mitra's appearance and her knowledge of his original world suggested historical connections he had believed completely severed, implications that extended far beyond the immediate fragment containment mission. If information about chakra techniques and his civilization's approach to energy manipulation had indeed been preserved by refugees who escaped the cataclysm, the potential implications for this galaxy's development were profound. Such knowledge, properly understood and implemented, could transform approaches to both Force traditions and technological development in ways that transcended current limitations. Yet such transformation inevitably created resistance from established institutions whose authority derived from existing knowledge frameworks. The political challenges ahead would likely prove more complex than the technical aspects of fragment containment, requiring diplomatic navigation of deeply entrenched perspectives and institutional identities. For now, securing the fragments and establishing functional working relationships took priority over longer-term implications. The knowledge exchange process had begun, already yielding insights beyond what any individual or tradition possessed alone. Whatever paths diverged from this junction, their combined understanding would influence them all. The wheel of destiny continued turning, patterns emerging that even one as old as Naruto couldn't fully predict. But for the first time in centuries, he found himself engaged with individuals whose perspectives and capabilities offered genuine collaboration rather than merely respect or deference. An interesting development indeed for one who had witnessed countless civilizations rise and fall across millennia of solitary observation. The Harbinger's conference room hummed with focused activity as the expedition team analyzed data collected from the Dantoin fragment and its containment chamber. Holographic displays showed multiple perspectives simultaneously: energy pattern analysis, symbolic interpretation of the chamber's markings, comparative readings between the three secured fragments, and medical evaluations of the affected archaeological team members. Naruto observed this coordinated research effort with appreciation for the methodical approach. Despite philosophical limitations in certain areas, the Jedi tradition had developed impressive scholarly practices for documenting and analyzing complex phenomena. Combined with Republic technical capabilities and the unique perspectives brought by Visas and Mitra, the team was generating insights beyond what any individual approach might have achieved alone. The harmonic relationship between the three fragments shows consistent pattern development, reported one of the Jedi researchers, a Serene whose species' binary brain structure provided advantages in complex data analysis. While each maintains distinct energy signature, their proximity creates synchronization that suggests potential for complete reintegration under specific conditions. Consistent with their origi null nature as aspects of a single consciousness, Naruto confirmed, studying the oscillation patterns displayed in the holographic model. Though true reintegration would require all 9 fragments under precisely calibrated circumstances. Quote, "These residual consciousness elements you've mentioned," Mitra inquired, her scholarly focus momentarily superseding political considerations, "they maintain consistent identity markers despite separation and time." Yes, though with limitations proportional to fragment size and individual experiences since separation, Naruto explained. Each contains aspect of Kurama's original personality, but experienced existence differently based on their specific containment circumstances and environmental influences. This information clearly fascinated the research team, suggesting perspectives on consciousness and energy relationships beyond conventional understanding in either Jedi or Sith traditions. The possibility that consciousness could be fragmented yet maintain coherent identity challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of sentience itself. Master Atris, who had been comparing the chamber's documented symbols with historical records, joined the discussion with scholarly precision. These sealing techniques incorporate mathematical principles that appear in certain ancient Jedi texts, though with significant variations in application methodology. The symmetry patterns particularly show conceptual consistency despite symbolic differences, suggesting common origin with divergent development, Mitra noted, the observatio aligning with her earlier claims regarding historical connections between Naruto's world and Force traditions. core principles preserved while implementation evolved through generations of practitioners with different cultural contexts. Quote, "This assessment, while potentially challenging to institutional historical narratives, represented reasonable scholarly conclusion based on observed evidence." Naruto appreciated Atras's willingness to acknowledge such connections despite their implications for traditional Jedi origin stories. The archaeological team members continue showing unusual neural activity patterns, reported the Harbinger's chief medical officer, a Twi'lek woman whose leku twitched with professional concern. Specifically in regions associated with memory processing and force sensitivity. Nothing immediately dangerous, but certainly atypical compared to baseline readings. Expected, given their direct exposure to memory fragments contained within the crystal, Naruto explained. Their minds attempting to integrate information structured differently than conventional experience. The effects should stabilize gradually as neural pathways adapt. Could such exposure permanently enhance force sensitivity? Bastila asked, the practical question reflecting both tactical assessment and genuine curiosity. Potentially, though with significant variation based on individual predisposition. Naruto acknowledged, the energy patterns associated with these fragments can sometimes activate latent sensitivities or expand existing capabilities through exposure to frequencies outside conventional force usage. This possibility created visible concern among several Jedi present, suggesting institutional wariness regarding force sensitivity development outside traditional training methodologies. The implication that exposure to these fragments might enhance abilities without corresponding philosophical instruction touched on fundamental tensions within Jedi approach to power development, which explains certain historical patterns regarding force sensitivity emergence in populations near unidentified energy sources, Mitra observed, connecting these observations to broader historical trends. Locations later established as Jedi training centers often show unusual concentration of force-sensitive individuals in surrounding populations, potentially influenced by proximity to similar energy concentrations rather than merely statistical clustering. This perspective suggested revision to understanding of how force sensitivity manifests and develops, environmental influence rather than merely genetic predisposition or cosmic chance. Such revision potentially challenged institutional narratives regarding both Jedi selection processes and their role as arbiters of force tradition. The containment systems are maintaining stable parameters during hyperspace transit, reported a Republic technical specialist, redirecting discussion to immediate practical concerns. Though we're detecting subtle harmonic shifts that suggest the fragments are responding to specific navigational transitions. Interesting, Naruto commented, examining the data patterns. The fragments appear sensitive to hyperspace field geometries, possibly reflecting Kurama's original nature as cosmic entity whose consciousness extended beyond conventional spatial limitations. As technical discussions continued, Naruto noticed visas standing slightly apart, her force perception evidently focused on aspects beyond the various monitoring systems. Her head was tilted in characteristic listening posture, attention directed toward the sealed fragments with particular intensity. "You're detecting something the instruments aren't registering," he observed quietly, moving to join her. "Yes," she confirmed without elaboration, her concentration unbroken. "The fragments are communicating. Not through language precisely, but energy pattern exchanges that carry informa Chion content beyond mere harmonic synchronization." This observation aligned with Naruto's own sensitivity to Kurama's fragmented consciousness, though Visas's perception captured nuances he hadn't anticipated from someone without prior connection to the tailed beast. "Your experience with Nihilus enhanced your sensitivity to consciousness patterns expressed through energy rather than conventional communication," he noted with genuine appreciation. "You're perceiving the fragments, attempt to re-establish coherent identity across separated aspects." Visas nodded slightly, her focus maintaining while accommodating their quiet conversation. Similar to how Nihilus communicated, intention and concept rather than language, though with fundamental difference in nature. Where his patterns expressed consumption and absence. These express integration and presence. This insightful distinction demonstrated remarkable perceptual sophistication developed through her unique experiences. Where conventional force training emphasized certain sensitivity ranges while potentially neglecting others, Vizs's unusual path had created perceptual capabilities that transcended traditional categorization. What you're detecting represents the fragment's natural tendency toward reunification, Naruto explained. Aspects of consciousness seeking wholeness despite separation. A process I've observed, developing gradually as additional fragments come into proximity. Does this communication pose security concerns? Bastila inquired, having approached quietly during their exchange. Her question reflected practical mission focus rather than philosophical curiosity, though Naruto sensed genuine interest beneath the professional exterior. Not security concerns precisely, he clarified, but certainly information worth monitoring. The fragments, increasing communication suggests potential acceleration in consciousness reintegration processes, valuable data for anticipating how additional fragments might interact when secured. This assessment satisfied Bastila's immediate operational concerns while acknowledging the phenomenon's significance for their broader mission. Her tactical mind clearly categorized the information appropriately without dismissing its deeper implications. We'll adjust monitoring protocols to incorporate these observations, she decided. Vizs, would you RK with the technical team to establish parameters for detecting these communication patterns through conventional systems? Of course, Vizs agreed. Though I should note that certain aspects like Li remain detectable only through direct force perception rather than technological monitoring. Understood. We'll implement combined approach using both methodologies. This pragmatic integration of different perception techniques demonstrated the expedition's evolving methodology, combining traditional approaches with novel perspectives to create more comprehensive understanding than either could achieve alone. Such evolution represented promising development for addressing the complex challenges these fragments presented. As the research activities continued around them, Mitra approached Naruto with the measured pace of someone preparing for substantive conversation rather than casual exchange. Your earlier comments regarding consciousness fragmentation raise intriguing possibilities regarding force connection patterns of observed, she began, scholarly interest momentarily transcending political positioning. Particularly concerning wound-like manifestations in the force following mass casualty events. This reference to phenomena clearly connected to her personal history, the exile title suggesting separation resulting from traumatic experience, indicated willingness to engage substantive topics beyond immediate mission parameters. You're referring to Malachor v. Naruto surmised, recognizing the historical reference from Republic records he had reviewed during preparation. The mass death creating what some describe as wound in the force, with ongoing consequences for those present. Yes, Mitra confirmed, a momentary shadow crossing her expression before professional composure returned. Conventional understanding describes such wounds as absence or damage in the force's fabric. But your perspective regarding fragmented consciousness suggests alternative interpretation, scattered awareness rather than merely destroyed connection. This insight demonstrated remarkable conceptual flexibility, applying principles from one context to apparently unrelated phenomena with logical consistency. Naruto appreciated the intellectual rigor behind such connection despite its potentially disturbing personal implications for someone who had experienced such events directly. An interesting hypothesis with considerable supporting evidence, he acknowledged. Mass death events, particularly those involving force-sensitive individuals, often create phenomena inconsistent with mere absence. The patterns suggest dispersed consciousness fragments seeking reconnection, similar in principle though different in manifestation from Kurama's fragmentation. Quote, which would explain certain persistent effects observed in locations like Malachor, Mitra continued, developing the concept with scholarly precision despite its evident personal significance. Not merely residual dark side energy as conventionally explained, but actual consciousness fragments from those destroyed, seeking integration that conventional force understanding doesn't facilitate. His perspective represented significant reframing of phenomena central to recent galactic history, particularly events surrounding the Mandalorian Wars and subsequent Jedi Civil War that had shaped current political landscape. If accurate, it suggested approaches to healing such wounds beyond conventional force techniques, with implications for both historical sites and affected individuals. Your personal experience with such phenomena provides valuable perspective for developing this hypothesis, Naruto observed carefully, respecting the evidence sensitivity while acknowledging its scholarly value. The exile experience you referenced likely created unique observational position regarding how such fragments interact with conventional force frameworks. Mitra's expression suggested appreciation for this diplomatic acknowledgement of her experience without demanding personal disclosure beyond scholarly relevance. Indeed, she confirmed simply, conventional force traditions lack conceptual frameworks for understanding consciousness patterns that exist outside their established categorization systems. The resulting misinterpretation creates both theoretical limitations and practical inefficiencies in addressing such phenomena. This assessment, while potentially challenging to institutional perspectives, represented reasonable conclusion based on observed evidence rather than merely philosophical disagreement. Naruto sensed genuine intellectual interest driving Mitra's inquiry beyond political positioning or personal validation seeking. The research initiative regarding these fragments offers opportunity to develop more comprehensive frameworks that might address such limitations, he suggested, recognizing potential connection between their immediate mission and broader theoretical advances. Combining multiple traditions and observational perspectives creates possibility for synthesis beyond what any individual approach might achieve alone. This potential early resonated with Mitra's scholarly interests despite whatever reservations she might harbor regarding institutional implementation. Before their conversation could continue, however, the ship's communication system activated with urgent notification. Bridge to conference room. We're receiving priority transmission from Coruscant. The Jedi Council requests immediate secure communication with Master Shan. Bastila moved quickly to the communication terminal, entering authorization codes that established encrypted connection. The holographic display shifted to show Master Atras's counterpart on Coruscant, Jedi Master Kavar, whose military bearing and direct manner reflected his background as both warrior and strategist. Master Shan, he greeted without preamble, the Council has received concerning information that requires immediate attention. Another energy signature matching the Telos incident has been detected on Korriban, specifically within the ancient Sith Academy ruins. Public intelligence indicates unauthorized excavation activity in the tomb complex beneath the Academy, with energy readings consistent with partial activation of another fragment. This news created immediate strategic complications. Korriban, ancient homeworld of the original Sith species and site of their most significant archaeological remains, represented politically sensitive location given its historical significance and complex jurisdictional status following recent conflicts. How recent is this information? Bastila inquired, tactical assessment already evident in her focused expression. Detection occurred approximately 6 hours ago, Kavar replied. The Council has authorized immediate expedition to secure the fragment, with your team designated as primary response given you our experience with the previous retrievals. Republic military support is being arranged through appropriate channels, though diplomatic considerations require careful approach given Korriban's status. The implications hung in the conference room like physical presence. Another fragment being accessed suggested coordinated effort rather than isolated incidents, pattern indicating organized group specific knowledge pursuing systematic collection. The Korriban fragment was sealed with particular caution given the location's history, Naruto noted with concern. Partial activation in that specific environment creates unique risks beyond standard containment breach. Explained, Kavar acknowledged grimly, which necessitates rapid response despite the complex political considerations. The Council requests immediate course adjustment to Korriban rather than returning to Coruscant as originally planned. Bastila glanced toward Naruto, silently confirming his assessment of the situation's urgency. At his subtle nod, she turned back to the communication. Understood. We'll adjust course immediately and prepare appropriate response protocols. Please transmit all available intelligence regarding the detection and any observed activity patterns. Transmitting now, Kavar confirmed. Be advised that your team composition has been noted in preliminary reports. The Council acknowledges tactical necessity of current arrangements while reserving formal position regarding long-term implications. This diplomatic reference to Mitra's unexpected inclusion clearly communicated institutional awareness without directly challenging field decisions made under operational necessity. Bastila maintained professional composure despite the subtle political complexity. Acknowledged. We'll provide continuous updates as the situation develops. The communication concluded with formal exchange of Jedi protocols, the holographic display returning to research data as Bastila turned to address the assembled team. "We have new mission parameters," she announced with calm authority that belied the significant complications this development presented. "All research personnel, please compile current findings for secure transmission to Coruscant while preparing equipment for field deployment in potentially hostile environment. Security team leaders, report to Captain Telia for SP. ECI released briefing regarding Korriban operational considerations." As the team dispersed to implement these instructions, Naruto, Visas, and Mitra remained with Bastila for more direct strategic assessment. "Korriban presents unique challenges beyond standard fragment containment," Naruto observed once they had relative privacy. "The location's history created energy patterns that interact with the fragment in ways that amplify certain aspects while potentially suppressing others. The dark side concentration," Bastila surmised, her tactical mind immediately identifying relevant factors. "It would influence how the fragment's energy manifests when partially activated." "Precisely," Naruto confirmed. "When originally sealing that particular fragment, I implemented additional containment NT layers specifically designed to compensate for the location's natural resonance patterns. Disruption of those specialized layers creates more complex destabilization than standard containment breach. Which explains why someone with knowledge of these fragments would target that specific location," Mitra noted, her analytical focus cutting directly to strategic implications. "The ambient RGY provides amplification potential that other sites lack, particularly for certain applications of the fragment's power." This assessment aligned with Naruto's own concerns, suggesting Mitra's RCES provided substantial understanding despite their fragmentary nature. The pattern indicated sophisticated knowledge guiding these retrieval attempts rather than merely opportunistic discovery. Location also provides certain archaeological advantages, Visas added, her background in Sith methodologies offering relevant perspective. Korriban's tombs incorporate preservation techniques ignited specifically for artifacts with complex energy signatures. Technologies developed to maintain Sith artifacts would provide useful infrastructure for examining and potentially modifying fragment containment. This practical observation highlighted another dimension beyond merely symbolic or energy-related considerations. Korriban represented not just spiritually significant location but practical resource for those with specific technical objectives regarding energy manipulation. "Our approach must account for all these factors," Bastila concluded, while maintaining awareness that Korriban falls within disputed territory following recent conflicts. Republic military presence requires careful diplomatic handling to avoid unnecessary complications. "The fragment takes priority over jurisdictional concerns," Naruto stated firmly, unusual directness indicating the situation's seriousness. "If partial activation has already occurred in Korriban's specific energy environment, containment window becomes significantly compressed compared to standard procedures." This assessment from someone who had demonstrated consistent emphasis on diplomatic consideration underscored the urge NCY beyond normal operational parameters. Bastila nodded acknowledgement, already calculating revised tactical approach based on this information. "I'll inform Admiral Onasi to implement maximum transit speed protocols," she decided. Estimated arrival at Korriban in approximately 14 hours with optimal hyperspace routing. As Bastila departed to coordinate these arrangements, Naruto turned his attention to the containment unit where the three secured fragments continued their subtle communication patterns. The energy fluctuations had intensified slightly, suggesting awareness of the eloping situation beyond merely proximity effects. "They're responding to the fourth fragment's activation," Visas observed, her specialized perception detecting nuances beyond standard monitoring. Quote, "The communication patterns show increased coherence and directional focus toward Korriban's coordinates. Natural orientation as aspects of single consciousness," Naruto confirmed. "They sense potent reunification despite distance and containment barriers, creating both opportunity and risk for our mission," Mitra noted pragmatically. "The connection provides detection advantage beyond conventional scanning capabilities, but also potential destabilization if resonance patterns amplify beyond containment parameters." This balanced assessment demonstrated appreciation for both technical and strategic dimensions, characteristic of someone whose knowledge combined theoretical understanding with practical implementation experience. Despite their different backgrounds and potential philosophical differences, the three of them had established effective analytical rapport that transcended institutional boundaries. Korriban represents inflection point in this developing pattern, Naruto observed, his perspective spanning far longer historical view than the others could claim. Not merely another fragment retrieval, but potential revelation regarding who seeks this knowledge and why. The location's significance suggests deliberate symbolism beyond practical considerations. A statement as much as tactical objective, Mitra agreed, her strategic assessment aligning with his. Despite their different knowledge sources, accessing a fragment in heart of ancient Sith territory sends specific message regarding both capabilities and intentions. While creating particular resonance patterns that influence how the fragment's energy manifests, visas added, completing the multidimensional analysis. The combination suggests sophisticated understanding of both symbolic and nickel factors rarely found in conventional Force traditions. This collaborative assessment, drawing on their diverse perspectives to create more comprehensive understanding than any could achieve alone, represented exactly the kind of integrated approach these complex challenges required. Despite the concerning developments, Naruto found himself appreciating the effective team that circumstance had assembled, individuals whose unique experiences and knowledge complemented each other in ways institutional homogeneity rarely achieved. As the Harbinger adjusted course toward Korriban, navigation systems calculating optimal hyperspace routes to minimize transit time, preparations continued throughout the vessel. Republic security personnel reviewed tactical briefings regarding Korriban's challenging environment, while Jedi researchers modified their equipment for operation in atmospheres potentially hostile to both technology and Force sensitivity. The wheel of destiny continued turning, patterns emerging that suggested significance beyond the immediate fragment containment mission. Ancient energies from a world long destroyed were creating ripples throughout this galaxy's development, connections and consequences spanning millennia yet manifesting in the present moment's specific circumstances. Whatever awaited them on Korriban would reveal much about both the fragments themselves and those who sought them. The convergence of past and present, different traditions and perspectives, created moment of potential transformation whose implications extended far beyond any individual involved. Balance in practice rather than merely theory, a fitting continuation of the principles Naruto had spent lifetimes attempting to preserve. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Shadows of Malachor. Korriban's ancient tombs echoed with whispers of the long dead, their malevolent memories trapped in stone and shadow. The Valley of the Dark Lords stretched before the expedition team as they disembarked from their shuttle. The rust-colored landscape broken only by the imposing facades of Sith monuments carved into sheer rock faces. Wind carried dust that seemed to scratch at exposed skin with deliberate malice. While the air itself felt heavy with accumulated darkness, thousands of years of dark side energy concentrated in a single, desolate location. Naruto paused at the shuttle's base ramp, his senses extending beyond physical perception to assess the planet's unique energy patterns. Unlike the previous locations they had visited, Korriban presented a distinctly unbalanced environment, a place where darkness had been deliberately cultivated, layer upon layer of malice, ambition, and cruelty creating resonance patterns that distorted all Force energies that entered its sphere. The fragment's signature is unmistakable, he informed the others, his voice deliberately pitched to carry no further than their immediate group. Approximately 2 kilometers northeast, beneath the Academy ruins. The partial activation has already begun interacting with the ambient energies. Bastila nodded, her expression carefully controlled as she surveyed the forbidding landscape. Like all Jedi, she could feel Korriban's oppressive atmosphere attempting to find purchase in her thoughts, whispering temptations and doubts uniquely tailored to her personal vulnerabilities. Captain Telia, establish perimeter security at this location, she instructed the Republic officer. The primary team will proceed to the Academy while your forces secure our extraction route. Understood, Master Shan, the captain replied, already directing her soldiers into defensive formations. Be advised that long-range communications show significant interference patterns. Regular check-ins recommended to maintain contact. Noted. We'll establish hourly communication protocols. As the security teams deployed with practiced efficiency, Naruto observed the specialized containment unit where the 3 previously secured fragments had been placed. Even through multiple layers of protection, he could sense their increasing resonance as they detected their 4th counterpart's activated state. The connection between separated aspects of Kurama's consciousness was growing stronger with each fragment they located, a development with both promising and concerning implications. The interaction is intensifying, Visas confirmed, her unique force perception detecting subtle patterns invisible to conventional observation. The fragments are establishing coherent communication despite containment measures. Expected. Though accelerating faster than anticipated, Naruto acknowledged. Their proximity to the activated fragment strengthens the connection. Mitra Surik adjusted her equipment with practiced motions. Her attention focused on both tactical considerations and energy assessment. Since joining their expedition on Dantoin, she had demonstrated remarkable knowledge of both conventional force techniques and the more esoteric principles related to Naruto's sealing methods, though her approach often reflected pragmatic application rather than philosophical foundation. "We should proceed directly to the academy," she suggested, her voice calm but carrying unmistakable urgency. The activation signature shows harmonic patterns consistent with deliberate manipulation rather than passive degradation. Agreed. Bastila confirmed. Master Atris will remain with the containment unit and coordinate with Republic forces while we secure the new fragment. Atris nodded, her scholar's interest in the fragments temporarily superseded by practical mission requirements. "I'll monitor the secured fragments for any concerning changes in their interaction patterns." The containment fields have been reinforced according to specifications, but the proximity to another partially activated fragment creates unprecedented variables. With assignments clarified, the primary team prepared for their approach to the Academy ruins. Naruto, Bastila, Visas, and Mitra would advance directly, while Jedi researchers and Republic specialists maintained support positions with specialists. Equipment for fragment assessment and containment once secured. As they proceeded through the Valley of the Dark Lords, Naruto found himself studying his companion's responses to Korriban's oppressive environment. Each demonstrated different coping mechanisms for the dark side energies pressing against their consciousness, Bastila maintaining rigid Jedi mental disciplines, Visas drawing on her experience surviving Nihilus's psychic dominance, and Mitra exhibiting a curious detachment that seemed to partially isolate her from the ambient influence. "The Academy entrance is just ahead," Bastila indicated, gesturing toward a massive stone structure whose entrance was flanked by ancient Sith statues, their features worn by millennia of wind and sandstorms yet still radiating malevolent purpose. Republic intelligence indicates the unauthorized excavation is centered beneath the main training chambers. The original academy was built directly above older tomb complexes, Mitra added, her knowledge suggesting personal familiarity with the location. Many chambers remain unmapped despite multiple archaeological expeditions over the centuries. Naruto nodded, recalling his own experience with this location centuries earlier when he had first sealed the fragment. The tomb networks extend much deeper than conventional surveys have documented. Many sections were deliberately concealed by the original builders, accessible only through specific force techniques unknown to later occupants. As they approached the academy entrance, Visas suddenly paused, her head tilting in the characteristic gesture that indicated focused force perception. "We are not alone," she stated quietly. Multiple presences within the ruins, disciplined minds, shielded but detectable through micro-fluctuations in the ambient energy field. Quote, Bastila's hand moved to her lightsaber, though she did not activate it. "How many?" "At least 7, Visas replied after a moment's concentration. "Positioned throughout the main chambers, with particular concentration near the excavation site below." "They know we're here," Mitra observed, her expression suggesting tactical calculation rather than concern. "Their shielding changed pattern when we entered sensor range. Then we proceed with appropriate caution," Naruto decided, his posture shifting subtly into a more combat-ready stance without displaying obvious aggression. "Their purpose here may align with ours despite unauthorized methodology. Understanding before confrontation." This measured approach reflected Naruto's centuries of experience with complex situations, neither naively optimistic nor unnecessarily hostile, but pragmatically aware of multiple possible outcomes while prepared for each. Bastila nodded agreement, her tact ICAL assessment evidently reaching similar conclusions despite her more conventional Jedi training. They entered the Academy ruins with careful awareness, the massive entry hall stretching before them like the throat of some ancient predator. Once a center for Sith training and indoctrination, the space retained architectural grandeur despite partial collapse and abandonment. Pillars carved with Sith iconography supported a vaulted ceiling where faded murals depicted conquest and domination, while the stone floor bore scorch marks and impact craters from ancient training duels and more recent conflicts. The excavation site appears to be centered beneath the old training chamber, Bastila noted, consulting the schematic data provided by Republic intelligence. Access would likely be through the archives section, where floor structural integrity was already compromised during previous occupations. They proceeded deeper into the ruins, senses extended for any indication of immediate threat from the presences visas had detected. The Academy's oppressive atmosphere intensified as they moved further from natural light, the accumulated dark side energies from generations of Sith Ning creating miasma-like concentrations that manifested as subtle visual distortions and occasional whispered sounds at the edge of perception. Korriban always was excessively dramatic, Mitra commented with unexpected dry humor. Her voice barely above whisper yet somehow cutting through the oppressive atmosphere. The Sith never understood that true power doesn't require constant atmospheric reinforcement. This observation, delivered with the casual familiarity of someone who had experienced multiple Sith environments rather than merely studied them, revealed dimensions of Mitra's background beyond what her formal introduction had suggested. Naruto found himself appreciating her psychological resilience, maintaining perspective and even humor in surroundings deliberately designed to induce fear and submission. They reached the archives section, once housing forbidden knowledge but now largely emptied by successive looting over centuries of abandonment. The chamber's ceiling had partially collapsed, creating natural light shafts that illuminated swirling dust in ethereal patterns. At the room's center, the floor had been deliberately opened, revealing a descending passage It had been recently expanded using modern cutting tools combined with what appeared to be lightsaber modifications to the ancient stone. Recent activity, Visas observed, kneeling to examine the passage edge. Within the past 12 hours. The energy residue indicates multiple Force users combining techniques in methodical excavation rather than hasty extraction. The presences are below, she added after a moment's concentration. 2 near the surface, 5 deeper in proximity to the fragment's energy signature. Bastila assessed the tactical situation with efficient precision. Direct approach seems unavoidable given the confined space. Naruto, your assessment of their likely response if we announce ourselves. Calculation rather than immediate aggression, he replied after brief consideration. Their methodical approach suggests research priority rather than merely acquisition. They've had sufficient time to extract the fragment if that were their sole objective, yet they remain suggesting ongoing study or preparation. Worth attempting communication before confrontation, Mitra agreed, though her hand moved casually closer to her lightsaber. While maintaining create readiness for less diplomatic responses. With strategy decided, they approached the excavated passage. The descent appeared to have been created with consideration for practical usage rather than merely emergency access. Rough steps carved into the sloping tunnel, minimal support structures positioned at key structural points, and small illumination devices placed at regular intervals along the walls. This is Republic Special Forces with Jedi authority, Bastila called down the passage, her voice carrying the unmistakable command presence that complemented her battle meditation abilities. Identify yourselves and state your purpose in this restricted archaeological zone. A moment of silence followed before a response echoed from below, a woman's voice, cultured and precise with subtle accent patterns unfamiliar to current Republic linguistic standards. We are independent researchers documenting Sith architectural methodologies. Our expedition has proper clearance through Dreshde administrative protocols. Dreshde has no administrative authority for Academy access following the Treaty of Coruscant, Bastila countered, the diplomatic exchange masking obvious tactical positioning on both sides. All research expeditions require direct Republic archaeological oversight for sites containing sensitive historical materials. Another pause, this one carrying the clear impression of internal communication among the group below, though no audible discussion reached their position. Perhaps direct conversation would prove more productive than passage shouting, the voice finally suggested. We're engaged in time-sensitive documentation that would benefit from collaborative approach rather than jurisdictional disputes. Two representatives may descend to discuss mutual interests while others maintain respective positions. Naruto and Bastila exchanged glances, silent communication passing between them as they assessed the proposal's tactical implications. After brief consideration, Bastila nodded agreement. Acceptable terms, she called down. Two representatives will descend for preliminary discussion. I should go, Naruto stated quietly to their group. My sensitivity to the fragment's condition provides crucial assessment capability regardless of their intentions. I'll accompany you, Mitra decided before Bastila could speak. My experience with similar research methodologies offers relevant expertise for evaluating their activities. Though clearly preferring to maintain direct Jedi oversight, Bastila recognized the logical composition for their representation. Agreed. Visas and I will maintain position here, ready to provide immediate support if needed. Communication check every 5 minutes. With arrangements established, Naruto and Mitra began their descent into the excavated passage. The tunnel extended approximately 30 meters at steep angle before opening into what appeared to be an ancient antechamber, architecture. Raw elements suggesting ceremonial purpose rather than merely practical usage. Sith iconography covered the walls in intricate relief carvings, while the floor featured mosaic patterns representing SMIC phenomena interpreted through distinctly Sith philosophical perspective. At the chamber's center stood two figures whose appearance immediately suggested sophisticated understanding of their environment. Both women. They wore environmental suits modified with elements that appeared to shield against both physical and force-based contamination, practical protection rather than merely symbolic representation of status. Their faces remained visible behind specialized transparent helmets, allowing for direct communication while maintaining atmospheric separation. Interesting, observed the taller of the two. Her striking features framed by close-cropped silver hair that contrasted with apparent youth. Not the standard Republic response team composition I anticipated. Her companion, shorter, with darker complexion and eyes that suggested enhanced perception implants, studied them with obvious technical assessment. Energy signatures non-standard as well, particularly his. She nodded toward Naruto, consistent with theoretical models but unprecedented in field documentation. These observations, delivered as professional assessment rather than confrontational challenge, suggest research priority as Naruto had predicted. Their methodical approach and specialized equipment indicated sophisticated understanding beyond typical archaeological expeditions. I am Naruto, he introduced himself simply, matching their professional tone while observing their reactions. This is Mitra Surik. We represent a specialized research initiative regarding certain artifacts recently activated in this region. Brianna, the silver-haired woman replied with minimal formality. Lead anthropological specialist for our expedition. My colleague is Phaedra, our energy signature analyst. The introductions, while superficially cordial, carried undercurrents of mutual assessment, each side evaluating the other's capabilities and potential threat level while maintaining diplomatic pretense. Your time-sensitive documentation involves direct interaction with a crystalline formation recently activated beneath this complex, Mitra stated, transitioning smoothly from introduction to substantive discussion. Such interaction presents significant risks without proper containment protocols. Brianna's expression showed momentary surprise at this direct reference to their specific activities. Quickly replaced by professional recalibration. Your information sources are impressively current. Yes, we're documenting a unique energy phenomenon that manifested approximately 36 hours ago. Our protocols incorporate multiple redundant safety measures based on extensive theoretical modeling. Theoretical modeling rarely accounts for consciousness variables in energy manifestations of this specific type. Naruto observed, deliberately revealing knowledge beyond conventional understanding to assess their reaction. The fragment contains both power and awareness that respond to interaction in ways standard containment systems cannot anticipate. This statement created visible reassessment in both researchers, their exchange of glances suggesting significant recalibration of assumptions regarding their visitors' expertise. You have prior experience with similar phenomena, Phaedra concluded, her analysis clearly extending beyond their verbal exchange to include energy signature assessment. Direct rather than merely theoretical. Yes, Naruto confirmed simply. Including specific knowledge of this particular manifestation's origin, nature, and appropriate containment requirements. Another silent exchange passed between the researchers before Brianna made an apparent decision. Perhaps you should examine our current documentation before further discussion. The manifestation displays behavioral patterns that deviate from our initial modeling in potentially significant ways. This invitation, while potentially tactical positioning, suggested genuine research priority over mere possession, consistent with Naruto's initial assessment of their approach. After brief consideration, he nodded agreement. That would be helpful for evaluating appropriate next steps. Brianna activated a small communication device on her environmental suit. Central team, 2 consultants descending for phenomenon assessment. Preliminary evaluation suggests complementary expertise warranting collaborative approach. The response came through with slight static interference, acknowledged. Containment systems adjusted for additional participants. With arrangements communicated, Brianna gestured toward another passage leading deeper beneath the academy. This way, please. The primary research area is approximately 50 meters further down. We've established specialized environmental controls to minimize cross-contamination between the phenomenon and Korriban's ambient energy patterns. As they proceeded through the ancient passageway, Naruto maintained subtle awareness connection with Bastila above, providing ongoing status update through the force bond that had gradually developed during their shared missions. The technique, a refined version of chakra-based communication methods from his original world, allowed continuous information exchange without obvious external signs that might alert their hosts. The passage eventually opened into a larger chamber whose architecture suggested deliberate ceremonial design rather than merely practical function. Massive columns carved with intricate Sith historical narratives supported a domed ceiling where crystalline formations caught and refracted their light sources in prismatic patterns. The floor featured concentric circles of symbols combining mathematical precision with stylistic elements characteristic of ancient Sith ritualistic approaches. Most striking, however, was the chamber's center, where a sophisticated research installation had been established around what was unmistakably one of Kurama's fragments. Unlike the previously secured crystals, this fragment pulsed with visible energy patterns that interacted with the surrounding Sith architectural elements in ways that created unsettling visual harmonics, shadow and light combining and separating in rhythms that seemed almost deliberately hypnotic. 5 researchers worked at various stations surrounding the fragment, their environmental protection similar to their colleagues but more extensive, with additional layers suggesting awareness of the energy's potentially harmful effects. Their equipment combined recognizable Republic standard analytical technology with more specialized devices that appeared custom designed for this specific application. Impressive containment architecture, Mitra observed with genuine professional appreciation. The geometric configuration incorporates principles from multiple Force traditions rather than merely standard Sith approaches. Thank you, replied one of the researchers. An older man whose environmental suit displayed subtle modifications suggesting leadership status. We've found integrated methodologies provide more stable results than single tradition approaches when dealing with phenomena that exist partially outside conventional force classification. He approached with the measured movements of someone accustomed to operating in potentially hazardous environments. Extending formal greeting without physical contact. Professor Valen Kell, lead researcher for the Symmetry Initiative. Your colleagues indicated you have specific expertise regarding this manifestation. The fragment is one of 9 scattered throughout this galaxy, Naruto explained, focusing on essential information rather than complete disclosure at this stage. Each contains portion of a consciousness that originally existed as unified entity. The partial activation you've documented represents the fragment's response to specific resonance frequencies rather than merely ambient energy interaction. This information, while deliberately limited, provided sufficient foundation to assess their reaction, whether they would recognize its significance based on prior edge or receive it as entirely new information. Professor Kell's expression showed clear recognition, confirming Naruto's suspicion that their expedition possessed specific knowledge beyond coincidental discovery. Consistent with the theoretical models described in the Kairos Codex, the professor noted, exchanging significant glances with his colleagues. Though the consciousness aspect STS dimensions beyond what the Codex documentation explicitly outlined. This reference to Kairos Codex represented the first concrete indication of their knowledge source, evidently some form of documentation containing information about the fragments that Naruto had not previously encountered or anticipated. The implications were concerning, suggesting historical records he had believed completely lost had somehow been preserved and transmitted through channels outside his awareness. The fragment's current activation state presents significant risks, Naruto continued, temporarily setting aside questions about their information source to address immediate practical concerns. The energy patterns you've documented indicate growing instability in the containment matrix I originally established. You established? Professor Kell's surprise appeared genuine. The Codex described creator entity as lost with original world destruction. Continuity presence was not indicated in any recovered documentation. This reaction provided valuable information regarding the limitations of their knowledge source, apparently documenting the fragments' creation without accurately recording Naruto's continued existence across the intervening millennia. Such incomplete information explained their methodological approach, which demonstrated sophisticated theoretical understanding while lacking crucial practical knowledge about the fragments' responsive nature. The situation has evolved beyond theoretical models, Mitra interjected diplomatically. We represent a research initiative specifically focused on these manifestations, with demonstrated success stabilizing similar activations at other locations. Collaborative approach offers optimal outcome given the fragments' increasing destabilization. Professor Kell studied them with evident recalculation of possibilities, his scientific curiosity apparently balancing against organizational priorities. After brief consideration, he nodded decisively. The phenomenon's behavior has indeed exceeded our containment modeling parameters within the past 6 hours. Your expertise would be welcome addition to our stabilization efforts. This pragmatic acceptance of collaboration suggested research priority genuinely superseded possession concerns, at least for the immediate situation. Naruto noted this with cautious optimism while maintaining awareness that institutional objectives might differ from individual researcher priorities. May I? He asked, gesturing toward the fragment. With the professor's assent, Naruto head the containment field surrounding Kurama's fragment. Even through multiple layers of protection, he could sense the familiar energy signature, chaotic yet patterned, wild yet purposeful, a fundamental contradiction that reflected Kurama's original nature as force of both destruction and creation. The fragment pulsed with increasing intensity as he neared, clearly recognizing his specific energy. Why patterned despite the millennia since its original sealing? Unlike the previously secured fragments, this one displayed visual manifestation of Kurama's consciousness, momentary fox-like shapes forming within the swirling energy before dissolving back into chaos, as though attempting to reconstruct original form from fragmented memory. Fascinating response pattern, observed Phaedra, adjusting NSOR equipment to record the interaction. Direct recognition indicators exceeding all previously documented proximity reactions. The fragment recognizes him specifically, Mitra explained, providing contextual framework that revealed knowledge while maintaining appropriate information boundaries. The consciousness aspects retain memory beyond mere energy patterns. Naruto extended his sense fully into the fragment's resonance field, carefully assessing its condition without directly interfering with the researcher's containment systems. What he discovered confirmed his initial concerns. The partial activation had progressed further than in previous cases, with Korriban's unique dark side concentration creating amplification effects that accelerated destabilization beyond normal parameters. The containment is deteriorating at accelerating rate, he informed them, his voice calm but carrying unmistakable urgency. Your systems are well designed but insufficient for the specific consciousness fluctuations occurring within the energy matrix. Complete destabilization within approximately 3 hours without specialized intervention. This assessment created immediate tension among the research team, their body language suggesting recalculation of risk assessments and procedural priorities. Our extraction protocols require minimum 4-hour preparation sequence, Professor Kell stated. Professional composure maintaining despite evident concern. Accelerated implementation risks catastrophic containment failure during transition. Conventional extraction won't succeed regardless of preparation time. Naruto explained, transitioning from assessment to practical solution approach. The fragment requires specialized resealing rather than merely physical relocation. I can implement appropriate techniques, but require direct access beyond your current containment field. This request presented obvious security and protocol challenges for the research team. Prophase. Sorkel consulted briefly with his colleagues before responding. Your expertise appears substantive based on demonstrated knowledge, but our protocols require verification through established methodologies before compromising primary containment systems. Understandable under normal circumstances, Mitra acknowledged with diplomatic precision. However, the deterioration rate suggests prioritizing practical containment over procedural verification. Perhaps compromise approach, maintaining your monitoring systems while allowing specialized intervention. This suggestion created pathway at honored their legitimate security concerns while addressing the practical urgency. After brief consideration, Professor Kell nodded agreement. Acceptable compromise. We'll maintain full monitoring throughout the intervention process while adjusting containment fields to permit direct access. With this arrangement established, preparations began immediately. The research team reconfigured IR containment systems to create controlled access point while maintaining overall field integrity, while Naruto prepared the specialized sealing techniques required for this particular fragment's condition. I should inform our colleagues above regarding the collaborative approach, Mitra suggested, maintaining diplomatic continuity while creating opportunity for secure communication with their team. Of course, Professor Kell agreed. Phaedra can escort you to suitable communication location with appropriate signal clarity. As Mitra departed with the researcher, Naruto continued his preparations, forming the precise chakra patterns necessary for the resealing procedure. The technique would require adaptation from standard approaches given the fragment's current destabilization in D. Korriban's unique energy environment, modifications that drew on his centuries of experience with similar challenges across diverse circumstances. Your methodology appears distinct from conventional force techniques, observed Brianna, who had remained nearby monitoring his preparations with evident professional interest. The energy configuration suggests principles beyond standard Jedi or Sith classification systems. Yes, Naruto confirmed simply, recognizing genuine scholarly curiosity in her observation. The approach combines elements from different traditions than those currently established in this galaxy. Fascinating, she replied with scholarly appreciation. Our research increasingly suggests multiple distinct energy manipulation frameworks developed independently across different civilizations. Despite conventional historical models that propose single-origin theory for force traditions. This perspective, alignment with factual reality rather than merely established doctrine, suggested intellectual flexibility that Naruto found encouraging despite the complicated circumstances. Before he could respond further, however, the fragment's energy patterns shifted dramatically, pulsing with sudden intensity that caused the containment field to visibly fluctuate. Destabilization accelerating beyond predicted parameters, announced one of the monitoring technicians. Their voice maintaining professional calm despite the obvious concern. Field integrity at 78% and declining. The ambient energies are creating amplification effect beyond your models, Naruto explained. Accelerating his preparations. Korriban's dark side concentration interacts with the fragment's consciousness aspects in ways that conventional containment systems cannot fully compensate for. Professor Kell made immediate procedural decision. Initiate Containment Protocol Epsilon 3. Priority shift to stabilization support for intervention procedure. The Research team responded with efficient precision, reconfiguring their systems to support Naruto's approach rather than merely maintaining independent containment. This pragmatic adaptation to changing circumstances further confirmed their genuine research priority rather than merely territorial objectives. Containment access point established, announced the system technician. Field modulation synchronized with intervention timing requirements. Naruto moved into position, his hands forming the precise seals required for the specialized technique. As he did so, he reached through his force bond update Bastila on the developing situation. Collaborative approach established. Fragment requires immediate resealing. Their team appears genuinely focused on research rather than acquisition. My NTAIN position but ready for support if needed. Asterisk. Her response came with characteristic clarity. Understood. Republic reinforcements on standby if required. Be careful. Korriban's energies create UNPR. Edictable variables even with cooperative participants. Asterisk. With communications maintained and preparations complete, Naruto began the resealing procedure. His hands moved through complex patterns that combined chakra manipulation principles from his original world with force techniques developed over centuries of observation and adaptation. Golden energy began to manifest around him, visible even to non-force sensitive observers as patterns that directly counterbalanced the fragment's chaotic emissions. Extraordinary energy signature, whispered one of the researchers, monitoring equipment recording data with almost reverential precision. Completely balanced harmonic pattern without light, dark polarization typically observed in force manifestations. As Naruto's technique engaged directly with the fragment, Kurama's partial consciousness responded with immediate recognition, the fox-like patterns within the energy becoming more defined, momentarily forming coherent image before dissolving back into structured chaos. The communication between them transcended conventional interaction, fragments of ancient partnership briefly reconnecting across millennia of separation. Still troublesome, I see. Came impression rather than actual words, echo of Kurama's distinctive personality partially reconstructed from fragmentary consciousness. Some things never change, Naruto responded in kind. The exchange undetectable to observers beyond subtle shifts in the energy patterns surrounding them. The resealing technique progressed with increasing intensity, golden energy forming complex geometric patterns that surrounded and interpenetrated the fragment's chaotic emissions. Where they connected, harmonic stability began replacing erratic fluctuation, the consciousness aspects gradually shifting from agitated resistance to balanced acceptance. Containment field stabilizing, reported the monitoring technician, professional tone barely concealing amazement. Energy signature. Showing harmonic convergence patterns consistent with successful integration rather than merely suppressive containment. Not containment in conventional sense, Professor Kell observed with scholarly precision. The technique appears to address consciousness aspects directly rather than merely suppressing energy emissions. Fascinating methodological approach entirely absent from codex documentation. The procedure reached critical phase as Naruto formed final seal configuration. Golden energy contracting around the fragment in precisely calibrated compression sequence. Unlike conventional containment that merely imposed external limitations, this technique worked with the fragment's internal patterns to establish self-sustaining stability, harmony rather than mere restriction. Sealing technique. Harmonic convergence. Naruto intoned, the words themselves forming part of the pattern being established. The golden energy contracted in final sequence, merging with the fragment's aotic emissions in flash of brilliant light that momentarily overwhelmed the chamber's illumination systems. When visibility returned, the fragment had transformed, its erratic pulsing replaced by steady, rhythmic glow contained within crystalline structure that incorporated elements of both the original seal and the new harmonization technique. Stabilization complete, Naruto announced, maintain. In connection with the fragment to ensure proper transition to fully secured state. The seal will require specialized containment during transport, but no longer presents immediate destabilization risk. The research team's monitoring systems confirmed his assessment, readings showing stable energy patterns without the concerning fluctuations previously observed. Professor Kell approached with evident professional respect despite the procedural irregularity the situation had required. Impressive methodology with immediately verifiable results, he acknowledged. Our research objectives prioritize documentation and understanding rather than merely acquisition. Perhaps continued collaboration would serve mutual interests regarding these unique phenomena. This suggestion, transition from emergency cooperation to potential ongoing relationship, presented both opportunity and complication. Before Naruto could formulate appropriate response, Mitra returned with Phaedra, her expression conveying significant information beyond her casual demeanor. Our colleagues above have established productive discussion with your support team, she reported, the phrasing clearly communicating developments beyond merely routine update. They've identified several areas of potential research alignment that warrant comprehensive discussion in more appropriate setting. This diplomatic communication suggested situation above had evolved beyond merely maintaining position, likely Republic reinforcements arriving or additional Jedi presence establishing more formal interaction with the expedition's support personnel. Naruto received confirmation through his force bond with Bastila. Republic security has secured the academy entrance. The researchers' support team is cooperating fully. Rico, MMEND concluding operations below and returning to formal debriefing context. Asterisk. The fragment should be transferred to specialized containment for transport, Naruto informed Professor Kell, maintaining professional focus on immediate practical requirements. While the seal is stable, Korriban's unique energy environment continues creating amplification effects that warrant prompt relocation to more neutral surroundings. The professor nodded agreement, apparently recognizing both the technical validity of this assessment and the evolving situational dynamics. Of course, we've prepared transport containment incorporating principles derived from Codex specifications, though I suspect your expertise might suggest modifications to our standard protocols. Your systems appear well designed, but would benefit from specific adjustments given the fragment's unique characteristics, Naruto confirmed, maintaining collaborative approach while establishing transition toward their operational objectives. As preparations for transport began, Brianna approached Naruto with the measured movements characteristic of her disciplined physical presence. Throughout the proceedings, he had noted her distinctive motion patterns, efficiency suggesting extensive combat training combined with unusual awareness of energy flow relationships indicating specialized physical discipline beyond merely conventional martial preparation. Your technique demonstrated principles of encountered only in theoretical documentation, she observed, scholarly interest apparently genuine despite the evolving circumstances. The balance between structured application and adaptive response particularly reflects methodologies described in certain Ichani philosophical texts regarding perfect harmony between form and function. This reference to Ichani traditions, a culture known for combat philosophies that approached physical conflict as expression of true self rather than merely tactical exchange, provided a additional context for her distinctive movement patterns and scholarly interests. Naruto recognized opportunity for meaningful exchange despite the complicated situation. The technique draws on principles emphasizing harmony between opposing forces rather than dominance of one aspect over another, he explained, matching her scholarly tone while maintaining awareness of the operational transitions occurring around them. Perfect form emerges from understanding relationship between structure and adaptability rather than rigidly imposing predetermined patterns. Precisely the principle underlying advanced Ichani combat philosophy, she confirmed with evident appreciation for the conceptual alignment. Though rarely applied to energy manipulation contexts in current documented methodologies, this exchange, while seemingly academic, provided valuable insight regarding her background and potential perspective regarding their broader mission objectives. Before their conversation could develop further, however, Professor Kell announced transport preparations complete. The containment unit has been modified according to specifications, he informed them, gesturing toward sophisticate apparatus now surrounding the resealed fragment. Our team is prepared for coordinated transport to surface level whenever your colleagues indicate appropriate timing. Naruto received Bastila's UP date through their force bond. Situation secured above. Republic Commander has established formal research parameters with their expedition leadership. Safe transport approved whenever fragment containment ready. Asterisk. Transport timing approved, he informed the professor. The modifications appear appropriate for immediate relocation. With preparations complete, the coordinated movement of the NEWLY secured fragment began. Research team maintaining monitoring systems while Republic security established protective formation around the containment unit. The procession moved carefully through the ancient passages, ascending toward the academy level where formal integration with the broader operational framework awaited. As they emerged into the archives chamber where Bastila and Visa's maintained position with Republic forces, Naruto observed the evolved situation with appreciation for the diplomatic handling evident in the arrangements. Rather than confrontational security positioning, the Republic personnel had established cooperative parameter maintenance that honored legitimate research interests while ensuring appropriate protocols regarding sensitive artifacts. Fragment secured and stabilized, he reported to Bastila, whose composed expression revealed satisfaction beneath professional restraint. The research team provided valuable assistance despite procedural irregularity. So I understand, she acknowledged, attention shifting to include Professor Kell in their exchange. Your expedition leader has provided comprehensive research authorization documentation that appears legitimate despite unconventional administrative routing. Republic Command has authorized continued documentation activities under appropriate oversight parameters. This diplomatic handling, acknowledging their legitimate research status while establishing necessary security protocols, represented skillful navigation of complicated jurisdictional considerations. Professor Kell's expressio N suggested appreciation for this professional approach despite the obvious security reconfiguration around their expedition. We welcome appropriate coordination with Republic archaeological oversight, he confirmed. Our research objectives prioritize documentation for academic purposes rather than artifact acquisition or application development. As operational integration continued with impressive efficiency, Naruto found opportunity for direct conversation with Bastila regarding the developing situation. Their knowledge source, something called the Kairos Codex, contains specific information about the fragments that should have been inaccessible, he informed her quietly. Historical documentation from my original world that somehow survived and transmitted through unknown channels. Bastila absorbed this concerning information with characteristic focus on strategic implications rather than merely immediate reactions. Suggesting information preservation beyond what you anticipated. Have you identified the specific transmission vector? Not yet, though their methodology and equipment suggest sophisticated institutional support rather than merely independent research initiative. The term, Symmetry Initiative, likely indicates formal organizational structure with significant resources. This assessment aligned with Bastila's own observations regarding their equipment and operational protocols. Republic intelligence will investigate through appropriate channels. For now, the secured fragment takes priority. Integration with the others requires specialized containment. During transport to prevent potentially dangerous interaction patterns. This practical focus on immediate operational requirements rather than merely long-term implications reflected Bastila's active leadership approach, addressing crucial priorities sequentially rather than becoming distracted by peripheral considerations despite their potential significance. As the secured fragment was integrated with Republic transport protocols, Naruto observed Brianna engaged in detailed discussion with Mitra, their exchange suggesting professional recognition beyond merely circumstantial cooperation. Their body language indicated shared reference points regarding specialized knowledge domains, potentially significant given Mitra's unique background and perspective. Visas approached quietly, her force perception having evidently been focused on the secured fragment throughout the operational transitions. The fragment's consciousness aspects have stabilized considerably following your intervention, she reported. The communication patterns with the other fragments show coherent harmony rather than merely chaotic resonance. An important development, Naruto acknowledged. The reintegration potential increases significantly when consciousness aspects stabilize across multiple fragments, though full restoration remains distant without complete collection. This exchange, while technically focused, carried emotional significance beyond merely operational assessment. Visas had demonstrated increasing sensitivity to the fragments' consciousness aspects throughout their missions. Her unique perception detecting nuances that even Naruto sometimes overlooked despite his direct connection to Kurama's original nature. The expedition to secure this fragment has yielded more than merely artifact retrieval. She observed with characteristic perceptiveness. The knowledge exchange regarding methodologies and historical documentation creates possibilities beyond initial mission parameters. Indeed, Naruto agreed, appreciating her holistic perspective that integrated technical, strategic, and philosophical dimensions rather than artificially separating them. The wheel continues turning in patterns even I hadn't fully anticipated. As operational procedures concluded and transport preparations finalized, Republic Commander Dahlin approached with formal debriefing request. Master Shan has authorized immediate return to the Harbinger with secured artifacts and research personnel. The Council has transmitted priority communication regarding significant developments that require expedition reassessment. New information regarding the fragments. Naruto inquired, sensing implications beyond routine operational updates. Apparently so, the commander confirmed. Something about unusual energy signatures detected near Malachor's system that potentially indicate another fragment activation. Details classified pending secure briefing aboard command vessel. T.'s information created immediate significance shifts among their team members, particularly Mitra, whose carefully maintained composure momentarily faltered at Malachor's mention before professional discipline reasserted. The reaction, though subtle, revealed personal connection to the location beyond merely academic knowledge, consistent with historical records regarding the exiles' participation in events there during the Mandalorian Wars. Malachor v. she asked, voice carefully neutral despite the evident personal significance. The communication didn't specify exact coordinates, Commander Dahlin replied. Only system-level designation pending detailed briefing. This development created significant strategic recalibration requirements given Malachor's unique status in recent galactic history. The planet, or rather its remnants following catastrophic mass shadow generator activation during the Mandalorian Wars, represented one of the most dangerous force wound locations in known space. Any fragment activation in proximity to such massive force disruption created potential complications beyond standard containment protocols. Priority transport to the Harbinger seems appropriate given these developments. Bastila decided, her tactical assessment efficiently integrating this new information with ongoing operational requirements. Professor Kell, your research team is welcome. To continue documentation activities regarding non-sensitive aspects of this expedition, though artifact-specific information remains classified pending council determination. This diplomatic hand, Ling, acknowledging their legitimate research interests while maintaining necessary security regarding the fragments specifically, represented skillful balance between collaborative approach and appropriate operational security. Professor Kell nodded acceptance of these parameters with professional understanding despite obvious scholarly interest in the artifacts themselves. Understandable classification given the phenomana's unique properties, he acknowledged. We appreciate the collaborative approach despite jurisdictional complexities. With arrangements clarified and transportation organized, the expedition began movement toward their vessels, Republic forces coordinating with research personnel while maintaining appropriate security around the contained fragments. As they proceeded through the Academy ruins toward the surface, Naruto found opportunity for brief conversation with Mitra regarding the Malachor development. The location holds significant personal history for you, he observed quietly. Not question but acknowledgement of the obvious reaction he had witnessed. Yes, she confirmed simply, professional composure maintained despite evident emotional complexity beneath. Malachor represents inflection point in multiple historical trajectories, including my own. This measured response, acknowledging significance without revealing specific emotional dimension, reflected her characteristic balance between professional functionality and personal authenticity. Naruto respected this integration rather than pressing for details inappropriate to current operational context. Fragment activation in proximity to such significant force disruption creates unique technical challenges, he noted instead, focusing on practical dimensions while acknowledging the location's importance. The wound patterns at Malachor interact with conventional energies in ways that defy standard containment methodologies. Precisely why specialized expertise becomes crucial rather than merely optional. Mitra agreed, professional focus providing framework for processing the personal implications. Standard Jedi approaches would prove catastrophically inadequate given the unique energy environment. This assessment, while technically accurate, carried additional significance given her personal history with both location and traditional Jedi methodologies. Before their conversation could develop further, however, they reached the surface exit where transport vessels awaited with engines cycling for immediate departure. The bright sunlight of Korriban's surface added stark contrast after the Academy's shadowed interior, harsh illumination emphasizing the desolate landscape's unforgiving nature. Republic shuttles had established secure landing perimeter around their original arrival point, while the research expedition's vessels maintained position at respectful distance under appropriate supervision. As boarding procedures began, Naruto observed Brianna, engaged in apparent formal request discussion with Commander Dahlin, their exchange suggesting official capacity communication rather than merely personal inquiry. After brief consultation via communication device, the commander approached Bastila with update. Master Shan, we've received formal observer request from Ichani Diplomatic Corps regarding the Malachor expedition, he reported with professional neutrality. Apparently Brianna holds authorized representative status for academic documentation purposes related to historical preservation initiatives. This unexpected development created procedural reconsideration requirements given the sensitive nature of their mission and Malachor's complicated political status following recent conflicts. Bastila's expression revealed careful assessment calculation rather than immediate rejection despite the obvious complication. The request has been transmitted through appropriate diplomatic channels. She confirmed, maintaining procedural correctness despite operational adjustment requirements. Yes, Master Jedi, the commander confirmed. Verification protocols complete with authorization codes matching current diplomatic registry. E-request specifies academic observation status without operational integration requirements. Bastila considered this information with characteristic efficiency, weighing multiple dimensions simultaneously, diplomatic implications, security considerations, practical logistics, and potential knowledge benefits against possible complications. After brief consideration, she nodded decision. Rex. She approved with appropriate security protocols, she determined. Observer status with standard confidentiality agreements regarding classified information encountered during expedition activities. This decision, balancing diplomatic courtesy with practical security requirements, demonstrated Bastila's effective leadership approach that recognized multiple legitimate considerations rather than merely defaulting to most restrictive options regardless of context. Commander Dahlin nodded acknowledgement before returning to communicate the determination to relevant parties. As boarding continued with efficient coordination, Visas approached Naruto with observation regarding the secured fragments' current status. The containment integration is functioning within parameters, though communication patterns between fragments continue intensifying beyond predicted baselines. Their consciousness aspects appear increasingly coherent as proximity duration extends. Expected development, though accelerating faster than anticipated. Naruto acknowledged, studying the monitoring displays with focused attention. The resealing process appears to have catalyzed more rapid consciousness reintegration across the secured fragments. This technical exchange masked deeper significance regarding Kurama's fragmented consciousness gradually reconstructing coherent identity across separated aspects, a development with both promising and concerning implications depending on how the process manifested. Before their discussion could explore these dimensions further, boarding completion was announced with departure imminent. The ascent to orbit proceeded without incident, Korriban's harsh landscape receding beneath them as the shuttle transitioned to space approached toward the Harbinger maintaining position above. Throughout the journey, Naruto maintained focused awareness on the contained fragments, monitoring their interaction patterns as the collective consciousness aspects continued their gradual reintegration process. Aboard the Harbinger, formal debriefing procedures began immediately, secure communication established with Jedi Council representatives while Republic Intelligence processed information regarding the research expedition's activities and knowledge sources. The secured fragments were transferred to specialized containment facilities incorporated into the vessel specifically for this mission, with monitoring systems adapted based on developing understanding of their interaction patterns. In the primary briefing chamber, holographic communication with Master Cav. AR provided detailed information regarding the Malachor situation that had prompted their redirected mission parameters. Approximately 36 hours ago, long-range monitoring stations detected unusual energy patterns emanating from the Malachor system, the Jedi Master explained, his image flickering slightly despite advanced communication technology. Specifically, radiation signatures consistent with those documented during your previous fragment retrievals, though with significant distortion patterns attributed to interaction with the Force wound remnants in that region. The holographic display shifted to show sensor readings, complex energy patterns that combined the distinctive signature Naruto recognized from activated fragments with the chaotic disruption characteristic of Malachor's damaged Force environment. The combination created concerning implications regarding potential interaction effects beyond standard activation parameters. The specific location appears to be within the primary debris field rather than the remnant planetary core, Master Kavar continued, indicating coordinates within the fragmented remains of what had once been Malachor V, suggesting that fragment may have been contained within a facility or structure that survived the initial planetary disruption event. This information created immediate technical reassessment requirements given the unique challenges presented by Malachor's current state. Unlike previous locations with relatively stable environments despite their individual complications, Malachor represented fundamentally disrupted force conditions that would create unprecedented containment challenges. The Council has authorized immediate expedition to secure this fragment given the potential dangers its activation presents in proximity to such significant force disruption, Master Kavar concluded. Republic forces have established preliminary perimeter monitoring but await specialized expertise before attempting direct engagement given the location's hazardous conditions. A prudent approach given Malachor's unique properties, Bastila acknowledged. Standard containment protocols would prove inadequate given the interaction potential between fragment energies and the force wound characteristics. The briefing continued with detailed logistical planning, approach vectors, environmental hazards, communication limitations, and contingency protocols given the location's unpredictable conditions. Throughout the discussion, Naruto observed Mitra's carefully maintained professional focus despite the obvious personal significance this location held for her. Her contributions remained precisely technical without revealing emotional dimensions, though subtle indicators suggested significant internal processes occurring beneath the composed exterior. Similarly interesting was Brianna's reaction to the Malachor information, her scholarly attention demonstrating familiarity beyond merely academic knowledge, suggesting possible personal connection to events there despite her apparent age making direct involvement in the Mandalorian Wars unlikely. The combination suggested intriguing background diamonds, ions beyond her formal Ichani diplomatic representation. As the briefing concluded with mission parameters established, Naruto found opportunity for direct conversation with Bastila regarding the unique challenges this location presented. Malachor's force wound creates unprecedented variables regarding fragment containment, he explained, focusing on technical dimensions while recognizing the broader implications. The disruption patterns will interact with both the fragment's energies and our conventional containment methods in ways difficult to predict without direct observation. Your experience with similar wound patterns from previous encounters provides crucial expertise, Bastila acknowledged, practical assessment focusing on mission requirements rather than abstract implications. Though I understand this particular location represents unique disruption scale beyond standard parameters. Indeed, the mass shadow generator created damage extending beyond merely physical disruption. The force itself remains fundamentally altered in ways that continue evolving rather than stabilizing over time. Any fragment activation within such environment creates potential cascade effects that standard containment methods cannot address. This assessment, while focused on practical mission concerns, carried philosophical implications regarding the nature of force wounds and conventional understanding of energy relationships that extended beyond merely technical considerations. Bastila's expression suggested recognition of these deeper dimensions despite her immediate focus on operational requirements. Then specialized approach becomes necessity rather than merely preference, she concluded pragmatically. Your sealing techniques, combined with Mitra's unique experience regarding Malachor specifically, provide essential capabilities that conventional Jedi methodologies cannot replicate. This acknowledgement, recognition of limitations within traditional approaches rather than merely institutional defensiveness, demonstrated Bastila's evolving perspective throughout their shared missions. Her willingness to integrate new methodologies based on demonstrated effect for ENS rather than merely conformity to established doctrine represented significant development in her leadership approach. Visas's perception abilities will prove particularly valuable as well, Naruto added, recognizing the Miraluka's unique contributions to their team capabilities. Her sensitivity to consciousness patterns expressed through energy rather than conventional communication provided crucial awareness regarding how the fragment interacts with Malachor's disrupted force environment. Agreed. And our new observer's Ichani training potentially offers physical discipline advantages in environments where conventional force techniques may prove unreliable due to ambient disruption. This inclusive assessment, recognizing valuable contributions across their diverse team rather than merely focusing on traditional authority structures, further demonstrated Bastila's effective leadership evolution. Before their conversation could explore these dimensions further, however, ship-wide announcement indicated their approach to hyperspace transition point for Malachor's system journey. As preparations continued throughout the vessel, Naruto took opportunity for quiet meditation regarding the developing situation. The wheel of destiny continued turning in patterns even his centuries of observation hadn't fully anticipated, fragments of his original world creating ripples throughout this galaxy's development that manifested in increasingly complex interactions across apparently separate domains. Malachor represented inflection point in recent galactic history, location where momentous decisions created consequences that continued reverberating through both individual lives and broader political landscapes. Now, fragment of Kurama's consciousness had activated within that disrupted environment, creating potential for either healing or further damage depending on how their intervention manifested. Balance required understanding relationship between opposing forces rather than merely attempting dominance of one aspect over another. This principle would prove particularly crucial in an environment where conventional force approaches faced fundamental limitations due to the very nature of the space they would enter. The wheel continued turning, patterns emerging that even one as old as Naruto couldn't fully predict. Yet within uncertainty lay opportunity for new understanding, potential transformation rather than merely continuation of established trajectories. Malachor awaited, its shadows containing both danger and possibility in equal measure. The Malachor system emerged from hyperspace's nightmare landscape of cosmic destruction, planetary fragments suspended in unnatural orbital patterns that defied conventional gravitational mathematics, energy discharges arcing between larger masses like nervous system of wounded Leviathan, radiation patterns shifting unpredictably as though space itself remained traumatized by the catastrophic event that had shattered an entire world. From the Harbinger's observation deck, the scene created immediate sensory impact beyond merely visual appreciation. Force sensitives throughout the vessel reported discomfort ranging from mild disorientation to severe nausea depending on individual sensitivity and experience with similar disruption patterns. Even non-sensitive crew members described unusual perceptual effects including visual distortions, phantom sounds, and inexplicable emotional responses seemingly disconnected from immediate stimuli. Remarkable preservation of traumatic energy patterns ite temporal distance from causative event, observed Brianna, her scholarly precision masking whatever personal reaction she might experience to the disturbing panorama. Conventional force dissipati on models would predict significant attenuation over this time period rather than persistent manifestation at current intensity levels. Malachor's destruction transcended conventional parameters, Mitra explained, her voice maintaining professional detachment despite obvious personal connection to the events being discussed. The mass shadow generator didn't merely destroy physical structures, but created fundamental reality disruption through instantaneous mass energy conversion at unprecedented scale. Naruto studied the fragmented remains with focused attention that integrated multiple perception dimensions simultaneously: visual observation, force sensitivity, and the specialized awareness developed through centuries of experience with diverse energy phenomena. What he detected confirmed concerns regarding this location's unique challenges. The force wound remains active rather than merely residual, he noted, attention focused on energy patterns invisible to conventional observation. Not simply damaged fabric but ongoing disruption process that continues evolving despite temporal distance from initial event. This assessment aligned with sensor readings displayed across monitoring stations throughout the observation deck, data patterns showing persistent anomalies that defied standard classification despite sophisticated analytical algorithms attempting to categorize the phenomena within established parameters. The fragment's activation signature emanates from this region, Bastila indicated, adjusting the tactical display to highlight specific coordinates within the debris field. Approximately 40 kilometers from what remains of the planetary core, associated with structural mass that appears artificial rather than natural formation. The highlighted ray showed distinctive energy patterns combining the characteristic signature Naruto recognized from activated fragments with the chaotic disruption unique to Malachor's damaged force environment. The Interaction created concerning harmonic frequencies that suggested accelerating destabilization beyond parameters observed in previous fragment activations. The ambient disruption is amplifying toin aspects of the fragment's energy while suppressing others, he explained, studying the complex interaction patterns. Creating imbalance within the consciousness components that potentially excel. Orates destabilization beyond standard containment capabilities. Conventional approach vectors appear compromised by gravitational anomalies surrounding the target location, reported the Harbinger's navigation officer. Professional tone masking evident concern regarding the challenging conditions. Standard shuttle craft would experience critical system failures within approximately 12 kilometers of the objective. This practical limitation created immediate logistical reconsideration requirements given the mission's specialized personnel transport needs. Before alternative approaches could be suggested, however, Mitra offered unexpected solution. The Aben Hawk can manage the approach, she stated with quiet confidence. Its navigation systems and shield configurations were specifically modified for operation in mass shadow conditions following previous Malachor operations. This reference to her personal vessel, a modified dynamic class freighter with storied history throughout recent conflicts, represented practical solution while simultaneously revealing personal resources beyond what her initial presentation had suggested. Bastila considered the proposal with efficient assessment of both technical and operational implications. Your vessel's modifications have been verified for current conditions, she confirmed, focusing on practical mission requirements rather than jurisdictional considerations despite the unconventional suggestion. Yes. The modifications were implemented by Republic Engineering Corps following the war, specifically designed for navigation within Malachor's disrupted environment during recovery operations. This information, while technically focused, revealed additional dimensions regarding Mitra's background and resources, specifically official Republic recognition and support despite her complicated history with traditional authority structures. Bastila nodded acceptance of the practical solution despite its procedural irregularity. Then the primary team will utilize your vessel for final approach while the Harbinger maintains orbital position at safe distance. Republic support craft can establish relay positions for communication maintenance despite disruption patterns. With approach strategy determined, preparation for the specialized expedition began immediately. The primary team would consist of S&T AL personnel with unique capabilities relevant to the fragment's containment, Naruto for his sealing techniques, Mitra for her specific Malachor experience, Visas for her specialized perception abilities, and Bastila for her battle meditation capabilities that might prove crucial for maintaining team cohesion within Malachor's disruptive environment. Brianna would accompany them in observer capacity given her diplomatic authorization. Though Naruto suspected her Ichani training might prove practically valuable beyond merely documentation purposes given the physical challenges Malachor's environment would present. Additionally, specialized equipment for fragment assessment and containment would require technical personnel despite the limited transport capacity. As preparations continued throughout the vessel, Naruto took opportunity for direct conversation with Visas regarding the unique challenges her perception abilities would face in Malachor's disrupted environment. The force wound will affect your perception in ways different from conventional disruption, he explained, focusing on practical considerations while recognizing the potential psychological impact such environment might create for someone with her particular sensitivity. The boundaries between physical and energy perception become unpredictably permeable in such conditions. I've encountered similar effects in locations Nihilus damaged, though presumably at smaller scale, she acknowledged, professional focus maintained despite the concerning implications. My perception adapted through techniques that distinguish genuine patterns from disruptive echoes despite conventional boundary dissolution. This capability, developed through traumatic experience yet transformed into specialized skill rather than merely persistent limitation, represented remarkable integration that Naruto had observed consistently in Visas's approach to her unique abilities. Rather than merely surviving her experiences, she had synthesized them into expanded capabilities that transcended conventional categorization. Your perception will prove particularly valuable regarding the fragment's consciousness aspects, he noted with genuine appreciation. Especially how they interact with Malachor's disruption patterns in ways conventional observation cannot detect. This acknowledgement, recognition of unique contributio, and rather than merely generic encouragement, seemed to resonate with Visa's on meaningful level beyond professional validation. Her posture shifted slightly, subtle indication of emotional response beneath composed exterior. The fragments increasingly communicate in patterns resembling actual consciousness rather than merely energy resonance, she observed, transitioning from personal dimension to technical focus with characteristic integration. The most recent sealing appears to have catalyzed coherence development across previously secured fragments, suggesting accelerating reintegration potential. This assessment aligned with Naruto's own observations while adding perception dimensions his connection to Kurama sometimes overlooked due to familiarity. The collaborative awareness they had developed throughout their shared missions created complementary understanding beyond what either could achieve alone, pattern that repeated across their diverse team in various configurations. As final preparations concluded, the expedition team transferred to Mitra's vessel docked within the Harbinger's primary bay. The Aben Hawk presented interesting contrast to Republic military vessels. Its modified freighter design combining practical functionality with customized elements reflecting diverse operational history beyond merely standard parameters. Impressive modifications, observe, one of the Republic engineers examining the vessel's specialized systems. The shield harmonics particularly show advanced application of disruptive field compensation beyond current military specifications. Necessity often accelerates innovation beyond institutional development timelines, Mitra noted with subtle dry humor that momentarily lightened the mission's tense atmosphere. Particularly when standard equipment proves catastrophically inadequate for specialized conditions. This observation, technical assessment carrying philosophical implications regarding institutional limitations versus practical necessity, reflected perspective characteristic of her unique background. Formal training foundation combined with experience beyond conventional parameters that created integrate. Approach transcending rigid categorization. Aboard the vessel, Naruto observed interesting crew composition that further revealed dimensions of Mitra's background and resources. The pilot, introduced simply as Adon, displayed casual demeanor masking evident specialized training beyond merely technical piloting capabilities. His awareness patterns suggested combat experience combined with unusual perception shielding techniques not typically associated with conventional military background. Similarly intriguing was the technical specialist, a Zobrok named Baudur whose cybernetic arm incorporated unique energy manipulation capabilities beyond standard prosthetic functionality. His quiet competence and evident personal loyalty to Mitra suggested shared history beyond merely professional association. Likely connected to the events at Malachor given subtle reaction patterns to their current mission parameters. Most immediately relevant to their practical objectives, however, was the vessel's specialized navigation and shielding systems specifically modified for operation within Malachor's disrupted environment. The modifications demonstrated sophisticated understanding of the Loka. Chion's unique challenges combined with practical implementation approach that prioritized functional effectiveness over merely theoretical correctness, characteristics consistent with Mitra's overall methodology across multiple domains. Final approach calculations complete, Adon announced as pre-launch procedures concluded. Primary vector established through minimal disruption corridor with Onting and C routes programmed for potential field fluctuations. Should be relatively smooth sailing, assuming relatively includes moderate gravitational shearing and occasional reality hiccups. T's casual description of extremely hazardous conditions demonstrated either remarkable confidence or concerning irreverence depending on interpretation framework. Mitra merely nodded acknowledgement without addressing the commentary's tonal aspects, suggesting familiarity with the pilot's communication style beyond merely professional assessment. Launch authorization confirmed. Came communication from Harbinger Command. Republic support craft will maintain communication relay positions along designated coordinates. Emergency extraction resources standing by its safe distance perimeter. With final clearance established, the Aben Hawk departed the Harbinger's docking bay with smooth precision that suggested extensive crew familiarity with the vessel's unique handling characteristics. As they transitioned to independent flight path toward Malachor's fragmented remains, the disrupted environment's effects became immediately apparent, gravitational fluctuations creating periodic 2RBU lengths despite the specialized shielding, while visual distortions manifested across viewport perspectives as light itself bent unpredictably through damaged space-time fabric. Distortion fields I, intensifying approximately 30% above historical baselines, reported Baudur, monitoring specialized equipment with focused attention. The fragment's activation appears to be amplifying AMB, ion disruption patterns beyond standard parameters. This assessment confirmed Naruto's earlier concerns regarding interaction between the fragment's energies and Malachor's unique environment, Mutua. L amplification creating accelerating destabilization beyond what either would generate independently. The technical implications suggested compressed operational timeline compared to previous fragment Chi retrievals where environmental factors had remained relatively stable despite their individual complications. Approaching primary debris field, Adin announced, hands moving across control interf. Aces with practiced precision despite the increasingly challenging navigation conditions. Switching to specialized mapping systems for detail resolution within disruption patterns. The viewport display shifted to enhanced representation incorporating multiple data inputs beyond merely visual spectrum, energy patterns, gravitational fluctuations, and temporal distortion indicators combined to create a navigational framework that compensated for conventional perception limitations within Malachor's unique environment. Through this enhanced display, the fragment's location became clearly visible. Despite physical obscuration, energy signature pulsing with distinctive patterns that combined Kurama's characteristic chaos with concerning harmonic distortions created through interaction with the surrounding force wound. The signature emanated from structural mass partially embedded within larger planetary fragment, architectural elements suggesting facilities that had survived the initial destruction event despite catastrophic planetary disintegration. That appears to be remains of Traeus Academy substructure, Mitra identified, professional detachment maintained despite evident personal familiarity with the location. Specialized research facilities constructed beneath the primary academy complex, reportedly designed specifically for unusual energy phenomenon documentation and containment. This information provided crucial contextual framework regarding both the fragment's current location and potential complications their retrieval mission might encounter. If the fragment had been deliberately placed within specialized containment facilities, its current activation might involve designed systems rather than merely ambient interaction, potentially indicating purposeful interference rather than merely environmental degradation. Approaching optimal insertion point, Adin announced as they navigated through increasingly dense debris field with remarkable precision despite the hazardous conditions. Structural analysis indicates partial atmospheric containment within the facility remains functional despite surrounding vacuum exposure. Localized gravity generation AP. Pairs operational though highly unstable. This assessment created both opportunity and additional complication. Functional life support systems would enable conventional operation without full environmental suits. But unstable gravity conditions presented unique hazards beyond merely technical consideration. Mitra processed this information with efficient prioritization characteristic of her leadership approach. We'll utilize lightweight environmental backup systems rather than full vacuum suits, she decided. Mobility advantages outweigh potential atmospheric fluctuation risks given the unstable structural conditions. This practical determination, balancing multiple risk factors rather than defaulting to most conservative approach regardless of operational implications, demonstrated effective field leadership developed through actual experience rather than merely theoretical training. Bastila nodded agreement with the assessment, her own combat experience providing similar practical perspective despite different training background. Docking approach initiated, Adin reported as they maneuvered toward partially intact landing facility attached to the fragmented structure. Quote, structural integrity at minimum acceptable parameters though with significant stress indicators throughout the attachment points. Recommend swift disembarkation following docking completion. The E-flat Onhawk completed its approach with impressive precision given the challenging conditions, specialized systems compensating for gravitational fluctuations and structural instabilities that would have rendered conventional docking procedures impossible. Mechanical connection established with ominous sounds of metal stress that suggested limited operational window before potential attachment failure. Docking complete but extremely unstable, Adin confirmed, monitoring systems showing concerning structural stress patterns throughout the connection points. Recommend immediate team deployment. with minimal equipment mass to reduce additional stress factors. With efficient coordination indicating prior operational experience together, the expedition team prepared for immediate deployment, environmental systems checked, specialized equipment secured, and communication protocols established despite the challenging conditions. Naruto maintained focused awareness on the fragment's energy signature throughout these preparations, monitoring the concerning interaction patterns between Kurama's partial consciousness and Malachor's unique disruption field. The destabilization is accelerating faster than previous activations, he informed the team as final preparations concluded. The force wound is creating amplification effects that interact with the fragment's consciousness aspects in particularly concerning ways. Estimated containment window, Bastila inquired, tactical assessment focusing on practical mission parameters despite the technically complex explanation. Approximately 3 hours before critical destabilization threshold, assuming current acceleration rates maintain consistent pattern. Though Malachor's unpredictable environment creates significant variable potential beyond standard modeling parameters. This assessment, concerning yet precisely quantified despite the challenging conditions, established clear operational timeline while acknowledging the IQ complications this particular location presented. With mission parameters clarified, the team proceeded through the docking connection into the damaged facility beyond. The transition created mediate sensory impact beyond merely physical environment change. Malachor's disrupted force conditions manifested as perceptual distortions that affected each team member differently depending on their particular sensitivity and experience with similar phenomena. Visual echoes, phantom sounds, and emotional impression fragments created disorienting effects that required conscious compensation to maintain operational focus. Remarkable preservation of specific structural elements despite catastrophic surrounding destruction, observed Brianna, her scholarly assessment providing practical distribution. Action from the disorienting perceptual effects. The architectural reinforcement suggests deliberate design for survival under extreme stress conditions rather than merely coincidental resistance. This observation aligned with Mitra's earlier information regarding specialized research facilities specifically constructed for unusual energy phenomenon containment. The implications suggested potential deliberate placement of the fragment within environment designed for its particular properties, concerning possibility regarding both original sealing location selection and current activation circumstances. The expedition proceeded deeper into the fragmented facility, environmental systems reporting unstable but currently functional life support throughout the accessible sections. Gravity fluctuated unpredictably, sometimes intensifying to nearly double standard parameters before suddenly diminishing to near zero conditions that required adaptive movement techniques to navigate effectively. Despite these challenging conditions, the team maintained cohesive progress toward the fragment's increasingly powerful energy signature. The architecture incorporates elements from multiple distinct traditions. Visas noted as they traversed corridor sections displaying unusual design combinations. Sith structural principles combined with technological approaches inconsistent with conventional imperial methodology from that historical period. This architectural assessment provided additional context regarding the facility's original purpose and potential capabilities beyond merely physical environment considerations. The combination suggested specialized research focus incorporating diverse knowledge traditions rather than merely standard Sith approaches, consistent with location. Designed for unusual energy phenomenon containment beyond conventional classification parameters. As they approached the fragment's location, the perceptual distortion effects intensified significantly. Visual echoes showing momentary images from different time periods, phantom sounds incorporating voice fragments discussing technical procedures and research protocols, and emotional impressions suggesting both clinical detachment and underlying apprehension regarding the phenomena being studied. We're experiencing temporal echo effects, Naruto explained, recognizing the distinctive pattern from previous encounters with similar phenomena. The fragment's consciousness aspects interacting with Malachor's disrupted temporal fabric to create perception of events from different time periods simultaneously. Primarily research activities approximately 4,000 years ago based on architectural and technological indicators, Mitra added, her historical knowledge providing crucial contextual framework. Likely during period when Traus Academy operated as specialized research facility rather than merely training installation. This temporal assessment created concerning implicate ions regarding potential deliberate interaction with the fragment during historical periods beyond current documentation, suggesting possibility that its original placement and current activation might connect to research activities conducted millennia before present circumstances. Before these implications could be fully explored, however, they reached chamber entrance displaying energy signature, unmistakably indicating the fragment's location beyond. The massive doorway incorporated both mechanical and force-based security elements, though current damage conditions had compromised most active systems while leaving passive structural reinforcement largely intact. Bao-Duer examined the remaining operational components with professional assessment that suggested specialized expertise beyond merely general technical knowledge. Primary security systems non-functional, but secondary mechanical reinforcement remains partially operational, he reported after brief examination. Physical ACC's possible though structural integrity concerns throughout the surrounding framework suggest potential collapse risk during extended operation. This practical limitation, functional access combined with structural instability creating operational time constraints, aligned with their previously established containment window assessment. With careful coordination, the team activated the remaining functional mechanisms to create sufficient access aperture while minimizing additional structural stress throughout the surrounding framework. Beyond the doorway stretched chamber that immediately confirmed specialized research design rather than merely conventional facility. Architectural elements specifically configured for energy containment and analysis, technological systems incorporating principles beyond standard classification parameters of their apparent historical period, and symbolic configurations suggesting sophisticated understanding of force energy manipulation beyond merely practical application. At the chamber's center, suspended within specialized containment apparatus that combined technological and force-based methodologies, pulsed crystalline formation unmistakably identifiable as one of Kurama's fragments. Unlike previous encounters, however, this fragment displayed visual manifestation patterns suggesting advanced activation state beyond standard parameters, GY configurations forming recognizable fox-like features with increasing definition before dissolving back into chaotic patterns, while harmonic frequencies generated visible distortion fields throughout the surrounding environment. Most concerning, however, was the fragment's interaction with Malachor's unique force wound characteristics, energy patterns from both sources intermingling to create hybrid configurations that defied standard classification while demonstrating accelerating destabilization beyond previous activation examples. The combination created concerning amplification effect, clearly visible even through conventional observation without specialized perception abilities. The activation has progressed significantly beyond previous encounters, Naruto observed, immediately assessing the fragment's condition with focused attention. The consciousness aspects particularly show advanced manifestation patterns suggesting accelerated reintegration attempts catalyzed by Malachor's unique energy environment. The containment apparatus appears partially functional despite surrounding structural damage, noted Bao-Duer, examining the specialized systems with professional assessment. Though configuration suggests research application rather than merely preservation objectives, designed for controlled energy extraction rather than simply isolation. This technical observation confirmed concerns regarding potential deliberate interaction with the fragment beyond merely coincidental activation, the specialized equipment suggesting purposeful research activities focusing on the fragment's unique properties rather than simply containment for security purposes. Before these implications could be fully explored, however, visas provided crucial perception insight regarding the fragment's current condition. The consciousness aspects are attempting communication beyond merely energy pattern fluctuation, she reported, her specialized perception detecting nuances invisible to conventional observation. Fragmented but increasingly coherent meaning structures rather than simply resonance harmonics, responding to Malachor's disruption by accelerating integration attempts rather than merely destabilizing. This assessment aligned with Naruto's own detection while providing additional dimensions beyond his particular perspective, collaborative awareness creating more comprehensive understanding than either could achieve alone. The immediate practical implications suggested potential engagement opportunity beyond merely containment application, though with significant risk factors given the unstable environmental conditions. The containment window continues narrowing at accelerated rate, he informed the team, focusing on immediate practical considerations. While maintaining awareness of broader implications. The resealing procedure will require specialized adaptation given both the fragment's advanced activation state and Malachor's unique energy environment. The research apparatus may provide useful functionality despite its concerning original purpose, Mitra suggested, practical assessment focusing on immediate resources rather than merely historical implications. The energy modulation capabilities particularly could stabilize the interaction patterns during resealing procedure implementation. This pragmatic approach, utilizing available resources regardless of their potentially problematic origins, reflected practical field methodology developed through actual experience rather than merely theoretical considerations. Naruto nodded agreement with the assessment while maintaining awareness of potential complications such approach might create. The modulation systems would require reconfiguration for stabilization support rather than extraction application, he noted. Examining the specialized equipment with focused attention. Theoretically possible though with significant implementation challenges given the degraded control interfaces. I can manage the reconfiguration, Bao stated with quiet confidence, suggesting specialized expertise beyond general technical knowledge. Similar principles to containment systems have worked with previously. Despite the archaic implementation methodology, with approach determined, the team established coordinated implementation strategy. Bao would reconfigure the existing research apparatus to support stabilization objectives. Visas would monitor the fragment's consciousness aspects for potential communication opportunities. Bastila would establish force barrier Tekken IQs to contain potential energy discharge during the procedure, while Naruto prepared the specialized sealing techniques adapted for Malachor's unique environment. As these preparations progressed, with impressive efficiency despite the challenging conditions, Brianna observed the proceedings with scholarly attention that integrated multiple assessment dimensions simultaneously: technical evaluation, historical context, and philosophical implications beyond merely practical application. Her observations occasionally provided valuable perspective regarding architectural elements and symbolic configurations that might influence the fragment's interaction patterns within this specific environment. The chamber design incorporates resonance principles from ancient Sith alchemical traditions, she noted during equipment reconfiguration procedures. Specifically harmonization methodology designed for consciousness transfer applications rather than merely energy manipulation, suggesting arch objectives potentially focusing on the fragment's awareness aspects rather than simply power extraction. This observation provided crucial contextual framework regarding both the facility's original purpose and potential influence factors affecting the fragment's current behavior patterns. The implication suggested research focus potentially aligning with consciousness aspects Naruto had sized regarding the fragments rather than merely power applications, historically significant regarding knowledge transmission patterns across millennia despite civilizational disruptions. Reconfiguration nearly complete, reported Bao as the preparation procedures approached implementation phase. Primary modulation systems responding within acceptable parameters despite control interface degradation. Secondary stabilization components showing concerning fluctuation patterns but sufficient functionality for procedure support within established duration requirements. This technical assessment, detailed yet prioritized for practical application rather than merely comprehensive documentation, demonstrated effective field methodology characteristic of experienced specialist rather than merely theoretical knowledge application. The immediate practical implication established operational parameters for the resealing procedure implementation within their narrowing containment window. The fragment's consciousness aspects continue organizing toward coherent communication, visas updated as the final preparations concluded. Increasingly recognizable meaning patterns emerging from energy fluctuations, particularly in response to your presence specifically. She directed this last observation to Naruto, her perception detecting relationship patterns invisible to conventional observation. This development, accelerating consciousness reintegration beyond previous activation examples, created both opportunity and concern regarding the resealing procedure implementation. The opportunity involved potential cooperation from Kurama's partial consciousness rather than merely external application, while the concern involved amplification risks within Malachor's uniquely disruptive environment. With preparations complete and containment window continuing to narrow, Naruto moved into position for the specialized sealing technique implementation. His hands formed precise configurations that combined chakra manipulation principles from his original world with force techniques developed over centuries of observation and adaptation. Golden energy began manifesting around him, N patterns visibly interacting with both the fragment's chaotic emissions and Malachor's disruptive field, creating harmonization effect that gradually stabilized the concerning interaction patterns between these fundamentally different energy sources. Remarkable integration methodology, observed Brianna with scholarly appreciation despite the tense circumstances. The technique establishes harmonization without domination, balance through relationship rather than merely hierarchical suppression. This philosophical observation, technical assessment carrying deeper implications regarding fundamental approach methodologies, demonstrated sophisticated understanding beyond merely practical application. The perspective particularly reflected Ichani philosophical principles regarding perfect harmony between form and function rather than merely dominant application of superior force, alignment with Naruto's approach that explained her evident appreciation despite limited prior exposure. As his sealing technique progressed with increasing intensity, the fragment's response patterns shifted from chaotic fluctuation toward more coherent organization, energy configurations forming increasing L-Y-defined manifestations of Kurama's fox-like features before stabilizing in rhythmic patterns rather than merely dissolving back into chaos. The consciousness aspects particularly demonstrated Ishin response beyond merely energy reaction, communication attempts becoming increasingly structured despite the fragmentary limitations. Still causing trouble everywhere you go, came impression raw. There than actual words, echo of Kurama's distinctive personality partially reconstructed from fragmentary consciousness, stronger and more coherent than during previous activations. Some patterns transcend time and space. Naruto responded in kind, the exchange undetectable to observers beyond subtle shifts in the energy patterns surrounding them. This location particularly creates interesting complications. Wound recognizes wound, came the fragmentary response, profound insight despite the limited communication capacity. Healing possible through understanding rather than merely containment. This exchange, brief yet carrying significant meaning beyond the specific communication, suggested important dimension regarding Malachor's unique force wound characteristics and potential approaches beyond merely isolation or suppression. The insight aligned with Naruto's developing understanding regarding force wounds throughout his extended observations across numerous examples, though WITH application specificity regarding Malachor's particular manifestation patterns. The sealing technique reached critical implementation phase as Naruto formed final configuration patterns, golden energy creating precisely calibrated framework that incorporated both the fragment's chaotic nature and Malachor's disruptive field rather than merely imposing external structure regardless of inherent characteristics. The approach demonstrated fundamental philosophical difference from conventional containment methodologies, harmony through relationship rather than dominance through superior force application. Harmonic convergence sealing technique, Naruto intoned, the words themselves forming part of the pattern being established through their specific vibrational qualities rather than merely symbolic designation. The golden energy contracted in carefully calibrated sequence, merging with the fragment's chaotic emissions in brilliant illumination that momentarily overwhelmed conventional perception capabilities. When visibility returned, the fragment had transformed, its erratic pulsing replaced by rhythmic glow contained within crystalline structure that incorporated elements of both. The original seal and the new harmonization technique specially adapted for Malachor's unique environmental conditions. Stabilization achieved, Naruto announced, maintaining connection with the fragment to ensure proper transition to secured state despite the challenging environmental conditions. The seal has established sustainable equilibrium despite Malachor's disruptive influence, though specialized containment remains necessary during transport to prevent destabilization recurrence. This assessment, successful primary objective achievement while acknowledging continued management requirements, established clear operational transition from stabilization phase to extraction procedures. The team immediately implemented coordinated transition sequence, specialized containment unit paired while monitoring systems confirmed the fragment's stable condition despite the surrounding environmental challenges. The research apparatus shows interesting data regarding the fragment's interaction with Malachor's force wound characteristics, noted Baudur, examining information displayed across the reconfigured systems. Particularly harmonic resonance patterns suggesting potential applications beyond merely containment methodology. This observation, technical assessment with implication dimensions beyond immediate application, created interesting research potential regarding both the fragments specifically and force wound characteristics generally. The patterns suggested potential healing approaches for damaged force locations rather than merely isolation or suppression techniques typically applied to such phenomena. The consciousness aspects particularly demonstrate integration potential rather than merely destabilization response. Visas added, her perception detecting pattern dimensions invisible to conventional observation, suggesting possible restoration methodology rather than merely containment approach given appropriate application conditions. This insight, specialized perception creating understanding beyond standard detection capabilities, aligned with the fragmentary communication Naruto had experienced during the sealing procedure. The combined cations suggested significant potential regarding both Kurama's eventual consciousness restoration and potentially broader applications regarding force wound healing beyond merely their specific mission parameters. As the stabilized fragment was carefully transferred to specialized containment for transport, Mitra examined the research apparatus with focused attention suggesting specific interests beyond merely operational completion assessment. Her expression indicated recognition patterns regarding the technology configuration that suggested alignment with personal knowledge domains rather than merely general technical familiarity. The research objectives appear focused on consciousness transference methodology rather than merely energy extraction, she observed, examining specific configuration elements with scholarly precision. Particularly integration techniques regarding fragmented awareness reconstruction across separated aspects, suggesting research focus potentially relevant to our current fragment restoration considerations beyond merely historical documentation. This observation, technical assessment carrying implication dimensions beyond merely historical categories, suggested potential knowledge preservation regarding the fragment specifically rather than merely coincidental activation location. The possibility created both concerning and promising dimensions regarding historical knowledge transmission patterns across millennia despite civilizational disruptions and deliberate information suppression through various periods. With the fragment secured, ND preparations for extraction proceeding efficiently despite the challenging environmental conditions, Naruto took opportunity for direct conversation with Mitra regarding these potential implications. Her unique background combining formal Jedi training with experiences beyond conventional parameters provided valuable perspective regarding historical knowledge transmission patterns particularly relevant to their developing understanding of the fragment's situation. The research apparatus configuration suggests specific knowledge regarding the fragments beyond merely coincidental discovery, he noted, focusing on implications rather than merely technical assessment. Particularly regarding consciousness aspects rather than merely power applications, suggesting information preservation I hadn't anticipated given the historical disruptions since original sealing implementation. Knowledge preservation often occurs through unexpected channels despite institutional suppression efforts, Mitra acknowledged. Her perspective clearly informed by personal experience beyond merely theoretical understanding, particularly regarding phenomena existing partially outside conventional categorization frameworks that create documentation challenges within standard institutional approaches. This philosophical observation, practical assessment carrying deeper implications regarding GE transmission patterns, demonstrated sophisticated understanding regarding historical processes beyond merely event documentation. The perspective particularly reflected experiences navigating information domains existing partially outside conventional institutional frameworks, alignment with challenges regarding the fragments, unique nature that explained her evident expertise despite limited prior exposure. The coordination between Malachor's force wound characteristics and the research apparatus configuration suggests deliberate selection rather than merely coincidental placement, she continued, developing the implications with scholarly precision despite the operational context, potentially indicating research objectives specifically focused on interaction between fragmentary consciousness and disrupted force conditions rather than merely power applications. This assessment aligned with Naruto's developing concerns regarding potential deliberate engagement with the fragments. Beyond merely coincidental activation, suggesting coordinated research initiative with sophisticated understanding regarding their nature rather than merely opportunistic discovery. The implications needed significant strategic reconsideration requirements regarding their broader mission beyond merely individual fragment containment. The Symmetry Initiative researchers on Korriban mentioned documentation source called Kairos Codex, containing specific information about the fragments, he noted, connecting these observations with previous encounter patterns. Their methodology demonstrated sophisticated theoretical understanding despite practical application limitations, suggesting information preservation through channels I hadn't anticipated given the historical distance involved. E-name carries interesting implications itself, Mitra observed with scholarly precision. Kairos referring to critical moment or opportunity rather than merely chronological time designation, suggest. Documentation focused on specific application potential rather than merely historical preservation. This linguistic insight, technical observation carrying deeper meaning implications, demonstrate sophisticated understanding regarding information classification methodologies beyond merely surface designation. The perspective provided valuable framework for interpreting the apparent knowledge transmission patterns regarding the fragments across disparate locations and historical periods. Their conversation paused as Bao-Dur approached with update regarding extraction preparations. Kontai meant systems functioning within parameters despite the environmental challenges. Transport readiness approximately 15 minutes given the structural stability limitations affecting our exit pathway. This practical assessment focused on immediate operational requirements while acknowledging environmental constraints, maintained mission priority despite the interesting historical implications their discoveries suggested. With extraction timeline established, attention returned to securing their primary objective despite the facility's increasingly concerning structural conditions. The stabilization patterns throughout the surrounding structure are accelerating beyond initial assessment parameters, reported one of the technical specialists monitoring environmental conditions. Gravitational fluctuations particularly showing concerning amplitude increases that suggest potential catastrophic structural failure within approximately 25 minutes. This updated timeline, Comp-R's operational window compared to initial assessment, created immediate procedural adaptation requirements to ensure successful extraction before potential environmental failure. Mitra processed is information with efficient reprioritization characteristic of experienced field commander rather than merely theoretical planner. Initiate immediate extraction sequence with minimum equipment configuration, she directed. Decisions reflecting practical experience rather than merely procedural adherence. Priority allocation to fragment containment systems with secondary consideration for Arch data preservation where possible without timeline compromise. This prioritization, clear objective hierarchy establishing unambiguous action parameters, demonstrated effective leadership methodology. OGY developed through actual field experience rather than merely theoretical training. The approach particularly balanced multiple legitimate considerations without allowing perfect scenario pursuit compromise essential outcome achievement given the environmental limitations. As extraction procedures accelerated according to the compressed timeline, Naruto maintained focused awareness on the contained fragment to ensure stability maintenance despite the increasingly disruptive surrounding conditions. The sealing remained effective despite Malachor's intensifying fluctuation patterns, though subtle harmonization adjustments proved necessary to compensate for the changing environmental dynamics affecting the containment field integrity. The fragment's stability is maintaining within acceptable parameters despite the environmental degradation, he reported as they began movement toward their extraction pathway. Though the interaction patterns with Malachor's force wound characteris continue creating interesting harmonic frequencies that warrant detailed analysis once we've reached secure environment. This assessment focused on immediate stability confirmation while noting research implications for subsequent consideration, maintained operational priority while acknowledging the valuable knowledge potential their discoveries presented beyond merely containment objectives. The balance reflected effective mission integration between immediate security requirements and broader understanding development regarding the fragments' unique nature. Their progress through the Deteriorating facility accelerated as gravitational fluctuations intensified, periodic near-zero conditions alternating with crushing pressure approaching triple standard parameters without predictable pattern. The team adapted with impressive coordination despite these challenging conditions, utilizing specialized movement techniques and equipment configurations to maintain effective progress despite the environmental obstacles. Particularly noteworthy was Brianna's exceptional adaptation to these conditions, her Ichani physical discipline providing remarkable movement efficiency despite the unpredictable gravitational fluctuations. Her techniques demonstrated specialized training beyond merely conventional combat preparation, incorporating principles particularly effective within unstable environmental conditions that would render standard movement approaches catastrophically ineffective. Impressive adaptation methodology. Naruto observed during particularly challenging corridor action where gravitational orientation shifted 90 degrees without warning. Your training appears specifically designed for environmental instability navigation rather than merely standard combat application. Ichani Guardian discipline particularly emphasizes adaptation to changing conditions rather than merely technique perfection within stable parameters. She acknowledged professional assessment rather than merely personal validation. Physical expression must transcend environmental limitations through fundamental principle application rather than merely specific technique implementation. This philosophical perspective, practical methodology carrying deeper implications regarding fundamental approach, demonstrated sophisticated understanding beyond merely technical proficiency. The principles particularly aligned with Naruto's own development across centuries of experience navigating diverse conditions requiring fundamental adaptation rather than merely technique collection. Explaining his appreciation despite their limited prior interaction. As they approached the docking connection where the Aben Hawk maintained increasingly tenuous attachment to the deteriorating structure. Aden's voice came through their communication systems with characteristic blend of technical precision and casual delivery. Structural integrity at critical minimum parameters with Axel. Rating degradation throughout all attachment points. Recommend immediate boarding with absolute minimum delay considerations given the compelling atmospheric quality of vacuum compared to explosive decompression. This assessment, serious warning delivered through casual linguistic framework, maintained effective communication while potentially reducing psychological stress through humor application despite the concerning circumstances. Mitra acknowledged the update with similarly efficient response demonstrating established communication patterns beyond merely standard protocols. Understood. Primary team approaching final corridor section with approximately 3 minutes to docking connection assuming current progress maintenance despite environmental deterioration. Their final approach to the connection point occurred during particularly intense gravitational fluctuation sequence, complete directional reorientation occurring multiple times within single corridor section requiring specialized movement techniques beyond merely standard adaptation. The team maintained impressive coordination despite these extreme conditions, particularly notable given their diverse training backgrounds and limited prior operational experience together. Upon reaching the docking connection, they discovered concerning structural degradation beyond initial assessment parameters, visible stress fractures throughout critical support elements with atmospheric leakage already occurring at multiple points despite emergency containment systems activation. The condition suggested significantly rest departure window compared to even their accelerated timeline expectations. Immediate boarding required, Bowdoer stated with characteristic precision, technical assessment cutting directly to essential conclusion without unnecessary elaboration. Structural failure imminent within approximately 70 seconds based on current degradation acceleration patterns. This assessment, precise timeline estimation based on observable deterioration indicators, created clear action parameters without ambiguity or unnecessary qualification. The team responded with coordinated efficiency despite the tense circumstances. Fragment containment secured aboard with priority allocation while remaining personnel transferred with impressive speed given the challenging conditions. All personnel aboard, confirmed Aden as the final team member cleared the increasingly unstable connection. Initiating emergency departure sequence with docking clamp override given the structural integrity concerns. The Aben Hawk disengaged from the deteriorating structure with practiced precision despite the hazardous conditions, specialized systems compensating for both the unpredictable gravitational fluke fluctuations and the uncontrolled atmospheric venting occurring through multiple structural failure points. As they established separation distance, the facility section experienced catastrophic structural collapse, massive fragmentation creating debris field that would have proven fatal had their departure occurred even 30 seconds later. Departure successful with optimal timing parameters, ATO-N announced with professional satisfaction beneath casual delivery. Navigational systems calculating optimal return vector through minimal disruption corridor given our special passengers apparent P. Reference for smooth traveling conditions. This reference to the fragment's containment requirements demonstrated effective priority integration within operational planning despite the challenging extraction circumstances. Mitra acknowledged the assessment with similar professional focus beneath conversational delivery. Proceed according to established protocols with priority allocation to Saint. Ability maintenance throughout approach vector. Republic communication relay standing by for status update transmission once we've cleared primary disruption field. With immediate survival requirement, NTS secured an extraction pathway established, attention returned to the fragment's condition following the challenging environmental exposure during their operation. Naruto examined the containment systems with focused attention, ensuring stability maintenance despite the continued proximity to Malachor's disruptive influence during their departure journey. The fragment remains stable within established parameters despite the environmental challenges, he confirmed after thorough assessment. The sealing technique appears particularly effective regarding Malachor's unique disruption patterns, suggesting adaptation potential for similar applications beyond merely this specific example. This observation focused on immediate stability confirmation while noting broader application implications, maintained operational priority while acknowledging the valuable methodology development their mission had achieved beyond merely fragment security. The perspective demonstrated effective integration between immediate practical requirements and broader knowledge advancement regarding specialized techniques applicable to similarly challenging environments. The consciousness aspects particularly show interesting development patterns following exposure to Malachor's force wound characteristics. Visas added, her specialized perception detecting nuances invisible to conventional observation. Specifically integration methodology regarding fragmented awareness reconstitution that might prove applicable to subsequent fragment interactions beyond merely this individual case. This INSIG, specialized perception creating understanding beyond standard evaluation capabilities, aligned with the fragmentary communication Naruto had experienced during the sealing procedure. The implication suggested potential acceleration regarding both Kurama's eventual consciousness restoration and possibly broader applications regarding force wound healing methodologies beyond their specific mission parameters. As the Aben Hawk navigated through Malachor's debris field toward rendezvous coordinates where the Harbinger maintained position at safe distance, Naruto took opportunity for direct conversation with Brianna regarding her unique contributions during their challenging extraction. Her Ichani discipline had demonstrated particular effectiveness within Malachor's unstable environment, suggesting specialized training beyond merely standard combat preparation that might prove valuable regarding subsequent mission requirements. Your adaptation to Malachor's gravitational fluctuations demonstrated remarkable efficiency beyond conventional training parameters, he observed, professional assessment rather than merely casual compliment. Particularly the orientation adjustment techniques during complete directional shifts that would render standard movement approaches catastrophically ineffective. Ichani preservation discipline incorporates environmental instability adaptation beyond merely combat application, she explained, scholarly precision suggesting instructional background beyond merely personal training. The methodology particularly emphasizes fundamental principle understanding rather than merely technique collection, adaptation through core concept application rather than merely specific response cataloging. This philosophical perspective, technical methodology carrying deeper implications regarding fundamental approach, demonstrated sophisticated understanding beyond merely physical proficiency. The principles particularly aligned with aspects of Naruto's original training regarding chakra utilization that emphasized harmonization with natural energy rather than merely technique imposition regardless of environmental conditions, explaining his appreciation despite their diverse training origins. The approach particularly reminds me of certain chakra discipline aspects from my original training, he acknowledged, recognizing genuine philosophy. Hickle alignment beyond merely surface similarity, specifically regarding natural energy integration that emphasizes harmonization rather than merely utilization, working with environmental conditions, rather than merely against them regardless of stability parameters. This observation, recognizing fundamental principle alignment beyond merely technical similarity, clearly resonated with Brianna's scholarly interest beyond merely professional validation. Her expression suggested genuine intellectual engagement regarding conceptual frameworks transcending specific technique implementation contexts. Fascinating correlation with techniques originating entirely outside our traditional classification systems, she noted with scholarly appreciation. Supporting theoretical models suggesting a mental principle convergence across diverse energy discipline development trajectories despite geographical and temporal separation. This perspective, technical observation carrying deeper philosophical implications, demonstrated sophisticated understanding regarding knowledge development patterns beyond merely categorical documentation. The approach particularly reflected scholarly integration between practical application and theoretical framework development, balance between experiential understanding and conceptual modeling that created comprehensive perspective beyond merely specialized expertise within artificial domain boundaries. Their conversation continued as the Aben Hawk proceeded through decreasing disruption patterns toward normal space conditions, exploring interesting conceptual alignments between seemingly disparate tradition origins that suggested fundamental principle universality beyond merely coincidental similarity. The exchange demonstrated effective knowledge integration potential between different specialized frameworks when artificial institutional boundary limitations were transcended through direct experiential sharing rather than merely formal documentation transmission. As they approached rendezvous coordinates where the Harbinger maintained position, communication systems established connection with increasingly reliable transmission quality. As Malachor's disruption effects diminished with distance, Bastila utilized this improved communication capability to transmit mission success confirmation to the Republic vessel while coordinating appropriate reception protocols for their arrival with fragment containment requirements. The containment integration will require specialized adaptation given this fragment's unique sealing characteristics. Naruto informed her as these arrangements proceeded, particularly regarding harmonization with the previously secured fragments given the consciousness development patterns we've observed following Malachor exposure. Understood, Bastila acknowledged, practical focus addressing immediate requirements while recognizing broader implications. The containment systems have been reconfigured. Read according to specifications transmitted during your approach. Technical personnel standing by for immediate integration upon arrival. This efficient coordination, addressing practical requirements while maintaining awareness of specialized considerations, demonstrated effective operational integration between their diverse team components despite the challenging circumstances and limited prior collaborative experience. The approach particularly reflected growing understanding regarding the fragments' unique nature beyond merely standard containment parameters typically applied to force-sensitive artifacts within conventional classification systems. As docking procedures initiated with the Harbinger, Naruto maintained focused awareness on the secured fragment's condition while simultaneously monitoring the previously contained fragments aboard the Republic vessel through his specialized perception capabilities. What he detected confirmed developing patterns observed during previous integrations, the fragments establishing increasingly coherent communication despite physical separation, consciousness aspects showing accelerating reintegration potential beyond merely energy resonance harmonization. Most notably, the Malachor fragment's unique exposure characteristics appeared catalyzing accelerated development across all secured fragments, the interaction with force wound conditions apparently stimulating consciousness reconstruction processes beyond standard parameters observed during previous containment phases. The pattern suggested significant implications regarding both Kurama's eventual restoration potential and possibly broader applications regarding force wound healing methodologies beyond merely their specific mission objectives. The Wheel of Destiny continued turning in patterns even one as old as Naruto hadn't fully anticipated, fragments of his original world creating ripples throughout this galaxy's development that manifested in increasingly complex interactions across apparently separate domains. Malachor's unique force wound characteristics particularly demonstrated potential connection points between seemingly disparate phenomena that suggest fundamental integration possibilities beyond conventional classification limitations. Balance required understanding relationship between opposing forces rather than merely attempting dominance of one aspect over another. This principle had proven particularly crucial within an environment where conventional approaches faced fundamental limitations due to the very nature of the space they had entered. The experience provided valuable perspective regarding future challenges beyond merely technical methodology development, philosophical framework integration potentially applicable across diverse domains despite apparent categorical separation. As their vessel completed docking procedures with the Harbinger, the expedition team prepared for transition between the specialized environment EY had navigated together and the more conventional operational framework awaiting their return. The shared experience had created connection points beyond merely professional collaboration, mutual recognition regarding specialized capabilities and perspective contributions that transcended standard institutional categorization regardless of diverse background origins. The wheel continued turning, patterns emerging that even one as old as Naruto couldn't fully predict. Yet within uncertainty lay opportunity for new understanding, potential transformation rather than merely continuation of established trajectories. The fragments, increasingly coherent communication particularly suggested possibilities beyond merely containment objectives, restoration potential regarding both Kurama's fracture, consciousness and potentially broader applications for wounded aspects of reality beyond merely individual manifestation examples. Malachor's shadows had revealed both danger and possibility in EQU. Al measure, reflections of fundamental patterns extending beyond merely specific location characteristics to encompass broader understanding regarding reality's interconnected nature despite apparent categorical separation. The journey continued with new perspectives gained through shared experience transcending artificial boundaries between seemingly separate knowledge domains. Balance in practice, rather than merely theory, a fitting continuation of principles Naruto had spent lifetimes attempting to preserve. Chapter 4 End. The end. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.